Fairy Tale, start by accepting the Royal Knights. Chapter 1. The first thought after waking up was that my head hurts. Magnolia. My head hurts. This was Ross's first thought when he woke up, and he struggled to sit up. Is this a cliff? Why am I here? And why are the buildings below so strange? He reached out and touched his head. Why are your hands so dirty? And so short? By the moonlight and the lights of the town, he looked at his arms, which were covered with dust, and his wrists were bruised, and it was a little sore when he moved. Is this a dream, reborn? Or travel through time? Looking around, under the dark sky, the houses in the town are dotted with stars, and the lights are blazing, lighting up the city. There is a tallest building standing in the middle of the buildings, like a moon surrounded by stars, and a flag is hung on the top of the building. Fairy Tale's flag. Ross had seen Fairy Tale and was too familiar with this flag. Snap! Ross slapped his thigh hard. It hurt. He was not dreaming. So this is Magnolia? I actually came to the world of Fairy Tale. Aslant, a world full of magic. Magic has become a part of people's lives. Not only can magic be bought and sold here, but there are also many wizards who exchange magic for rewards. They gather together and become a formal union after the council's evaluation and approval. Fairy Tale is one of them. Natsu, Gray, Laxus, Urza, Myra and Lucy, the wizards of Fairy Tale, create their own stories. Please go to Fairy Tale to activate the receiving magic paladin type. Just as Ross was still sighing, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. System. Ross tried to communicate with the system. Please go to Fairy Tale to activate the receiving magic paladin type. The voice just sounded again without responding to him. Paladin type, the Royal Knights seem to be all paladin type? Apart from the Royal Knights, he had no other answer in his mind. Well, it seems that we have to go to Fairy Tale to know the answer. Fortunately, it seems that the guild is not too far from here. As soon as he said he would go, Ross struggled to get up and looked around to see if there were any sticks or branches that could be used as crutches. There were none, but fortunately there was a forest behind him. Ross found a shorter tree and a branch of moderate thickness, grabbed it with both hands, and pressed it down with his own weight. The branch soon couldn't bear the weight and was broken by Ross. After removing some branches and leaves, Ross walked towards the direction of Fairy Tale with the branch. Ross kept looking in the direction of Fairy Tale, relying on perseverance to grit his teeth and persist to reach the town. His body was too weak, and he walked for a long time for a road that didn't seem to be very far. The lights in the town were basically off, and the road was deserted and quiet all around. Fortunately, the Fairy Tale Guild building was quite high, otherwise it would be really hard to find. There is a water tank in front, and I can finally see what I look like. He is not very old, about 7 or 8 years old, with a narrow face, flaxen hair, a slicked back part, slightly curled, a little messy but not losing his temperament, a small tuft of bangs hanging on the right, clear eyes are big and bright, sword eyebrows are straight and upward. Even though he is not very old, he still looks very heroic. It's quite handsome, much more handsome than before, and is this hair really a hairstyle that can be achieved without hairspray? How much hairspray money would I have saved in my previous life? Overall, I am quite satisfied, but I am a little poor, and I have nothing on my body except clothes and pants. Finally arrived, looking at this 3-story building, the red gate, and the wooden sign of Fairy Tale hanging on it, I felt that I had arrived at Fairy Tale. But it seems too late, there is no light in the guild. In his previous life, he was one of the ordinary people. He completed his studies step by step, found a job, and lived a life of going to work and going home. There was nothing unusual in his life. He just had a hobby of watching anime, which added some color to his life. Arrived at Fairy Tale, receiving magic paladin type has been activated, please explore on your own. The body began to recover slowly. He was exhausted from walking down the mountain just now, and now his physical fitness seemed to have improved a little. The mechanical sound appeared again. Then a picture appeared in Ross's mind. A blue Rubik's Cube was rotating at the highest point in the center, and a group of alloy armors were facing outward at the bottom, forming a circle. The sea of consciousness rotated with his thoughts, and a group of armors appeared in front of him. This blue Rubik's Cube? Isn't that the one I bought some time ago? Is it this cube that brought me here? Omegaman, Uncle Ao. Alphaman, Sister Fa. Jesmon, Jayatian. Stubbornman, Daddy. It's actually the Royal Knights. After looking around, there are a total of 15. In addition to the 13 Royal Knights, there are also Emperor Dragon Armored Beast White Emperor Form and Golden Rabbiman. How do I receive it? Can all of them be received? The mechanical voice responded quickly, you can receive it by silently reciting in the sea of consciousness. The same applies to exiting. Reciting other paladins silently can connect and switch. All paladin types have been activated and can be received, but the magic power will determine the degree of reception. Hey, you are quite humane, and your answer is so comprehensive. No voice responded. Receive, Omegaman. Ross muttered to himself. Then a rotating white magic light array appeared under his feet. The shield and sword equipped in the left hand of the Wargreymon form were first received from his arm. The right hand of the metal Geruruman form appeared later. His sight began to rise. There was a white horn in front of his head, a lightning mark and a golden horn on each side, and a white time digital alloy covered his body. The white-red cape fluttered in the wind. Omegaman. A vaccine paladin Digimon, one of the Royal Knights, is a composite warrior who can fully exert his abilities under any circumstances. The left hand of the Wargreymon form holds a shield and sword. The Tyrannosaurus sword is covered with the inscription Delete All. The left shoulder is covered with the shield of courage for defense. The right hand of the metal Geruruman form is equipped with a cannon and missiles. The cloak behind the back will be automatically installed on the back when dodging enemy attacks or flying. The special move is to freeze the enemy with an absolute zero cold air bomb fired from the cannon of the metal Geruruman form Geruru Cannon. Reception rate, 10%. Raise your left hand and wave it downward, and the Tyrannosaurus sword will extend from the mouth of the Warbring. Raise your right hand and the Geruru Cannon will also extend. Only 10%? It seems that my magic power is not very high now, which means that I am probably a useless thing now. Fortunately, this body does not look very old, and I have to find out what year it is tomorrow. System. After a long time, there was still no reply. It seems that it is not a system. It seems to be just a program, or the kind that can give some answers by triggering keywords. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, I have to rest quickly. Ross shook his head. Receive the stubborn beast to make a fire with the fire god. It's hard to use this branch for two purposes. Thank you, branch. The branch is really hard to burn with moisture. The fire pile is piled next to it, curled up against the gate of the guild, and fell asleep with the moonlight. The Omega family opens part. Chapter 2. The young man curled up against the guild gate. The fire next to him had no smoke at all, as if it had been extinguished for a long time. It was a little cold in the morning, and he was still sleeping against the door, shivering slightly. This was what Makarov saw when he came to the guild gate. Young man, wake up. In a daze, it seemed that someone was pushing him. Ross slowly opened his eyes and rubbed his eyes. What came into view was a bald head, so bright that it actually reflected light. There was a tuft of white hair on each side of the short old man connected to the back of his head. He wore a white lining with a black fairy tail mark and a cloak Makarov Dolia. This image is too familiar. The third-generation president of Fairy Tale is amiable and treats the members of the guild like his own children. He looks weak, but he is one of the 10 holy wizards of Ishgar. Young man, why are you here? Have you spent the night here? Seeing that Ross finally woke up, Makarov frowned slightly and asked his doubts. I came to join Fairy Tale. When I came here last night, there was no one here. I had no money, so I fell asleep against the gate. Ross looked at Makarov and a smile appeared on his face. Join the guild? Forget it, come in with me first, it's too cold outside. Makarov wanted to tell him that he needed to know magic to join the guild, but seeing his smile, he didn't hit him. If he doesn't know magic, I'll give him some money to send him home. Makarov thought to himself, and then opened the door. Ross climbed up and followed Makarov, secretly comparing his height with his hand, taller than him. Fortunately, this good-looking person can't be too short. Then Ross looked around the interior of the guild. There were 4 independent pillars, tables were neatly arranged, there were some bookshelves around, and stairs on both sides connected to the upper floor. Makarov jumped onto the bar, poured himself a beer, then poured a glass of water and heated it with magic power, then turned around and handed it to Ross. Okay, let's talk, just find a stool to sit on. Wait until Ross sat down, let me introduce myself, I am Makarov Dolia, the president of Fairy Tale. Boy, what is your name? How old are you this year? Ross Soros, 8 years old this year, you can just call me Ross. His name in the previous life was Ross, and the continental background of Fairy Tale is the West. In this life, he is also an orphan named Ross, full name Ross Soros, who has been wandering. Makarov took a sip of wine and then nodded. Oh, you are the same age as my grandson. My grandson Laxus is also 8 years old this year, but he is not here now. Laxus is 8 years old. If I remember correctly, Laxus is 23 years old in 784 when the plot begins. That means this year is X769. Even Kana, who joined the guild the earliest, has not come yet. There are still more than 10 years before the plot begins. Rose pinched his chin and thought in his heart. Okay, Ross, where are your parents? Why did you come to the door of the guild alone? My parents have passed away. I came from somewhere else. I heard that Guildarts of Fairy Tale is very powerful, so I want to join you. Ross scratched his hair and spoke calmly. After all, he was used to being alone in his previous life. Makarov seemed to feel guilty for asking this question, frowned, and his expression changed a little. Grandpa, don't feel guilty. I'm used to it. Ross noticed his change, showed his big white teeth, and smiled at Makarov. Okay, let's skip this topic. Do you know what a wizard is? Wizards need to awaken their magic power and harness their magic power to cast magic. Wizards often need to take on missions, and some missions can be very dangerous. If you don't know magic, I can't accept you into the guild. That would be irresponsible for your life safety. Rose didn't answer and jumped off the stool. Receive, Omegaman. The white magic circle rotated under his feet. Royal Knight Omegaman, join in. The Tyrannosaurus sword and Garuru cannon stretched out at the same time. Light-based receiving magic, armor I've never seen before, the magic power is still very weak, but you are still young and can be trained. Looking at the armor in front of him, Makarov gave an evaluation in his heart. However, there are all kinds of magic in this world, and Makarov couldn't have seen them all. He didn't go into detail, but just asked, "This is receiving magic, when did you awaken the magic?" "I awakened it when I was chased by the monsters in the forest in the east yesterday." Ross. After cancelling the reception, he sat back on the stool. It was not a lie. He was indeed chased by a monster yesterday, but he was not awakened at that time. Why do you learn magic? Makarov crossed his arms and stared at Rose. To protect myself and fight for my stable life. Rose looked into Makarov's eyes and spoke in a sonorous tone. Very good answer. Now that I understand the situation, you are welcome to join Fairy Tale. You can call me Grandpa or President. From now on, treat this place as your home. Makarov raised his glass, squinted his eyes, and smiled kindly. Makarov was quite satisfied with this answer. In fact, as long as it was not too excessive, he thought it was fine. Ross also raised his cup and clinked it with Makarov. Please give me more advice in the future, Grandpa. But why is the guild so deserted, with no one here? Ha ha ha, we had a party last night and everyone drank too much. I guess everyone is still sleeping. Let me print the guild emblem on you first. You can think about where to print the emblem first. I'll go get the emblem seal. Makarov said, then jumped off the bar and took out the guild emblem from the counter. So you just finished drinking last night and drank again this morning? You're drinking wine as water, right? Ross complained silently in his heart. Have you decided what color you want and where to print it? Makarov raised the guild emblem and gestured to Ross. It's really convenient to have magic. You don't even need ink, and you can switch colors at will. Orange, just print it on the back of your hand. Ross said, stretching out his left hand. Makarov then stamped the seal on the back of Ross's hand, and the magic was activated. The seal handle connected to the seal shank emitted light, and the guild emblem appeared on the back of Ross's hand. I finally joined Fairy Tale. Ross raised his arm and stared at the guild emblem on the back of his hand. There was light in his clear eyes, which looked particularly bright. He just smiled, but Makarov could feel his joy from his eyes. Next, solve your housing problem. You don't have money, right? Ross nodded calmly and said, I've been wondering all the time. Makarov first frowned with a slightly complicated expression, then smiled kindly and said, you are too young to work, so live with me first. I live with my grandson Laxus. When he comes back, you are of the same age and should be able to become friends. The guild does not have a male dormitory, and it is not safe for you to live outside alone. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. Ross grinned, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Although it seemed a bit embarrassing to eat and drink for free, he would repay it later. Chapter 3. The door of the guild was kicked open. Bang! The door of the guild was kicked open. Hey, President, it's so early. Wakaba and Makeo, who are both drinking buddies and competitors, walked in together. This door is really miserable, it gets kicked every day. Ross looked at the 2 people who entered the guild together. They were only in their early 20s and still very young. Oh, where did this kid come from? Is he your illegitimate child, President? Ha ha ha. Makaba looked at Ross with a pipe in his mouth. A big fist instantly appeared above Wakaba and Makeo, covering them with shadows and knocking them down. What are you talking about, bastard? This is Ross-saurus who joined the guild today. A roar appeared on the right side of Makarov's brain. Why are you hitting me too? I didn't say anything. Makarov was implicated, touched the back of his neck, and complained to Makarov. Makarov glanced at the 2 of them. You don't need to say it, I know you think so I'll teach you a lesson together. Ross, introduce yourself to them. Hello, I'm Ross-saurus, I just joined the guild today, and the magic I use is receiving magic. Yo, I'm Wakaba Mini, and I use smoke magic. I'm Makeo Kongbo, and I use fire magic, Xian. Can't you 2 stand up and introduce yourselves? It's comfortable lying on the ground, right? Makarov sat at the bar and complained with his arms folded. Ha ha ha, I was so happy that I forgot about the newcomers. The 2 laughed and got up from the ground. Wait, the newcomers are coming, which means we can have a party tonight, right? The 2 smiled at each other. 2 idiots, why wait until tonight? Let's have it right away when the people come, and have it until the evening. Makarov looked at the 2 with a look of disappointment. Oh! The atmosphere was instantly ignited. By the way, how did you do it? 3 people roared with the momentum of 30 people. It's too exciting. And don't ignore me. Looking at the 3 people toasting together, Ross couldn't help but complain. In the evening, Ross followed Makarov to buy some clothes. He picked a few cheap ones first, and he would change them when he made money in the future. When he returned home, it was not far from the guild. It was a 2-story building facing the river. Entering the room, the decoration was warm-toned, which looked quite cozy, giving people a sense of warmth that dispelled the cold weather. You can live in this room. Next to it is Laxus's room. Makarov pushed open the door. The first impression of the room is that the lighting is good. The curtains on both sides of the window are opened, and the lights on the street can be seen from the glass window. The lights in the room are also warm-colored. There is a desk next to the 2-meter-long bed, and the wardrobe is built in. A rough estimate is that it is about 12 square meters. Even if the room area is not very large, it still looks very spacious. How is it? Not bad. Seeing that Ross has not spoken, Makarov asked, and smiled at him. This smile made Ross a little absent-minded for a while. He was thin, but looked very tall. Well, I like it very much, Grandpa. Ross came back to his senses and wiped his wet eyes with the back of his hand, and he lost his voice slightly. Okay, then you should rest quickly, and children should not go to bed too late. After saying that, Makarov planned to turn around and go back to his room. Wait a minute, Grandpa, do you have paper and pen? I need them. Makarov paused, then said, Yes, come with me. After taking the paper and pen, Ross sat at the desk and started writing. Memory is the most unreliable thing. He had to write down what he remembered quickly. Let me think about the time when everyone joined and the year when some events occurred. The time must also be written in Chinese, so that it won't be seen by others one day. Kana joined Fairy Tale in X772, Gray in X774, and Altair should also have escaped from the Magic Development Bureau in 774. I saw that you took in Leon and Gray. The Deliora incident happened in the same year. Urza should have been captured in X775, joined Fairy Tale in 776 or early 777, and should be in Rosemary Village now. Kagura and Simon are also in this village. Layla's eclipse on July 7, X777 sent Natsu and others to now. Brandish's mother Grammy was killed around July 15 August 777, so after 2 years of watching, I have to buy a map to determine the location. Okay, the next goal is to practice, or XXX's practice. Saving the paper, Ross fell asleep with the expectation of a better future life. In X770, for the next year, Ross has been practicing, running to the waterfall in the East Woods every day, sitting under the waterfall to exercise his body, and accepting the challenge of the Royal Knights to the monsters in the East Woods to practice physical skills. Laxus disappeared for nearly a year, and Makarov said that he was taken away by his father Ivan. Because he was often injured, he was taken to Polyasika's residence by Makarov, and met Polyasika, a human from Edras, and also met Grandpa Rob. Gildarts was still doing tasks outside for a whole year and had not returned. Today was also the day to go back after training. Ross could now defeat monsters by himself and exchange monster fur for rewards, although the ones in the forest were not worth much. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a little boy sitting on the sofa listening to music. He had long golden hair with bangs, wore a red short-sleeved shirt with a lightning logo, blue jeans, and looked cute. Ross almost blurted out, "Labao, Mom loves you." The famous leader of the Air University, who wanted to have companions but had no friends in the guild because of his strong image, and was eager to be recognized by others. Sundara Laxus. You must be Laxus, I am Ross Saurus, nice to meet you. Seeing that Laxus had been staring at him, Ross waved his hand and said hello. Laxus, say hello, Ross is staying at our house temporarily. Makarov heard Rose's voice and came out of the room. He then remembered that he had forgotten to tell Laxus that Rose lived at home. I am Laxus Dolia, you can just call me Laxus. I use thunder magic and thunder dragon slayer magic. Laxus jumped down from the sofa, stood in front of Rose, smiled heartily, and stretched out his hand. He can already slay dragons. It seems that he was taken away by his father to implant the Dragon Slayer magic crystal in the year he disappeared. I have to say that Laxus's personality is really good now. We should pay more attention to him. We can't let him become that Sundaram monster again. The mouth can not only be used for eating, but also for talking. Let him learn this truth. Rose also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Laxus. The two shook hands lightly and then separated. Have you joined Fairy Tale? What magic do you use? Laxus asked aloud. Just now, when Rose pushed the door in, Laxus saw the guild emblem on his hand. At this time, Laxus had not joined. I use receiving magic, receiving paladin. Are you strong? Laxus blinked his eyes. He had never heard of this magic. It's okay, not very strong. Ross scratched his forehead. He didn't know how to describe it. Grandpa, why don't you let me join Fairy Tale, but he can join. Laxus' mentality is a little unbalanced. His dream has always been to join Fairy Tale. Laxus, you are too young. Children should play more. Join when you are older. Makarov knew his grandson very well. He knew that he would definitely ask this question, and answered it quickly. Grandpa, he knows magic, right? Let's duel. If I win, you have to let me join Fairy Tale. Laxus clenched his fists, frowned slightly, and answered angrily. Laxus, you still. Makarov shook his head and wanted to refuse. As a grandfather, he didn't want his grandson to get hurt. Grandpa, I think it's okay, but it's too late now. How about a duel tomorrow, Laxus? Seeing that Makarov still wanted to refuse, Ross spoke up to stop Makarov. In fact, joining Fairy Tale is not a special thing. Even if he agrees to join, Makarov will not let Laxus go on the mission immediately. It can only be said that this is the love and stubbornness of the old man for his grandson. If Makarov insists on not agreeing, he can beat Laxus up. Okay, then it's settled. Laxus clenched his fist and stretched it straight to Ross. Ross stretched out his hand and touched it with his. With a light touch, the agreement was reached. Don't ignore me and complete the agreement. Two bastards. Makarov used a loud roar. Chapter 4. The next day, Makarov walked in front, followed by Ross and Laxus. Laxus was in high spirits and looked very excited, probably thinking that he could finally join Fairy Tale. His father Ivan should have instilled in him the idea that dragon-slaying magic was very strong. Ross put his hands behind his head and thought to himself. Laxus is a genius, but unfortunately, Ross is also a genius and cultivates magic very quickly. Okay, let's do it here. It's not far from where Polycycle lives. If something goes wrong in your duel, you can get treatment as soon as possible. Makarov took the two to an open space in the forest. Ross and Laxus stood on both sides. Okay, you can start. Makarov raised his hand and waved it down. Receive, Omegaman. The white magic circle rotated under Rose's feet. Omegaman, join in. Omegaman. Acceptance, 27%. Rose has been working hard to train his body and meditate to improve his magic power for more than a year. Now Omegaman's acceptance has improved a lot. If he receives Magnaman, the acceptance will be even higher. Rose came in early X769, and it is now September X770. So tall, how come you are so tall? Laxus looked at the knight armor in front of him. After receiving Omegaman, Rose was about 2 meters tall, and he was taller. Okay, you attack first. Rose clasped her hands and signaled Laxus to attack first. I was underestimated, damn it. Laxus' body was surrounded by arcs of electricity, and he was obviously angry. Try my trick, lightning bullet. Laxus released a lightning ball from his hand, and sent out 4 lightning balls in a row, and the lightning bullet rushed straight towards Rose. Ross did not dodge, watching the lightning bounce in front of him and explode. The dust in front of him was surging, and Ross could not be seen for a while. Very good, hit. Laxus clenched his fist to celebrate. It's too early to be happy, Laxus. The dust dissipated, and Ross protected his cloak in front of him, completely blocking the lightning bullet. Damn it, then try this trick, attracting lightning. The magic circle gathered above Ross's head, and lightning struck from it. Ross just used the shield of courage covering his left shoulder to amplify it with magic power and blocked it directly. You can't block it anymore, lightning spear. Seeing that Ross was still blocking, Laxus launched another attack, and the powerful electric current formed a light spear and shot at Ross. Ross raised his left hand and swung it downward, and the Tyrannosaurus sword stretched out, first waving away the lightning on the top, and then slashing the light spear that was about to reach him. The game is over, Laxus. He stamped his feet hard, accelerated and moved behind Laxus, retracted the Tyrannosaurus sword, and Laxus reacted, turned around and used the Thunder Fist to fight with Ross. Laxus was still too weak now, and was blown away more than 10 meters. I'm going to use dragon-killing magic. Laxus pounded the ground with his hand, and then stood up. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Laxus raised his head, gathered the Thunder Dragon's electricity in his lungs, and then spit it out. You can block it, but there is no need. The attack is still too slow, Laxus. Ross flew into the air, dodged the roar of the Thunder Dragon, slightly controlled the magic power, and fired missiles from the Garuru cannon in his right hand. The missiles flew towards Laxus from all directions. There were too many directions, and Laxus didn't know how to dodge. Bang! The missile hit Laxus and exploded. The powerful explosion shook Laxus away from the spot. I haven't lost yet. Laxus struggled and tried to get up. Laxus's perseverance is also very good. Forget it, let's end the battle. Ross flew in front of Laxus, and the Garuru cannon stretched out in front of him, but it was condensing the cannon without firing. Laxus felt the magic power coming from the muzzle and quickly turned into a golden electric current and moved away from the muzzle. After turning into an electric current, Laxus used up all his magic power, sat on the ground, sighed, and retracted his whole body. Forget it, I admit defeat. I can't take that shot. Thank you for your mercy. It was a very good fight, Laxus. Ross also released the reception, walked towards Laxus, and smiled and stretched out his hand to him. Laxus also stretched out his hand, and Ross pulled him up with force. What's good about this? I lost miserably. Laxus frowned, lowered his head slightly, clenched his hands, and was a little depressed after being beaten. Just practice. I also became stronger through constant fighting and practice. I listened to you. Grandpa said that you were not in good health before, so you just need to work hard on your training now. Besides, the Dragon Slayer magic is really powerful. That roar is pretty good. I am waiting for your challenge at any time. Rose showed a hearty smile and white teeth. How about training together in the future? Ross opened his palm and raised it. Okay. Snap. As soon as the two palms met, the friendship began. Okay, according to the agreement, Laxus cannot join Fairy Tale for the time being. Let's go and heal our wounds. Makarov watched the two people communicate silently on the side before walking forward. Yes, I know, I won't regret it. Laxus turned his head away. Grandpa, I don't think so. I think Laxus can join Fairy Tale. Hey? Didn't I lose? I'm willing to accept the loss. Laxus turned hesitantly and said to Rose. Rose did not answer Laxus, but looked at Makarov. Grandpa, do you have to start completing missions after joining Fairy Tale? I have joined for more than a year and have not completed a mission. There is nothing wrong with letting Laxus join, and Laxus is really strong. Don't let him run away. But Makarov frowned. He was a little worried that he could not stop his grandson from running to do missions. Grandpa, I will work hard to practice and will not embarrass Fairy Tale. Let me join. Laxus clenched his fists with determination in his eyes. Grandpa, take it first. At most, we can complete the mission together in 2 years. Seeing that Makarov's mind was shaken, Ross spoke at the right time. Okay, as the third-generation president of Fairy Tale, I allow you to join Fairy Tale. Makarov waved his little hand to the right, and his cape fluttered in the wind, looking very imposing. Oh! Excitement made Laxus forget the pain, and he jumped and pulled Makarov up to start spinning. Really, you are still a child, Laxus. Rose stroked his forehead with his right hand, and suddenly felt that I still like the unruly you. Aren't you also a child? Although Laxus was very excited, he still heard Rose's complaints. Rose, I also want to say that I don't know what you are carrying, but I hope you can live happily now. What are you doing as an 8 or 9-year-old child practicing all day? Go out and play more. In Makarov's eyes, Rose seemed to be carrying some goals and had been practicing hard. I understand, Grandpa, I just have something I want to accomplish. There were no peers in the guild before, right? Let me drink and smoke with Wakaba Makeo all day? Ross gritted his teeth, touched the back of his head and made a joke. After all, he wasn't really sad, so there was no need to make the atmosphere too heavy. Asshole, I didn't ask you to do that. I don't allow you to do that. Makarov was so angry that he felt like he would lose a few more hairs. Okay, let's go back. Chapter 5. The two of them were very happy. Okay, you're now a member of Fairy Tale. Ross printed the guild emblem on Laxus' left rib. I'm finally joining Fairy Tale. Laxus clenched his fists, looked excited, and roared. This is full of black history, Laxus, Ross watched from the side. Laxus has become a man, too, would you like a beer? Wakaba, holding a pipe in his mouth, turned around at the bar and raised his glass to signal Laxus. Bang! Wakaba was immediately hit on the chin by a big fist and flew straight through the roof into the sky. Makarov smiled at Ross and Laxus after throwing a punch. Kids can't drink, you know. But this smile looked very scary after that punch. Ross and Laxus hugged each other and trembled. Yes. We know. After getting a satisfactory answer, Makarov turned his eyes to Makeo again. His eyes were sharp, and his face was really changed. Yes, I know. I will never let Laxus and Ross drink a drop of wine. Makeo saluted under Makarov's momentum and replied respectfully. The magic parade will be in a few days. Since you have joined the guild, you can join together. Okay, Grandpa, are you going to join? Laxus agreed immediately. No, this is your stage, I will watch you perform in the audience. But I don't know if I can see Grandpa. Laxus frowned slightly. You don't have to worry about me anyway. Think about your program with Ross. Then let's do this. I will make this gesture during the parade. Laxus made a gesture, raised his right hand, extended his index finger and thumb, and pointed his index finger to the sky. What does this mean? It's a message, saying that even if I can't find Grandpa, I will still be watching Grandpa at any time. Laxus Makarov sat on the bar, his eyes suddenly became bigger, his eyes were wet, and his nose almost flowed down. You wait and see, Grandpa. Laxus' voice was full of excitement. Hey, I witnessed this famous scene, although the location has changed. Pointing to the sky is a promise from Laxus and Makarov, and it is also the most classic gesture of Fairy Tale. Ross watched the grandfather and grandson's communication silently. Rose, have you thought about what you want to perform? Laxus was still very excited. Use Gaotian's sword spirit to write? All magic power surges and becomes bigger. Use a big magic sister to suppress the whole scene. Isn't it a bit less imposing without Wang Longjian? Or use Dad to flip the dining table. No, this old man will beat me to death, destroying the road. Rose pinched his chin, muttered in his mouth, and then answered Laxus, I haven't decided yet, I'll see when the time comes. Hey, I suddenly have an idea. I'll go out first. Ross clenched his right fist and hit his left palm, then ran out of the guild. Really, you didn't even look back. I haven't finished talking yet. Don't forget to come back for dinner. Laxus shouted at Ross's back. Ross waved his right hand upwards to indicate that he knew. Then Grandpa will also go to prepare. Then Laxus also ran out of the guild. Bang! Laxus bumped into Wakaba, who had just walked back. It hurts, Laxus, be careful when you walk. Wakaba touched his belly, luckily Laxus was still tall. Sorry, I'm leaving first. Laxus stood up and ran out without looking back. Really, you're still talking about others, but you don't look back either. Makarov silently complained as he watched his grandson run out. President, where is Laxus going? He's so anxious, and where's Ross? Why is he gone too? Wakaba sat down at the bar and asked. They both went to prepare the program for the magic parade. Makayo answered for Makarov. Ha ha ha, young people are really energetic. Wakaba and Makayo laughed together, their tongues sticking out. You two are only 22 years old, go and prepare the program. Makarov had a lot of black lines on his head. Don't worry, we've been ready for a long time. Wakaba's mouth corners tilted, his teeth exposed, indicating that everything was under control. How can a magic parade show be without music? My big butterfly is already thirsty for it. Although I can't recite the lyrics, the melody is so. Once I'm familiar with it, I can just hum it and have someone record it. I don't need lyrics, and it can be made into pure music. Ross thought as he ran. Wait a minute, I don't seem to know where there is music in Magnolia. I'm running too fast, let's ask someone. Ross asked the Magnolia residents passing by and finally found the music store. Brother, is there anything I need? Seeing Ross enter the music store, the front desk waiter immediately asked. Hello, can I record music here? No lyrics, I can just hum the melody and help me record it with instruments. Yes, brother, do you have the magic props for recording? Please sit here first, I'll ask our store manager. If you don't have it, we also have it for sale here. Okay, thank you. Rose didn't sit down, and casually walked around the store. Well, isn't this the kind of headphones that adult Laxus often wears? The black earmuffs have silver spikes. If you have enough money, buy them and give them to Laxus, which can be regarded as a reward for the old man's care for a year. Brother, you want to record music, right? At this time, a middle-aged man with long wavy black hair, black-framed glasses, and a bit of literary atmosphere gradually walked towards Ross, and saw that Ross had been staring at the sound pot without noticing him. Brother, do you like this sound pot? At this time, the store manager had already stood next to him. Rose only noticed the store manager at this time. Yes, is this called a sound pot? Yes, this is a very good magic sound pot, made of special materials, and it will not be damaged in battle. Of course, if the magic power is very strong, it should not be blocked. That should be very expensive, right? It seems that I can't afford it. Ross stretched out his hand and pinched his chin. Brother is a wizard of fairy tale. Then the store manager noticed the emblem on the back of his hand. Yes. Ross nodded. If it were someone else, I might not even sell it, because I also like this sound pot, but if you are a wizard of fairy tale, I can sell it to you cheaply. Let me introduce myself, my name is Vero James. I am Ross Saurus of fairy tale, why is that? Ross was puzzled. I was once robbed on the way to find inspiration on my journey, and was saved by a passing fairy tale wizard. After that, I decided to open a store in Magnolia. Is that so? I understand. Can you sell it to me? It doesn't have to be cheap. If you can, sell it to me at the price. But I may not be able to pay it all at once, and I will collect the money to pay you back as soon as possible. Okay, then I will charge you 100,000 J. Vero did not only round off a zero, but in fact, this sound pot is much more than this price. Only 100,000 J? That doesn't seem very expensive. Ross doesn't know much about the price of musical instruments. After all, he has no musical talent in his previous life or this life, and his understanding of music is limited to listening. I want to know what you bought this sound pot for. Are you going to use it yourself? Vero knew from his look that he didn't understand musical instruments. No, I gave it to a friend of mine, Laxus, the grandson of President Makarov. He likes music very much. He likes music very much, right? Vero's eyes suddenly shone. He likes fairy tale very much, but the people of fairy tale don't seem to have much interest in music, so he has no intersection with the people of fairy tale. Yes, he seems to like rock. Ross nodded. He remembered that Laxus would later like classical music with rock. He didn't know it when he was a child, so he just thought that Laxus was loyal to one person. Rock. Please give this sound pot to him. I won't sell it. I'll give it to you directly. I'm a rock musician. Vero's voice suddenly rose 3 octaves, and the decibel level instantly increased. No, just sell it to me. I'm very grateful that you can sell it to me. Since it's a gift for him, I should pay for it myself, right? Ross shook his head and didn't agree with Vero's proposal. Okay, then it can't be 100,000 J. Let's give it a 50% discount. Half of it will be yours and half of it will be mine. It can also be regarded as me and you and Laxus making friends. Just please bring Laxus here another day. Vero took a step back and decided to sell it to him at a discount. Will this be bad? And why did he feel like he had sold Laxus? It doesn't matter. I have a lot of music copyrights and I've made a lot of money. Don't worry about this. Vero raised his thumb and his teeth gleamed. Ross seemed to feel the sound of a ding. Okay, don't you still want to record music? Let's get started. Go into the recording studio. Vero pointed his thumb back at the recording studio. The recording studio. How can I charge for music? No, I'm very happy today and I can make 2 friends who like music. You are really rich. Chapter 6. The music was so good that the audience could not hear it. Ross recorded for a whole afternoon, but he could not make it exactly the same. He hummed the melody more than a dozen times and used several instruments. After Vero's adjustment and suggestions, he finally chose the most similar version. In addition to the music he wanted to use, he also asked Vero to store the music in the sound pot and give it to Laxus after the magic parade in 2 days. Why did you come back now? As soon as he returned to the guild, he saw Laxus staring at the food on the table. Why don't you eat first? Have Grandpa and the others eaten? He was hungry after recording for a whole afternoon. It doesn't matter. I decided to wait for you. Grandpa and the others have already eaten. Okay, sit down and have dinner quickly. Laxus nodded and motioned Ross to sit down. What did you do for the whole afternoon? Are you ready for the magic parade? Laxus asked as he ate his meat leg. It's a secret. It's ready. Ross also answered while eating. In fact, he didn't prepare it too carefully. A person without artistic talent really couldn't think of any good ideas. Tisk. Laxus curled his lips to show his disdain, and then he didn't say anything else. The 2 of them concentrated on the food in front of them. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Ross didn't go to practice. He mainly wandered around Magnolia with Laxus. He hadn't been to Magnolia properly in a year. By the way, he introduced Laxus to Vero. By the way, those two bastards forgot about me when they talked about music. It was obviously a movie for 3 people. In order to appear on the parade tonight, he left first and had already greeted the old man and Laxus. He was sitting in Vero's shop drinking tea and chatting with Vero, preparing to go out with Vero in the evening. Let's start first. Laxus, Wakaba, Makeo, and everyone else, those who want to perform should get on the parade car first, don't wait for Ross, that kid said he will be there. The parade time is about to arrive, but Ross still hasn't returned to the guild. Given that Ross had already informed him that he would show up, Makarov didn't worry about his safety. Nothing would happen to Magnolia if he didn't run out. Bang! 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 Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the sky one after another, and the light from the fireworks illuminated people's faces. The streets were full of residents in strange costumes, with smiles on their faces and everyone cheering for the parade car. Magnolia's speakers were playing music, and the fairy tale members on the parade car were casting their own magic. Wakaba used pink smoke to continuously transform into various words, and Makeo also tried to construct various animals with flames. Can people play drums on the parade car? Looking at Laxus, who was playing the drums to the music, Ross was standing with Vero and watching their performance. There were too many people, and Laxus couldn't see him at all. It's almost my turn, Uncle Vero, I'll go first, and I'll leave the sound pot to you. After greeting Vero, Ross ran to a deserted place to prepare. Why did the music change? The music played by Magnolia suddenly changed. It was a song that Magnolia had never played before, but it was also a rock style. Laxus was also stunned because a shadow suddenly appeared on the parade car he was in, covering him. He raised his head. That's a magic circle, who is it? Makarov stared at the black magic circle above, which was accompanied by some purple arcs. His body was tense and ready to attack at any time. Along with the melody, a 4-meter-tall black armor with gold edges, red flames on the wings behind, a white cape, and red crystals on the head and chest slowly landed on the parade car from the magic circle. Makarov relaxed his tense nerves. Although he had never seen this armor, he could feel that it was Ross from the magic. Ross gathered magic power with his palms facing up, and continuously sent light beams to the fireworks in the sky. The light beams and fireworks complemented each other, and then continued to shoot upwards. The light beams and fireworks illuminated the armor, and then Ross released the reception and jumped onto the parade car where Laxus was. The tourists looked quite novel, after all, they had never seen this kind of armor, and it was quite big, and there were all kinds of discussions. What's the matter with the music? Why didn't anyone tell me? There is no such song in the list of tracks I saw. I'll explain it to you later. Ross said to Laxus and lay down on the parade car. His artistic cells did not support him to think so much, so he just followed. So they played for a while. How is it, have you seen Grandpa? Ross, who was lying in the car, looked at Laxus, who was still excitedly playing the drums. No, there are too many people, I can't see Grandpa, right? Laxus said as he got down from the drum chair, ran to the front of the car, raised his hand, and pointed his index finger to the sky. Grandpa, is that what you said you would see? Laxus thought to himself. Laxus, I saw it. Makarov stood in the crowd and looked at his grandson silently. Then Ross also raised his right index finger following Laxus, and the members of Fairy Tale followed suit. I declare this magical parade a complete success. Makarov stood at the bar, raised his glass, and gestured to the members of Fairy Tale. Grandpa, did you see my message? Laxus rushed to Makarov and asked. Makarov put down his glass, raised his right hand and made a gesture. I've decided that this gesture will be the symbol and spirit of our fairy tale in the future, representing that even if I can't see you, even if I'm far away from you, I will always be watching you. Oh! The guild was instantly ignited, the sound lasted for a long time, and everyone raised their hands to the sky again. You should talk about that armor, right? Laxus and Rose were sitting at the bar drinking juice. Well, that's called Alpha, it's my strongest, but it won't last long. What about the music? I ran to ask the mayor to change it for me. I agreed with him on a time, and someone changed it when the time came. Knock knock. Valo appeared at the door of the guild at this time, standing there with a packaged sound pot. Sorry, I forgot about you, Uncle Valo. Rose put his hands together to apologize to Valo and hurried to him, come in quickly. Sorry to bother you, I've always wanted to come to Fairy Tale to take a look. Valo followed Rose in. Uncle Vero. Laxus waved and greeted Vero. He had a good impression of this uncle who played rock. Grandpa, this is Vero James who runs a music store in Magnolia. I asked him to make the music this time. I am Makarov Dolia. Thank you for taking care of this kid. Come to our party together. Makarov smiled and nodded to him. No. Vero was a little shy when he saw Makarov. By the way, aren't you going to give me a gift? Vero then handed the gift box to Ross. Thank you very much. Ross took the gift box and walked to Laxus with it. For me. Laxus bent his index finger and pointed it at his nose, a little surprised. Well, I think you will like it. Open it and take a look. Ross smiled at him. Thank you. Laxus took it solemnly with both hands, placed it on the bar, and slowly opened the gift box. Makarov stretched his neck and looked at it sideways. 2 black sound pots were connected by a line, with a spike on each side. The shape was very tough and a bit rock style. Laxus liked it after just one look and couldn't let it go. You like it very much, right? When I took you to Uncle Vero's store that day, I asked him to put it away. He knew that Laxus would definitely like it, but he was still very happy. Is this expensive? Where did you get the money? Laxus saw that the sound pot was worth a lot of money. Uncle Vero sold it to me at a low price. It was originally 100,000 J. Later, he heard that you also like rock and roll and gave me a 50% discount. This thing is more than 100,000 J. You don't understand at all. Laxus looked at Vero, and Vero winked at him, signaling him not to tell the actual price. Ross didn't see it because he was carrying him on his back. Makarov also smiled with relief. A good way to please an old man is to praise him and please his grandson. I like it very much. Thank you. Thank you, Uncle Vero. Laxus immediately put the sound pot on his neck. Oh! What a great friendship! Makeo, why don't you give it to me? Why should I give it to you? The two of them started to bicker with their faces close together, and all kinds of dirty words were thrown around. Then there was a burst of bye muting in the guild. The guild was suddenly filled with laughter. Chapter 7. The two of them had been practicing together for 2 years. After rigorous training, their bodies became stronger and their heights increased with age. Compared with their peers, their heights were very high. Laxus's dragon-slaying magic improved, but he began to follow Makarov's advice and did not use the dragon-slaying magic in front of others. Ross did not know why Makarov suggested this. He guessed that he was protecting Laxus. After all, dragon-slaying magic crystals were still quite rare, and at this time, God Selene was not sure whether she was also collecting dragon-slaying magic crystals from various places. Ross's receptivity has also greatly improved, approaching 40%. It will be more difficult to increase as time goes by. According to Ross's estimation, more than 50% should be a water-free S-class wizard like Fairy Tale. In addition, as the receptivity increases, the hardness of the time digital alloy also increases. Ross is not sure about the specific hardness. Anyway, he has not encountered anyone who can break the defense. Maybe he can compare with Urza when she has the diamond armor. There is no division below the S-class on the Ishgar continent. Those with some strength are famous, but the S-class will be more famous. Besides, there is also a gap in the S-class. The watery S-class of most guilds is really not good. Kana Alyapalana came to Fairy Tale as scheduled to find her father Gildarts. Kana is only 6 years old now and has not awakened or learned magic, but Makarov still let her join. She just lost her mother. During this time, Gildarts hurried back and went on the mission. Kana only exchanged a few words with Gildarts. Gildarts didn't recognize her, and she couldn't say anything. She was tripped by Makarov, the stumbling block. Makarov kept urging Gildarts to hurry up and do the mission. After that, Kana often showed a sad expression, and Ross and Laxus noticed it. "Hey, let's take Kana out to play." Looking at Kana, who had been staring at the tarot cards for several days, Laxus sat at the bar and quietly discussed with Ross. "Oh, you pay attention to Kana." Ross looked a little teasing, but he was just joking. After all, Kana was still a little kid at this time. "Come on, she's been acting like that for days in a row. Anyone with eyes can see it. Didn't you see that Makeo and Wakaba were trying to make her happy? Litas is the same. It's really strange. It seems that she has been like this since Gildarts left." Laxus rested his hand on his chin and thought. Ross said that Laxus was surprisingly sharp. Ross knew the answer, but didn't plan to tell Laxus. After all, this was a family matter between Kana and Gildarts. However, he was already thinking about whether he should tell him next time Gildarts came back. Gildarts came and went too hurriedly this time, and he didn't communicate much with Gildarts. Makarov just helped introduce him. Thinking about it, he felt that what Laxus said was a good suggestion. "Good suggestion, let's go find her." Ross snapped his fingers and nodded to Laxus. Then he looked at Makarov, who was drinking. "Grandpa, I think I may need your help to persuade him." "I see." Makarov paused with his hand holding the wine glass and nodded slightly. He was actually very worried about Kana's condition. "Kana, how about we take you out to visit Magnolia?" A voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Kana raised her head and saw a figure wearing a spiked sound pot and a yellow short-sleeved shirt, with a smile on his face, and Ross, who was almost the same in figure. "Let's go out and play together. This guy is very good at playing and knows a lot of fun places." Ross pointed at Laxus with his thumb. "What do you mean this guy is very good at playing? Didn't you go with us?" Laxus looked at Ross with anger on his face. He said that he absolutely could not accept such slander. Well, don't care about these details." Ross smiled and waved his hand. Kana didn't say anything all the time, just looked at them. It's not that she didn't believe it, but she was really in a bad mood and couldn't get interested. "Kana, don't be depressed when you're in a bad mood, go out and have some fun," Makarov said at the right time. Yes. Wakaba and Makeo nodded like two lackeys. "Go out and play with them." "Okay." Kana pondered for a while, and finally nodded, and just like that, she was depressed. Father won't be back soon. How about we go to Nanko Park to see the sky tree first? Laxus looked at Kana and pointed in the direction of Nanko Park. "I'm fine with it." Kana hadn't been to Magnolia much. When she first came here, she took her dog and went straight to Fairy Tale. But before that, how about we go buy some food? Is there anything Kana wants to eat? Marshmallows. As expected, even children can't escape marshmallows. Isn't Kana the female barrel who drinks tons of wine now? Ross complained silently in his heart. "Okay, let's see if there are other things we like on the street and buy them together." Laxus walked forward a few steps and turned back to look at Kana. "In the end, you bought so much." Ross sighed. Laxus and Ross carried large and small bags, which were full of various grilled sausages, takoyaki, crepes, and drinks. Laxus was holding a puppy in one hand. It was Kana's dog, a white puppy with droopy ears named Zioxu. Ross didn't know what breed it was, but Zioxu was very excited. She kept looking around, sticking out her tongue, and wagging her tail. Kana held a pink marshmallow in her left hand and an Italian ice cream in her right hand. She licked it and finally saw her smile on her face as she ate the sweets. Ross and Laxus, who were one step behind, grinned at each other. They came to Nanko Park and stood on the steps. Today was not the weekend, so there were not many people. There were only a few families playing in the corner. There were trees in the corner. It might be more hidden there, so the families didn't have to be too cautious about talking. But there was nothing they couldn't say about their chat, so they decided to have a picnic under the sky tree. Laxus followed Kana and strolled around Nanko Park. Under the sky tree, Ross first spread out the green square cloth he brought, and then put the food on it. The puppy was very interested in the food and kept wanting to eat it. Ross picked up Zioxu and said to it, "You can't eat it, these are all heavy in oil and salt. Puppies can't eat too salty. I prepared something else for you." Ross and his friends also bought a can of pet food on the way. He opened it and put it in front of Zioxu. Seeing this, Zioxu finally stopped pestering him and started to deal with the can in front of her. She kept wagging her tail while eating. "Okay, come and eat first." Ross put his hands on his mouth and shouted in the direction of Laxus and Kana. "Oh, vaguely." The three people who were eating grilled skewers with iced drinks looked up and shouted, "Cheers." Then the three of them gently clinked their glasses. "What are we going to do in the afternoon after eating?" Ross asked while chewing grilled squid. "The time for rainbow sakura is not right. There is a hot spring street in Fengshanhua village that is not bad, but Kana is too young to let her go to the women's bath alone. She can only see cherry blossoms there. How about watching a play and asking Uncle Vero if there are any concerts?" Laxus tapped his hands lightly on his knees. Considering Kana's age, he made a suggestion. "Vero's store has expanded now, and there is another stage next to the front desk, on which various musical instruments are placed. Vero often holds various concerts. Laxus is a regular customer, and Ross only comes sometimes. I can do anything, but who is Uncle Vero?" "He is a rock uncle who plays music. He is a very nice person." This is the evaluation from Laxus. Hearing this, Kana nodded and agreed. They went to watch the play first. Ross, who had watched many TV dramas and plays in his previous life, found the play boring, but Laxus and Kana watched it with relish. The three of them went to the restaurant for dinner and then went to Vero's store. The dishes were ordered according to Kana's taste and preferences. After all, they invited Kana, but Ross said he was not picky. "Laxus, Ross, you are here, who is this?" Vero was adjusting the sound equipment on the stage when he saw Laxus and Ross walk in with a little girl in an orange plaid dress. "Uncle Vero, this is Kana who just joined our guild." Laxus introduced Kana. "Hello, Kana, you can also call me Uncle Vero." Vero walked off the stage and squatted down, revealing a friendly smile. "Hello, Uncle Vero." Feeling Vero's kindness, Kana nodded and greeted him. "Uncle Vero, are you going to perform?" "We are here to see you perform." "Almost, you came just in time. Do you want to help me with the accompaniment? Electric guitar or drums are fine." Vero suggested to Laxus. "Then let's play the drums." Laxus was somewhat tempted. The songs performed by Vero were all rock music, which suited his taste. "Then Kana and I. Just be your audience." Then Ross took Kana to pick two good seats, sat down with Kana and prepared to watch their performance. Vero also signaled the waiter to serve Ross and Kana 2 glasses of juice. Laxus, who played the drums, had a different face and loved to laugh. "Okay, it's late, Kana, go in and have a rest." Ross and Laxus sent Kana back to the girls' dormitory. Although Kana had received help from the church before, Makarov arranged her to live in the girls' dormitory after joining Fairy Tale, and Makarov paid for it. Leave quickly after you've sent people there. Boys are not allowed to stay in the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory supervisor, Granny Hilda, started to drive people away with a broom. I'm very happy today. Kana, who was held by Grandma Hilda's hand, smiled with her head tilted to one side, her eyes narrowed into two slits. The two who were ready to go home turned around when they heard the voice, raised their thumbs, grinned, and their big white teeth shone in the night. That's good, you can come and play with us anytime. Young Kana and Zyoksu. Chapter 8. The two of them were born in 1915, and the two of them were born in 1929. In 773, Ross and Laxus were both 12 years old. At Laxus's repeated request, Makarov finally agreed to let Laxus go on the mission, provided that he teamed up with Ross and could not go too far from Magnolia. Ross was not obsessed with the mission, and money was dispensable to him for the time being. He was still eating and drinking at Makarov's house. He and Laxus could also exchange some money for the fur and meat of the prey when they went hunting in the forest. Ross bought himself a few new clothes and even had some spare money to buy a set for Makarov. Hakebay Mountain is a mountain that can still have heavy snowstorms even in summer. There are many gorilla monsters named Balkan living in the mountain. In addition, there are also snow wolves, blizzard monsters, snow dragons, and other monsters. There is also a magic herb in the mountain that can restore physical strength and magic power in a short time, but this magic herb will wither once it is brought to a warm place. They took two tasks this time, picking magic herbs and hunting snow wolves to obtain snow wolf fur. Snow wolf fur is very popular among noble ladies. The reward for this task is not only because of the snow wolf, but also because of the year-round snowstorms and various monsters that make Hakebay Mountain uninhabited. Ross plans to slack off. Anyway, he is not the one who is excited about the task, and Laxus will share the money with him. Hey, you're still talking about carrying out a mission when you look like this. I won't be able to protect you later. They decided to take a carriage to Huckleberry Mountain. No, it was Ross's unilateral decision. Laxus protested strongly but to no avail. In the end, he just lay in the carriage, looking half dead. Ross reached out and poked Laxus. I don't know why, but I've started to get carsick recently. Ugh, if Grandpa hadn't insisted on you coming along, I would never let you see me like this. Ugh, Laxus' face turned purple, his hand covered his mouth, and he couldn't speak clearly in the carriage. Ross knew that this was a side effect of the Dragon Slayer, and he got carsick when he was in a vehicle. And it would get worse as he got closer to the dragon. This was because the dragon's vision was different from that of humans, so he was prone to carsick when he was in a vehicle. Ha ha ha, if I had known I'd brought a camera, I would have taken a picture of you like this and showed it to Kana. Ross covered his stomach and laughed, indicating that he wanted to die. If you dare, I will tear you apart. Laxus trembled and raised a hand to point at Rose. Okay, I won't provoke you anymore, you should take a rest quickly. Rose helped Laxus up, facing the window, so that he wouldn't vomit in other people's carriages, which would be troublesome to wash. Wait a minute, I suddenly remembered, you don't know that I am carsick and you have to see me embarrassed, otherwise why do you insist on riding in a carriage, and say you want to see the scenery along the way? After getting off the carriage, perhaps because of the cold wind, Laxus's thoughts were surprisingly clear after recovering. You really guessed it. Asshole, how did you know? Laxus clenched his fists, and electric arcs jumped around his body. Haha, secret, I can't tell you. Rose crossed his hands and put his fingers behind his head, ready to climb the mountain. You bastard, are you following me? You think too much. I'm not the kind of person with quirks. After the mission is completed, we will fly back. We can walk. I will never ride a carriage again. Hi, Ross nodded perfunctorily. Laxus couldn't beat him anyway. The fierce wind and snow hit Ross and Laxus' faces, but the two of them, the exercise maniacs and the physical monsters, were immune to the wind and snow. They walked through the snow-covered mountains, and looking at the snow-covered mountains was a different kind of scenery. Here you go. Ross took out his sunglasses and put them on, and handed one to Laxus. Why do you wear sunglasses? Looking at the snow for a long time is bad for your eyes. Idiot, you are a wizard with this physique and you still worry about your eyes. Laxus' words were very disdainful, but he still took the glasses and put them on. Haha, really? I read it from a book and don't understand it. Makarov hired a teacher to teach Ross and Laxus characters. Ross looked at the map of Mount Hawkby, which was drawn by others after exploration. It showed the locations of some minerals and medicines, the habitats of snow wolves, Balkans, and blizzard monsters, but not white snow dragons. It marked where they might appear. Ross followed the instructions on the map and led the way to find the snow wolf pack first. We're here. Ross and Laxus climbed to a high place and looked down from above. Snow wolf pack. Go straight. Laxus asked Ross, who was still looking at the map. Ross nodded, but said, "Stop it, or it will cause an avalanche." Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Laxus stepped on his feet, his arms wrapped in lightning, and jumped straight to the Snow Wolf King. Are you really done? You're going to collapse fist right away. Ross put away the map and accepted the stubborn beast. His hair began to turn red, armor glasses attached to his eyes, and his whole body was covered with white alloy armor. The power of the fire god emerged from behind him. His color was so dazzling and handsome in this snowy mountain. Stubborn beast. Acceptance, 44.5%. Ross did not use any skills, but jumped down together with Laxus to fight the Snow Wolf pack. Laxus threw away his magic without caring about his life, and first swept away a group of people with the roar of the Thunder Dragon. Another collapse fist was thrown at the Wolf King, followed by a Thunder Dragon jaw, gathering lightning in both fists and smashing the Snow Wolf King's head with all his strength. The excess magic power scattered from the Snow Wolf King's body, and the Snow Wolf King's body smashed a big hole in the snow. Seeing the Wolf King was killed, the remaining snow wolves began to flee. Wait, are we fighting too hard? I think we are here to get the fur, these don't seem to be useful. Ross looked around, the snow wolf corpses were blown up, some were charred, and the Snow Wolf King had lost his head, and his hair was stained with blood. There was no way, Laxus was killing like crazy, and he was actually using the stubborn beast, and his punches were full of fire power, and most of the charred fur was actually caused by him. It seems to be too much. No matter what, take these first. At least take the Snow Wolf Kings. Maybe they can be used after washing. You are really amazing, Laxus. You don't even let the Snow Wolf King die. Okay, hurry to the blizzard monster's territory to pick herbs. Laxus ignored him and signaled Ross to leave after dealing with the fur. The blizzard monster is a herbivorous monster, but it looks like a two-legged flying dragon. It is covered with all white scales and is about 5 meters tall when standing up. They didn't encounter any obstacles at the blizzard monster. They only saw one. Laxus cast lightning dragon killing magic wildly, and finally used a thunder dragon fang TNG to repel the blizzard monster without killing it all. This herb needs to be frozen. It will wither in a warm place. It seems that Laxus attaches great importance to his first mission and mentioned that he had done his homework. Don't worry, Omega can use ice and snow, and I can preserve it. Ross crossed his arms and said that it didn't matter. No need, I brought the stored props. Laxus took out the props from the backpack behind him, collected more than 20 magical herbs, and put them in the box. Keep the extra ones for yourself. Laxus said to Ross after collecting them. Their mission this time only required 3 plants. Okay, in that case, let's go back. Let me make it clear first, I will definitely not take the car this time. This time Ross did as Laxus wished and walked back to the guild. It was enough to see the joke once, anyway, you can laugh for a lifetime. The fur of the Snow Wolf King was finally usable, and Ross and Laxus' first mission did not fail. After that, the two carried out several missions together. After accumulating a certain amount of experience, considering that Laxus' strength was already very good, Makarov agreed to Laxus' idea of carrying out the mission alone, and then the two carried out the mission separately. Chapter 9. The old man was born in a big way. At the end of X773. Calculate the time, Guildarts will be back soon, you can prepare for the S-level exam. Ross had just returned to the guild after completing the expedition mission. This time he was going to perform the S-level mission, to defeat the wyvern. I don't know where the wyvern's mind went wrong. It ran down the mountain to attack the animals in the village. It ate too much and was rewarded. This wyvern has thick skin and can fly. It is not something that ordinary wizards can deal with. This mission was quite sudden. Ross volunteered. Makarov did not agree at first, but Ross agreed after fighting with Makarov. In the end, Makarov even used the 3 pillars of God to defend. He felt that Ross's attack power and speed were more than enough to beat the wyvern, so he agreed. In theory, he could already take the S-level exam, but first, he had no obsession with the S-level exam, and strength was the most important thing. Second, Guildarts had not returned yet, so no one would play with him even if he wanted to take the exam. Kana, who heard Guildarts, pricked up her ears, while Laxus had gone on a mission and had not returned yet. You made the decision for me without authorization? Wait, how can I take the exam alone? The current fairy tale is not the time when those evil geniuses walked around after X777. Although Makeo and Wakaba are strong, they are not qualified. Laxus is stronger than Makeo and the others, but he is still far from S-level. However, he estimates that Laxus is stronger than his peers now. The two often practice and feed moves, and they have good practical experience. Originally, Laxus should have passed the exam at the end of X778 to become S-level, and then beat Kana the next year. It's very simple. Just fight Guildarts. If he says you pass, then you pass. Although our guild's S-level assessment is completed in a team according to convention, it can be changed. Makarov answered while drinking, his body swaying from drinking. If you become S-level this year, I can show off to Bob, little Yajima and others. Ha ha ha, S-level at the age of 13. By the way, there is also Joseph. I must laugh hard in front of him. Hey, 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 you are laughing so hard that your tongue is sticking out. Ross silently complained while watching Makarov laughing as if no one was around. S-level cannot be upgraded just by saying it. If it is too outrageous, the council will not recognize it. If the council thinks there is a problem, it will conduct a strength test, but Ross has just completed the task of defeating the wyvern, and the council should not have any objections. By the way, if I pass the S-level this time, I want to go to the north. Ross thought it was time and couldn't delay any longer. He had been accumulating strength. Although Ultia was indeed troubled by the huge magic power. But there was another reason. Going to the Magic Development Bureau might lead to meeting Brian, the current director of the Magic Development Bureau and the future head of the 6 Magic Generals. After all, he still has a Wu in his body. If he doesn't reach the S-level, he might be unstable. Don't get yourself involved. North, why go there? Is this why you are so obsessed with improving your strength? Makarov stopped shaking, his mind was instantly clear, and he frowned slightly. 2 things, the Magic Development Bureau and Deliora, but the 2 things together can be counted as one thing, one of them. Ross didn't intend to hide it from Makarov at all. One of them? You have a lot of things to do. Is it dangerous? Makarov raised one of his closed eyes. Well, I'm not sure until it reaches S-level. One of them is actually not very sure. Ross was talking about Deliora. As the work of the Black Wizard Zeref, the undead demon Deliora should be ranked in the middle of the 9 ghost gates with its strength, but it doesn't have much wisdom, and Hades probably doesn't think highly of it. Brian may not be in the Magic Development Bureau. He often runs around looking for talented children. Uru's strength is actually already Saint 10, and he can only use absolute ice to freeze Deliora and slowly grind it to death with his own magic power. However, it may also be because Uru's ice shape magic has more than AoE, but insufficient single target ability. If you are not sure, ask Gildarts to help you. That guy is very strong. If you need my help, I can help you. I'm not old. Makarov gave his advice. Gildarts is actually stronger than Makarov. You're acknowledging that I passed, but Grandpa, you're right. I didn't even think of asking Gildarts to help me. Ross punched the bar. If Gildarts was included, the combined strength of the 3 should be able to deal with Deliora. Idiot, parents are there to help. How can parents stand by and watch when their children are really in trouble? Makarov knocked Ross's head with his stick. I know, thank you Grandpa. Ross grinned and touched the bulge where Makarov hit him. Boom! The guild suddenly began to shake violently. Magnolia is about to change to Gildarts mode. All citizens please move to the designated location immediately. More than a dozen winged magic speakers over the town of Magnolia broadcast. Earthquake? No, this feels like Gildarts mode. Gildarts is back. Soon, the wall next to the guild gate was shaken open by powerful magic, and the fairy tale members sitting next to them were shaken away. The sun shone in from outside, and a tall figure appeared in the big hole. Asshole, there is a door but you just shake the wall. The fairy tale member who was shaken away complained wildly. I'm back. Brown slicked back hair, small stubble, wearing a dark green cloak with shoulder armor, the edge of the cloak has been worn badly. Strong figure, wearing a dark vest, a wide belt around the waist, dark blue trousers, and brown boots, fairy tale's strongest wizard, Gildarts Cleave. Hey, President, I'm back. After greeting everyone, Gildarts walked straight to Makarov who was sitting at the bar. Is the work going well? Makarov asked with his arms folded. I'm done. I was resting, but I rushed back after receiving your message. You weren't playing somewhere else again, were you? These tasks are not difficult for you at all. How could you have been gone for so long? Well, let's not talk about this. Is Ross going to complete the S-level exam? He seems very young. Gildarts tried to change the subject. He couldn't say that he went to pick up girls and became addicted to it. Gildarts. Ross also came forward to greet Gildarts. Kana didn't come forward, but sat sideways and watched. Well, you've grown so much taller. Gildarts' eyes widened. According to the measurement method of his previous life, Ross is now about 175 centimeters tall, and Laxus is about the same. Even a little taller. Hee, Gildarts, please give me more advice. Oh. Be prepared, I have received the President's request in the letter. 7 days later, Tenro Island. Feeling the surge of huge magic power, the first-generation President Mavis Viviamilio, with long golden hair that spreads to her calves, appeared on a tree in the distance. Looking at the 2 figures whose momentum kept rising, she tapped her chin with her fingers. Very good, the 3rd generation has 2 good members. Very good momentum. Gildarts looked at Ross, who had red hair and was wearing alloy armor, with the fire god behind him, and he was intimidating without anger. The hair and cloaks of the 2 were rushed up by magic power, and then Gildarts' magic power increased again, and Tenro Island was hit by the agitated magic power and began to vibrate. Stubborn beast. Acceptance, 52%. Gildarts, after the fight, I have a few words to say to you. Ross also continued to increase his magic output. Let's talk after the fight. Come on. Gildarts waved his hand sideways. Seeing this, Ross stepped forward and directly used the ultimate move of the stubborn beast, the Iron Fist punishment. The fire god swung his fist as his claws closed as he moved. Interesting, it's not just a combination of magic. Gildarts blinked and looked at Ross and fire god, who rushed forward. Destroy evil and show good. Gildarts gathered magic power in his fist, stretched his arm back, and then punched Ross. Bang! The two fists collided and stalemated for more than 10 seconds. Deep pits and cracks first appeared where the two stood, and then Ross was knocked back. He used his fingers to hold the ground to stabilize his body, and his two wooden shoes plowed a mark of more than 10 meters in the soil. So strong, but this is fun. Ross swung his fist, and Fire God's fist was blocked by Gildarts's magic condensation. He only used his fist to fight. No more fighting, you passed. Since you fought me and didn't get hurt, you passed. Gildarts didn't hold back when he punched me just now. So casual. Ross tilted his head in confusion. Doesn't Gildarts hate holding back the most? I don't want to do this kind of troublesome thing. You will help them with the assessment in the future. Wouldn't it be better for me to go out and play and do tasks instead of accompanying a brat like you to take the S-level exam? Gildarts laughed while touching his head. So I will be your designated tool in the future, right? And I'm not a brat. Ross was very dissatisfied with this kind of blame-shifting behavior. To express condemnation. Although I have said that, I guess you will still feel itchy when you see Natsu. Then Rose added silently in his heart. But I don't plan to stop. Rose smiled under the armor. It was an interesting experience to fight with Gildarts. Receive, Omegaman. Rose raised his right hand and fired an absolute cold air bomb. He stretched out the Tyrannosaurus sword in his left hand and rushed towards Gildarts. Gildarts smiled, raised his right hand, crushed the cold air bomb, and dodged the Tyrannosaurus sword sideways. Receive, Jesmon. Rose's left and right arm blades, leg blades, and tail blades, the three sword spirits continued to attack Gildarts, but the three sword spirits were blocked by the magic power around Gildarts and could not get close to him at all, causing no damage. Gildarts had much more practical experience than Rose, and he was very comfortable in parrying, and even had time to instruct Rose. However, he was surprised that Ross switched so quickly. He had switched immediately after he dodged sideways. No more fighting. After a fight, Ross stepped back and cancelled the reception, just to verify his own strength. Moreover, Ross had a new understanding of Gildarts's strength. Gildarts who was not injured should be stronger than Gildarts who came back injured in X784. This made Ross more confident in killing Deliora, who was a big shot. Okay, after submitting the information to the council after the new year, you will be an S-class wizard. Makarov approached the two of them at this time, and Ross nodded. Okay, let's go back and have a banquet. Chapter 10. The two of them were very close. Rose knew that Mavis's consciousness was on Tianlang Island, so he just paid a little attention to his surroundings and felt that Mavis was watching him and Gildarts. Grandpa, is the first president called Mavis? Ross didn't want to beat around the bush and threw a hook directly. Hey? The first president is called Mavis, how do you know this name? Makarov frowned slightly. He had never told Ross the name of the first president. Grandpa, I want to see the first president's tomb. Ross planned to meet Mavis. Come with me. Makarov raised his eyebrows, not quite understanding why Ross would be interested in the first generation's tomb. But since it was Ross, he was not worried. He had lived with Ross for several years. If he still couldn't recognize Ross, it could only mean that he was blind and might as well die. Even if he took a step back and assumed Ross with the greatest malice, he could beat Ross violently, and Gildarts even more, so there was no need to worry at all. The three of them walked through Tianlang Island and went straight to Mavis's stone tomb. Okay, we're here. What do you want to do? Makarov stood aside with his arms folded, looking at Ross standing in front of the tombstone. Verify some of my ideas. Ross turned his head and pointed his fingers near his temple. Ideas? Makarov and Gildarts had question marks on their faces. The nights I received have the ability to see some prophecies or foreshadowing fragments. Since I stepped onto the Sirius Island just now, a fragment appeared in my mind. She called herself Mavis, and when she introduced herself, she was referring to the members of our fairy tale. This excuse is not outrageous. This ability exists on the mainland, and Xiaolulu also has it. Moreover, this ability has many limitations. Generally speaking, it is just pictures and fragmented fragments. Can you foresee your future girlfriend? Gildarts went off the point. What does this mean? Makarov treated the topic of the first generation more seriously, and he also thought of the shooting star. It means that maybe the first generation is still alive. Ross blinked his eyes and didn't intend to give a direct answer. It was too far-fetched to say that it was a spirit. Impossible, the first generation is dead. Makarov waved his hand. After all, the shooting star was the remains of Mavis. Maybe it is a consciousness body, or a missing body. Ross pinched his chin and made another guess. You guessed it right, but to be more precise, it's called a spirit, a collection of posthumous consciousness with too much magic power. Mavis, with long golden hair like a waterfall, a tuft of aho hair on top, and a pair of small white wings on both sides of her forehead, walked out slowly from the back barefoot in a white and pink dress. First generation. Makarov widened his eyes. You're not. I'm just a spirit now, and only members with the fairy tale emblem can see me. Mavis closed her eyes and shook her head. After Rose waited for Mavis and Makarov to finish their reminiscences. First generation, I want to ask you about magic. Rose looked at the blonde loli in front of him and got straight to the point. Mavis blinked and tilted her head. Tell me about it. Do you know time-related magic? For example, the lost magic, the arc of time, or other time-related magic? Mavis blinked, bit her lower lip with her teeth, tapped her chin with her fingers, and the aho hair on her head kept moving. Ah, do you want to learn? Finally thinking of it, Mavis seemed very happy, and tapped her head with her little hands. Anyway, it's not one of the three great fairy magics, so there's nothing that can't be taught. The arc of time has some side effects, but in Mavis's opinion, it's not a side effect. It's just that the body will develop earlier than the age, but not much, about 2 years, which is nothing for some children who develop faster. Ross already looks like this, so 2 years is not a big deal. In addition, because the complete arc of time touches the taboo of interfering with life, that part has been erased. Yes. Ross nodded. He just wanted to try to ask if there was any. Not to mention that their magic was taught by Ziref and Presheto and Mavis were both the first generation of fairy tale, so the probability of seeing the same magic was very high. But he also thought about the possibility that there was no magic. If there was no magic, he would have to try to find the devil's heart. The arc of time and the arc of embodiment that Presheto taught the 7 followers were both very good. Although he didn't plan to learn it, it would be better if there were books on Tianlang Island, and he wouldn't have to waste time looking for the devil's heart's spaceship. I know it. But there is no book. I can dictate it to you and you can write it down. Also, the lost magic depends on talent, you may not be able to learn it, and the last magic in it must not be used. The cost of casting the spell at the end is the life of the caster. Mavis put one hand on her waist and raised the other hand to extend a finger to persuade Rose. Although she agreed, she still persuaded Rose. Mavis was frozen in her teens because of the forced use of the law. She knew the price and pain very well. I understand, thank you first generation, I will give you a thank you gift, and I will buy more books and send them to Tianlang Island in the future. You don't have to send it, I can leave Tianlang Island. Mavis's ahogue moved, she loves learning the most. In that case, first generation, how about going back to Magnolia's guild with us? There are many new people, and Magnolia has changed a lot. First generation can go and see it. Rose knew that Mavis was bored on the 10-row island. A golden cross light flashed in Mavis's green eyes, and the small wings on both sides like ears also stood up, and she was a little moved. Then I'll go back with you. Okay, let's go back and have a party. Makarov was absorbed in reading Ross, and his old bones wanted to go back. I'm sleepy too, I want to go back and rest. Gildarts was also yawning on the side. What on earth did you do that you want to rest? This is a joint complaint from Makarov and Ross. Afterwards, Makarov, Ross and the other two left 10-row island by boat. Mavis sat on the railing of the deck, swinging her little feet and looking in the direction of Fairy Tale. Makarov asked Ross and Gildarts to keep this a secret. Although Mavis went to Magnolia, she would not reveal her true identity, because people in the town could not see her anyway. Gildarts, I have something to tell you tonight. Ross was sitting with Gildarts at this time. He glanced at Kana, who was peeking at Gildarts, and decided to confront Gildarts tonight. Can I not go? I may be going out to pick up girls. Gildarts looked bitter. Absolutely not. Ross knocked the wooden cup on the table, so hard that it even shook Makarov, who was sitting at the bar. Asshole, don't destroy public property. Makarov hit Ross's head with a stick. That night, Ross and Gildarts stood on the bridge leading to Gildarts's house. The crescent moon hung high above and the river was sparkling. Gildarts, what I'm going to say next is not a joke. I hope you listen carefully. Ross's expression was serious and his tone was solemn. I know. Is it about me? Seeing Ross's performance, Gildarts also put away his nonchalant attitude and his expression instantly became serious. Ross nodded solemnly. You have a daughter. Hey! Gildarts blinked wildly and then screamed loudly, because after seeing what happened to Mavis today, he didn't think Ross was joking. Who is it, what's her name, and where is she? Gildarts, who couldn't calm down, grabbed Ross's shoulders and shook them wildly. If you shake me again, my brain will be mixed. Ross hurriedly moved away from Gildarts. It's Kana, the Kana who's in the guild now. She's in the girls' dormitory, right? How do I get there? Gildarts suddenly remembered the way Kana looked at him last year. Now he realized that Kana often looked at him with admiration. Although she was very young, he saw the shadow of Cornelia. Okay, I'll take you there. Ross sighed and nodded. Let's go now. Gildarts pulled Ross all the way and Ross was left behind by him. Put me down. How are you going to get there if I don't show you the way? Ross shouted weakly. Gildarts slowly calmed down, put Ross down, and took Gildarts to the small hill in front of the girls' dormitory, not far from the guild. We're here. Wait a minute. I'll talk to Grandma Hilda and call Kana down. Rose and Laxus had sent Kana back to the girls' dormitory several times, so he was familiar with Granny Hilda. He had a chance to call Kana out at night, although Granny Hilda would definitely be watching. Okay, Granny Hilda, go call Kana. I'm leaving first. You have to deal with the rest yourself. Ross didn't intend to disturb the father and daughter from recognizing each other. After Ross finished his instructions, he ran away. Let the father and daughter talk about the scene of the meeting. There was no need to watch. Chapter 11. The next day, everyone in the guild knew that Kana was Gildarts' daughter. Look, this is my daughter Kana. Kana was being carried by Gildarts like a princess and kept flashing back and forth to introduce her to the fairy tale members. That's great. Ross turned sideways and held his chin to look at Gildarts with a silly smile on his face, and Kana with a red face. Makarov sat cross-legged on the bar and asked, Did you say that? That's me. Ross separated his thumb and index finger, with the tiger's mouth facing his chin. Then Ross continued, I knew it when Kana first came, but I thought she would say it herself, but she was so entangled that I couldn't bear it. Well done. Makarov raised his glass, and Ross also raised his glass to clink with him. Cheers. Kana, will you move in with Gildarts or continue to live in the girls' dormitory? Gildarts finally finished the introduction, and after Kana was put down by him, she sat next to Ross. I'll still live in the girls' dormitory. Dad's house is too dirty, and Dad often has to go out on missions. Kana communicated with Gildarts last night and will still live in the girls' dormitory in the future. However, Gildarts will pay 70,000 J per month for accommodation, and Makarov will not be free. Makarov helped to pay for it before, and now the rent of the girls' dormitory is not 784 years. 100,000 J. Not bad. If there are new girls in the guild in the future, you can play together. Ross nodded, and then Levi, Lucky and Urza all lived in the girls' dormitory. Ross, let's talk. Gildarts stood behind Ross, put his hand on his right shoulder, and then smiled at Kana. Kana, stay in the guild first, Dad will go out for a while. Gildarts now seems to talk to Kana about everything. President, please take good care of Kana. Gildarts was still a little worried, and asked Makarov for help. I know, you go. Makarov nodded. In fact, what could go wrong in the guild, but he didn't say anything. He knew the joy of being a father for the first time, and the love for his children, fearing that they would get hurt. It was still the bridge where they chatted last night, and the two stood on the shore. President told me yesterday that you wanted to go to the north, and said that you might need my help. You found the right person. I am quite familiar with the north. Gildarts spoke first. He would definitely help Ross, even if Ross didn't help him and Kana recognize each other. Well, to be precise, there are two places, one is the Magic Development Bureau, and the other is the north. The specific location can only be determined after going to the Magic Development Bureau and then the location of the north. The north is too big, there is a vast expanse of white, and there are not many towns and villages. Moreover, URU lives in a remote place. Without the help of Urusha, it is difficult for him to find the location of URU. As for Gildarts saying that the north is more familiar, Ross did not care. Gildarts has done so many tasks, Ishgar is probably familiar with everywhere. Magic Development Bureau, why go there? Gildarts was puzzled. The Magic Development Bureau is conducting human experiments. The current director of the Magic Development Bureau, Brian, may have fallen into the devil's way. He is capturing children for human experiments. In addition, there is an undead demon named Deliora in the north. I want to try to deal with him. Is this also your ability to predict? This ability is too jumpy, right? Gildarts was shocked. He felt that Deliora was nothing. Well, don't worry about these details. Ross waved his hand. There is a little girl in the Magic Development Bureau who is born with full of magic power and is troubled by magic. I want the Arc of Time for her. Hey! The Arc of Time requires a lot of magic power to practice, and it requires talent. Coincidentally, she has that talent. No, I want to say there is a love affair. Gildarts covered his mouth and laughed secretly. He even curled his tongue when he said there was a love affair. Did Natsu learn this from you? The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Hey, that little girl is probably the same age as Kana now. Ross is not that kind of person. I heard from the president that you are, because of this reason. Gildarts wanted to say an orphan, but finally stopped talking. Almost. Ross didn't know how to explain it, and nodded along with Gildarts' words. Oh. You look like a man. Gildarts patted Ross's shoulder heavily with his palm. More. If you take a picture of me, I will be killed by you. Ha ha ha, Wally. Gildarts touched his hair, and then his face became serious. when are we going? After Christmas. I can't let you abandon Kana just after we met. It will take a long time to go there this time. Laxus finally rushed back to the guild before Christmas. The three of them spent a happy Christmas. Laxus also gave Rose a gift, the same wool coat, but Rose was not as strong as Laxus, so he couldn't support it, so he kept it first. Kana, I'm going to carry out the mission with Rose, you have to stay in the guild and listen to the president, okay? Before leaving, standing on the street in front of the guild, Guildarts touched Kana's head. Yeah, I know, Dad. Kana smiled and nodded vigorously. Hey, is the place you are going to so dangerous this time? And you let Uncle go with you? Laxus, wearing a spiked sound pot, leaned against the wall with his arms folded across his chest. Well, it should be fine, but it's better to be careful. Ross didn't want to worry Laxus and Makarov. Listen to me, staying alive is the most important thing. If there is no other way, don't fight hard. Don't forget that there are people in the guild waiting for you to come back. Makarov stood aside, slamming the cane in his hand into the ground. His expression and tone were unusually serious. Yes, Grandpa, don't worry, I haven't lived enough. Ross patted his chest. Humph, remember what you said. Makarov pointed the cane at Ross, probably wanting to say that if he didn't listen, he would beat him with the cane. Yes. Ross saluted properly. Okay, let's go. By the way, Laxus, take good care of Kana for me. If Kana gets hurt, I will thank you very much. Guildarts raised his fist and smiled at Laxus. I would have done the same without you telling me. Laxus stopped leaning against the wall and stood still, looking at Guildarts first, then at Ross. Get back safely. Ross raised her thumb to indicate that she understood. Let's go. The two threw their backpacks back and set off for the Magic Development Bureau. Makarov, Laxus, and Kana watched their figures gradually get smaller until they could no longer be seen. Grandpa, I'm going to practice. I don't want to see a situation where I can't help anything. Laxus originally wanted to go to the north this time, but Ross considered that Laxus might be in danger if he didn't have S-level strength, so he didn't agree. Laxus, can you take me with you? I want to help Dad too. Kana also clenched her fists, full of fighting spirit. Oh. Come on, let's get stronger together. Laxus raised his hand to show his biceps. Don't let Kana get hurt. Makarov tapped Laxus' leg with his cane, signaling Laxus not to use the same method he and Rose used to train Kana, because if she succeeded, she would be a King Kong Barbie. Chapter 12. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next day. The Magic Development Bureau is right down there. Guildarts and Ross stood still and looked at the Magic Development Bureau in the distance. Hey, we caught up. The Magic Development Bureau hasn't been destroyed yet. Ross slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This way, Arusha should not have run away, although he was not sure whether she ran back to Uru's residence and then returned to the Magic Development Bureau. Will this be destroyed? Guildarts frowned slightly. Yes, it will be destroyed by that girl with strong magic power, and she will run away after the destruction. Ross nodded and responded to Guildarts. But this Magic Development Bureau is going to be destroyed today. No one can stop it. I said so. Oh, I'm getting more and more interested. How can you have such strong magic at such a young age? Guildarts was very excited when he heard that it was Arusha who destroyed it. Let's go find the council's headquarters nearby. There may be lost children in the Development Bureau. After the operation, let the council take the children away and see if we can find their parents. Also, make the destructive power in there smaller and try not to damage the data. Why? Guildarts scratched his head. His magic destructive power was too strong and it was difficult for him to control it. The data may contain some information about children sent by their parents. In addition, there may be evidence of crimes in this Magic Development Bureau. It will be easier to talk if there is evidence. In addition, Ross wondered if there would be surveillance records in it, which might be easier to explain to Arusha. Well, don't do anything yet. If Brian isn't in there now, you don't need to do anything. Gildarts nodded to indicate that he understood. The two of them went to find the council's headquarters first. After confirming the headquarters, they came to the door of the Magic Development Bureau again. Ross handed a mask to Gildarts first, and Gildarts put it on without saying anything. Receive, Jesmon. Ross received it very quickly now, almost as fast as Urza's switching speed. Okay, let's go in. Ross looked weird just as he was about to take off, because of Gildarts. Wow, your armor is so handsome. Gildarts drooled and touched the floating Jesmon left and right, and touched the blue crystal on his chest. Then he was very interested in the three bodies of Hodder, Renee, and Paul surrounding Jesmon. 3 Jesses. Gildarts wanted to talk last time, but he didn't expect that Ross's things happened one after another. First Mavis, then Kana, interrupted him. Can you teach me? Isn't it a killer to pick up girls? Gildarts wanted to touch the sword spirits, but the 3 sword spirits didn't fly away from Ross as he wished. They can act independently. It seems that they don't want to be touched by you. After all, you are a weird uncle. Hey, you are very hurtful. I am obviously very popular. Ross ignored him and flew down and killed through the gate. Enemy attack. The soldiers at the door saw Ross with murderous intent and immediately sounded the alarm. Ross ignored them and let the 3 sword spirits slaughter these soldiers and locked the main control room. Ross directly used his left and right arm blades to clear the way and went straight to the control room. There was a man wearing a white hat lying on a chair watching the surveillance. He was a coder at a glance. Ross decided to control him. As soon as the Magic Development Bureau heard the enemy attack, he quickly got up from the recliner. Suddenly, the floor was cut straight open, and a 2-meter-tall silver armor appeared in front of him. Do you know where this is? This is the Magic Development Bureau. You are challenging the council. The deputy director felt the powerful magic released by the armor in front of him. His hands trembled slightly, and he spoke intermittently. You are conducting human experiments, and you still have the nerve to say that I challenge the council. Ross stood in front of him. Ross didn't want to kill him, so he had to explain to him and Arusha. You, how did you know? The deputy director's pupils suddenly dilated, and he was obviously shocked by Ross's revelation of the secret. Very good, I don't need to waste my words. Ross accelerated directly behind him, hit him on the back of the neck with his arm blade, knocked him out, and then extended the tail blade to roll him up, and watched the surveillance, ready to see where Arusha was from the surveillance. Why hasn't my mother come to pick me up yet? Arusha is in so much pain and misses her so much. At this time, Arusha hugged her arms in front of her knees, buried her head between her legs, and her eyes were wet. Found it, there are so many children. Ross saw dozens of children in the surveillance video, all locked in a room alone, looking for. It took a while to see Arusha. Ross first flew directly to Gildarts with the deputy director. Solved, there are dozens of children still here, let's split up and bring those children down. Ross first took out a few ropes to tie the deputy director's hands and feet, then tied him to the pillar, and then signaled Gildarts to bring the children down. Are you finally going to see you, Arusha? Ross stood in front of Arusha's door. What Ross had always wanted to change the most was Arusha's trajectory. At this time, he felt a little emotional. The children's rooms were soundproof. They didn't know what was happening outside, but they felt some vibrations. Arusha was immersed in sadness and didn't feel anything at all. So the building was built quite well. Boom! The alloy door was cut open and fell to the ground. Ross estimated the distance from the door to Arusha's bed. After confirming that it couldn't hit her, he directly cut the door open with his arm blade. Who are you? Arusha looked at the silver armor standing in front of the door with a vigilant look. The one who will take you away. Take me away? I won't go. I'm going to wait for my mother here. She said she would come to pick me up. Arusha seemed very resistant, and there was a kind of uneasiness and high vigilance towards strangers and unfamiliar things in her words. Follow me and you will know. Your mother you was deceived by someone. It was the director of this Magic Development Bureau. Your mother thought you were dead. If you find out that I lied to you, just come back here. Okay, I'll go down with you. Hearing Uru's name, her longing for her mother Uru forced her to grab any straw that could find Uru, even if the straw was covered with thorns. Okay, you follow me first, I'll let the other children out first. The rooms where these children live are divided into 2 areas for men and women, with 2 or 3 floors each. Soon Ross let all the children out. Some little girls were still unwilling to cooperate. Arusha, who wanted to know the answer quickly, helped persuade those little girls to go down. At this time, Ross had already released the reception and stood aside watching Arusha persuading her. Okay, let's go down. Arusha finally explained to them that the man in front of them was here to save them. Ross nodded to Arusha first, then looked at the girls. We will contact the council later. If you remember your home address or how to contact your family, you must tell the people in the council. Really? I miss my mother very much. I remember where my home is. An older girl looked at Ross with tears in her eyes. Really, I promise. We will see you being picked up safely by the council. Ross nodded solemnly. He continued, okay, let's go down, all follow me, hand in hand, and be careful when walking up the stairs. This ghost place was hacked by him, and he didn't dare to take the elevator. You follow too, be careful. Ross only looked down at Arusha standing beside him at this time. Perhaps she felt that Ross was really here to help them. Arusha nodded slightly, reached out, and grabbed the corner of his clothes. That's what happened. Brian told the ice wizard Uru that you couldn't bear the magic and died. That day, the woman left in a daze, like a walking corpse. Under the threat of Ross's Omega Tyrannosaurus sword, the deputy director, who felt the fear of death, finally told Arusha the truth. Ross wanted to ask if there was any video or something like that, but he said it was too long and had been deleted. That's great, it turns out that Uru didn't abandon me. Arusha bent her legs and squatted on the ground, wiping her tears with her hands. Let's go find Uru together. Ross, who had released the reception, walked towards Arusha and rubbed her bangs on her forehead. Your hair is messy, what are you looking for Uru for? Arusha was worried that the man in front of her would harm Uru. Invite Uru to join our guild fairy tale. Uru is very strong. How did you know about this? We saw someone kidnapping children outside, so we followed them all the way here. As for your story, we heard it from the kidnapped person because you have a good talent. Then I'll take you there. Arusha nodded, accepting this statement, and stood up to leave. We have to wait. Guildarts has already notified the council. We have to wait for the council to pick up the children. I'm anxious to see Uru, but you can still consider Uru's safety in this situation. Isn't it worthy of you, Arusha? Ross, Guildarts, and Arusha stood on the cliff, watching the council's army start to pick up the children. Ross copied the crime information into the magic props, and Ross also used the magic record. The recorder recorded the deputy director's confession of the crime and gave it to the oldest girl, asking her to communicate with the council. Why do I feel familiar with this little girl? Where have I seen her before? Guildarts has been looking at Arusha since he came back, pinching his chin in thought, but he didn't ask. Okay, let's set off to the north to find your mother. Chapter 13. The weather was very cold, but the weather was very cold. Ross first took Arusha to buy thick clothes, a hat, and snow boots. He and Guildarts were thick-skinned and didn't consider the cold wind in the north, but Arusha obviously couldn't do that, so she had a full meal. Because Gildarts was asked to help, he paid for the travel expenses and meals. If you count on Gildarts, you will have to sleep outdoors. After all, this is a man with a backpack full of photo albums and task scrolls. Is it still cold? Walking on the snow, Gildarts walked in front to explore the way. Uru was in the middle and sometimes poked his head to point out the direction to Gildarts, and Ross was the last. There was an endless white expanse here, so there was no need to worry about Gildarts destroying anything. They were riding in a car before, but now they can only walk. Carriages and other things are not available. Ross looked at Arusha, who was trembling with her arms folded in front of her chest. Logically, Gildarts should be able to block the front. Could it be that Gildarts's cloak is leaking? Ross was puzzled. It's okay, I can do it. Arusha shook her head. She didn't want to stop. Can you control your magic power? Try to resist with magic power. Control your magic power to form a barrier in front of you. Ross wanted to let Arusha solve the problem herself. How to do it? Arusha had never been exposed to this, and the people in the Magic Development Bureau had never told her this. Use your mind to try to build a magic barrier in front of you. Ross put the index finger and middle finger of his right hand together, tapped his temple, and signaled Arusha. Seeing this, Arusha closed her eyes and tried to control the magic power. The magic power slowly gathered in front of her. Suddenly, cracks began to appear in the barrier, and the magic power in Arusha was out of control. The magic power is rampant in her body, and she is difficult to control. That's why she had a high fever when she was a child. She was too young at that time, but I think the first generation should have a way to solve it. After hearing the conversation between the two and feeling the magic power in Arusha's body, Gildarts stopped and turned back to look at the two. Ross nodded. In addition to the first generation and Presido, Ross couldn't think of anyone else who could solve Ishgar. Receive, stubborn beast. Ross controlled the release of magic power and used the power of the fire god to increase the surrounding temperature. So warm. Arusha was looking forward, and a warm feeling came from behind her. The snow was also reflected in orange. She turned around and saw the power of the fire god appearing behind Ross. Walked for nearly an hour. Finally, we arrived. It was quite far away. The three of them stood by the tree on the hillside, where Arusha watched Uru and Grey in the original novel, looking at the hut below. Arusha could walk back like this. She was really determined. Ross couldn't help but sigh. But he thought about it and thought that it should be because of the ice-shaping magic. Arusha seemed to know a little bit. As for adulthood, she should have learned it specially. But there was no one in the snow at this time, and there were no lights in the house. They should have gone out. Then let's go downstairs and wait. There's no need to blow the cold wind here. Ross and Gildarts didn't care, but Arusha couldn't stand the cold wind. Ross received Jesmon's right arm blade to protect Arusha, and flew directly from above to the hut, while Gildarts jumped directly. When he arrived in front of the hut, Arusha seemed to be a little homesick and stared at the door in a daze. Push it open. Don't you miss Uru? Ross put his hand on Arusha's shoulder to encourage her. Arusha pursed her lips, nodded vigorously, and slowly stretched out her arm. It was snowy and deserted here. The door was not locked at all, but just closed. Arusha pushed it open easily, and then she stepped into the room. Ross and Gildarts did not go in, but sat down on the steps at the door. In the room, Arusha did not hesitate and went directly to Uru's room. There was nothing special in the room. There was a big bed by the window, a dressing table and a locker, and a bookshelf on the right side of the door. What is that? Arusha was attracted by the clothes spread out at the head of the bed when she entered the room. It was a yellow short-sleeved shirt worn by a little girl. It was hers. She still remembered that Arusha went up and touched the short-sleeved shirt, tears in her eyes. 3 figures, one big and 2 small, walked through the snow. The leading woman had short dark hair, a jacket, and long pants, and looked very capable. She was holding food in her arms. Behind her followed two little kids of similar build, except that one had short black hair and the other had a silver hair. The three of them were talking and laughing. Suddenly, Uru stopped, and she saw two men sitting in front of the steps of the wooden house from a distance. One of them was wearing a dark green cloak, and he should be about the same age as her, and he looked familiar. Although the other one looked tall, his face was a little immature, and it could be seen that he was not very old. The two of them supported their chins with their palms and looked a little bored. Uru, why did you stop? Gray and Leo were arguing and didn't notice the situation in the wooden house. Gray bumped into Uru's legs. Uru pointed in the direction of the wooden house, and Leo and Gray saw the two people sitting in front of the steps. It's okay, let's talk about it later. Uru just thought it was strange that two men suddenly appeared here, but she was not afraid. Her strength was enough to enter the Holy Ten, but she refused because she was pregnant with Arusha. Later, Arusha suffered from a strange disease, and she was even less interested. Then the three of them walked towards the hut. Gildarts was bored and turned his head. Suddenly, he saw Uru on the right path. Uru. Gildarts had seen her before, also in the north. Gildarts invited Uru to complete the task together at that time. So that girl is Uru's daughter? Didn't Uru say she was dead? Gildarts blinked his eyes, full of questions. Before, when explaining at the Magic Development Bureau, Gildarts went to the council, and didn't know Arusha's name and the mention of Uru. Uru also recognized Gildarts after approaching. She was very powerful. She introduced herself as coming from the Western country and invited her to complete the task together. However, Uru had just received the news of losing her daughter and had given up being a wizard. Ross and Gildarts also walked towards Uru and the other two. It's you, Gildarts, why are you sitting at my door? Are you here to do a task? Uru greeted Gildarts with the ingredients in her arms. Uru, it must have been a long time since we last saw each other, right? We are here to find you. Gildarts looked a little nostalgic and touched his head. Squeak! The wooden door was opened, and a little girl with bangs and a thick down jacket appeared sideways. Arusha inside heard the noise outside and planned to come out to see what happened. Arusha. Uru's voice trembled, and her tears could not stop. She recognized her daughter at a glance, even though she was wearing a hat and covering part of her face. She dropped the food in her arms, and regardless of any courtesy, she left Gildarts who was chatting with her and ran towards her daughter. It's you, it's really you, Arusha, my daughter. Uru squatted down and hugged Arusha in his arms, holding her tightly, fearing that the Arusha in his arms was fake. Mom, it's too tight, I can't breathe. Uru was really too strong. Hearing this, Uru quickly let go of Arusha, grabbed Arusha's arm with both hands and said, "You're not? The director of the Magic Development Bureau said that you have already." "No, I've been waiting for my mother to pick up Arusha, but I can't wait. Mom, I miss you so much." Arusha entered Uru's arms, closed her eyes, and spoke intermittently. "Arusha, didn't Uru say that you have already?" Gray was about to say that he was dead, but a fist went down vertically and interrupted his spell. "We will explain it later." Ross and Gildarts took Leo and Gray to the mother and daughter, and Ross also picked up the food that Uru had dropped and brought it over. "Please come in." Uru quickly realized that it was Gildarts and the boy beside him who brought Arusha back. Arusha as a child. Chapter 14. The two of them were so close that they had to face each other. "I'm sorry, Arusha, I believed them too easily, I should have confirmed it." After hearing Ross's clear account of the whole story, Uru had a complicated look on his face, his frowning brows never relaxed, and he hugged Arusha, who was sitting on his lap, even tighter, Tears kept falling down, falling on Arusha's hat and face. "It's okay, Mom, I'm glad you didn't abandon me, I'm most afraid that you don't want me." Arusha turned around and stretched out her little hand, gently wiped away Uru's tears, and then gently smoothed Uru's frowning brows. "How is it possible? When you were born, I felt a ray of light shining into my heart. I felt very happy. It was you who made me feel the power of life. I held you in my arms and cried non-stop, so I named you Arusha, which means Uru's tears." Uru smiled as he talked about Arusha's birth. "But you had a high fever all the time, and I was helpless. I heard that the Magic Development Bureau could treat you, so I entrusted you to them. When Arusha was sick, she pursed her lips gently to hide her inner worries. I will never let you leave me again, Arusha." Finally, Uru looked solemn and promised Arusha solemnly. "I am so touched." Gildarts clenched his hands and held his cloak with his teeth. Leo and Gray also had tears in their eyes. Hey, Gildarts, you are too eager to perform." Ross stroked his forehead and couldn't help complaining about Gildarts. "And you two actually know each other." Ross really didn't expect that the two of them actually knew each other. Uru and Gildarts looked at each other and said, "Let me explain. More than a year ago, I just got the news that I lost Arusha, and I was walking aimlessly. One day, 3 children encountered a monster on the snowy mountain. I rescued them, and that monster was Gildarts's mission target. The monster was not dead, and it merged with another bigger monster. It was a monster that even I felt was very difficult. I wanted Gildarts to escape quickly at that time." Uru raised a finger. She still felt incredible when she thought about it. 1 hit. Gildarts killed the monster with just 1 hit, and invited me to do the mission together, but I had lost the motivation to be a wizard a long time ago, so I refused. We said our names to each other and then separated. Impossible. Uru is the most powerful wizard." Leo opened his eyes wide, completely unbelieving. "I've said that there are always people better than me. There are many wizards who are better than me." Uru smiled and answered every time. She knew that she was still far behind some wizards in the Western continent. "How about eating first? We walked here and we are all hungry." Ross rubbed his stomach. It was past dinner time. Ross planned to talk to Uru after dinner. Gray was actually hungry, but he wisely didn't interrupt after looking at the situation. "Sorry, I forgot the time. I'll prepare it right away." Uru looked apologetic and gently put Arusha on the chair. "I'll help you. I often cook at home." Ross wanted to eat quickly. "Uru, I want to help you too." Arusha got down from the chair. She was a little dependent on Uru now and didn't want Uru to leave her sight. "Then Arusha, help me wash the vegetables." Uru looked down at Arusha and touched her head. His eyes were like crescent moons and his smile was like flowers. In the kitchen, Ross helped Uru cut vegetables, and his knife skills were very skillful. He often made breakfast at Makarov's house. In his previous life, he often cooked at home. He couldn't say that he cooked very well, but it was more hygienic and cheaper to cook by himself. After all, he was a wage earner. Uru looked at Ross cutting vegetables and was very surprised. Nowadays, those who have a little dream are pursuing the path of wizards. She really didn't expect a teenage boy to learn to cook. Ross and Arusha fried a few dishes, and Ross also made a soup with a kind of meat similar to chicken and mushrooms. Everyone sat around the table and looked at the food on the table. Each of them held up chopsticks and forks in both hands and said, "I'm starting." Then they ate heartily. Uru himself didn't eat much, but kept paying attention to Arusha and helped Arusha pick up food. "I'm so full." Gray and Leo touched their stomachs and lay on the sofa. "You two go wash the dishes. Don't do nothing. Learn to divide the work and cooperate." Ross's life principle. It's division of labor and cooperation. This is the principle he follows. Division of labor and cooperation, even if the amount varies, is a sense of ritual, not just watching from the sidelines. Leo and Gray were driven to wash the dishes. As for Gildarts, it was good enough that he didn't destroy the furniture. Besides, Ross couldn't order him. Urusha, you are you, and I will go out to talk. You sit here first. Urusha was reading a book now. Ross explained to Urusha and motioned Gildarts and Uru to go to the door to talk. After arriving at the door, Uru left a crack in the door to facilitate checking the situation of Urusha sitting in the living room. She couldn't lose her daughter again. In addition to bringing Urusha back this time, we have another thing to do and need your help. Ross looked at Uru and remembered that she resolutely used absolute ice to seal Deliora, and she was a little dazed. I will do my best to help you, even if it costs my life. Uru's eyes were sincere and his voice was sonorous and powerful. Why don't you ask what's going on first? You've brought my life back. She took a deep breath, still sounding a little unbelievable. You don't have to sacrifice your life. If it's impossible, I won't force it. Ross shook his head. He didn't want to die. That's even better. I want to spend more time with Urusha. Uru looked at Urusha, who was reading quietly, through the crack in the door. Urusha seemed to have some feelings and turned to look at Uru. Deliora, the undead demon Deliora. We plan to try to kill him. Impossible, Deliora can't be killed. Uru closed her eyes and shook her head. She knew Deliora's strength very well. She had seen people from the council attack Deliora in the north. She had also fought against him, but failed. I want to try, Gildarts plus you, and I have a high attack armor. Ross took over Jesmon, and Hodder, Renee, and Paul surrounded him, and flew straight into the sky. I am for everyone. Hodder, Renee, and Paul jointly formed a triangular green prism, injected Jesmon's power into it, and the four of them worked together to send out a green shock wave from it to the distance, which shook the nearby area. Looking at the cracks that stretched for hundreds of meters in the distance, which were very obvious in the white snow, Uru was shocked that this young man had such strong destructive power at such a young age. Then Ross landed and released the reception and explained, and this is not full power. As the charging time increases, the power will increase. If you and Gildarts can contain Deliora's actions, I can try to kill Deliora with this trick. Hey, why do I feel that I am underestimated? Uncle Gildarts is the strongest. Gildarts was actually arranged by Ross to be a containment personnel, and he looked unhappy. That's not it, but I feel that you don't have any long-range attack moves. Ross said that Gildarts is a cheating man who can escape from the mouth of the Black Dragon, although the Black Dragon just wants to play with Gildarts. I agreed, but I hope that this matter will not be known to my apprentice Gray. His parents died at the hands of Deliora. If he knew, he would definitely go. After understanding Ross's strength, Uru felt that he was comparable to Deliora. Gildarts was even stronger than herself. She also hated Deliora's rampage in the north, but she was powerless alone. But Deliora seems to have disappeared recently and hasn't appeared in human towns for a long time. Uru has not heard of Deliora's appearance recently. Then we can only wait, but I guess it will appear soon. I will go to search nearby in the next 2 days. If possible, it is better to find its nest and deal with it there, which is better than waiting for it to appear in the town and destroy the town again. Rose plans to search one direction every day. The southeast, northwest, southeast, and northeast directions should be covered in 8 days. By the way, where is the town where Gray lives? I can go there to look for it first. Uru told Ross the location of the town where Gray lived, and then went back to the room to take out a map for Ross. Chapter 15. The night was a long night, but the night was a long night. At night, Ross and Gildarts slept in the living room. It was just a makeshift for Gildarts, and his house was not much better than this. The next day, Ross picked up the map and immediately received Jesmon. He flew into the air and told the three sword spirits about Deliora's appearance. He planned to start searching. Jesmond could sense the demon's fluctuations and evil aura. Ross originally planned to use Jesmond to search for the heart of the demon and secretly look for the Ark of Time. Of course, if he met Hades, he would run away immediately. To be honest, Gildarts might not be Hades' opponent. He was a man praised by Zeref as a genius in magic. Of course, he had weaknesses. He stabbed his heart. Ross first flew to Grey's original town with the sword spirit, intending to start a carpet search with the town as the center. Looking at the devastation and broken walls, this town may not be able to heal the pain for a long time. Ross couldn't stand this situation, so he didn't stay too long and flew north with the sword spirit. Ross studied the map last night and marked a valley in the extreme north of the town. There was a question mark in the valley. Obviously, no one had explored it or no one survived after the exploration. Ross thought that Deliora might live here. Ross and the sword spirit were fully activated, feeling the fluctuations coming from all over. There were not many life fluctuations, and some were quite strong, but there was no demonic breath. After flying straight for a long time, Ross saw a crack in the valley in the distance from a distance. It can't be said to be a crack. After all, the crack is about 10 meters wide. This is a basin-like terrain, surrounded by snow-capped mountains, leaving only a gap. Ross began to sense the magic fluctuations around him. From the valley came an evil, strange fluctuation. Ross had never felt this kind of strange fluctuation. After all, he had never come into contact with a demon. But through perception, he could feel that it was a huge demon that was more than 10 meters tall and made of steel. Deliora could not use any spells. The only thing he could do was to spit out shock waves similar to the roar of a demon from his mouth. The rest was destroyed by his own body, but even so, Deliora was still strong. After all, his physique was too strong. Deliora was sleeping at this time, breathing evenly. Ross did not disturb it and immediately flew back to Uru's cabin. Found it. It is sleeping now, in the valley that no one has explored. Feeling Ross's magic fluctuations, Uru and Gildarts came out, and Ross immediately told them the result. It's quite lucky. Then we can go back to the guild after solving it tomorrow. I miss Kana-chan. It has actually been a while since he came out this time. Gildarts said he missed his daughter, this clingy spirit. How can we get there tomorrow? It's not easy to get to the valley in a short time. The road is not easy to walk on. Uru has lived in the north for many years and knows that the road to the valley is not easy to walk on. Fly over. Ross raised his eyebrows slightly. Fly over, you can fly but we can't. Uru frowned slightly. She felt that Jesmond couldn't carry two people. If it were two children, it would be okay, but she and Gildarts were not small in size. Haha, you will know tomorrow. Have a good rest today. Ross kept it a secret. The three returned to the living room. Arusha was still reading a book. Seeing Uru, she put down the book and ran to Uru to hug her. When they sat down on the sofa, Gildarts, Grey, and Leo started playing, and Arusha continued to read. Ross looked at Uru and said, Uru, I want to invite you to Magnolia. When Arusha heard this, although she was reading the book, her attention was not on the book at all, and her ears moved. Why? Uru was very confused, with surprise in his eyes. There are several reasons. First, I want to bring Ursha to join Fairy Tale. Ursha's magic power is very strong and will be very strong in the future. And you said that you will never let Ursha leave you again. I think this is the best way. Second, and the magic problem in her body has not been completely solved. I think our president, Mr. Makarov, one of the 10 holy wizards, should have a way to solve it. Also, staying here is not friendly to Ursha. If she goes to our guild, Ursha can receive a good education and grow up in a better environment than this ice and snow. More importantly, there are little girls in our guild, such as Gildarts's daughter Kana, who is the same age as Ursha. I think they should be able to become friends, and there will be more in the future. Ross explained to Uru by flexing his fingers, raising one finger for each reason he explained. Fairy tale, the guild where Ross is. Urusha was reading a book, but she was absent-minded. But I don't have much money. Uru was a little embarrassed and sighed helplessly. She hadn't taken any missions for a long time. She had spent a lot of money on Urusha's treatment before. Although she had some savings, there was not much left. It's very simple, become the Holy 10. I heard that the council had invited you to become the Holy 10 mages before. The Holy 10 has a salary, and the Holy 10 mages have nothing to do except routine meetings. The salary of the Holy 10 mages is not low, enough for Uru and Urusha to live well in Magnolia, not to mention that Urusha can start doing missions after a few years when she grows up. Makarov now lives on the salary of the Holy 10 and the commission from the guild missions. Of course, he did not take any missions that were too young or had little reward. But I need an ice and snow environment for my training, which will help me improve my strength faster. The reason why Uru lives in the north for many years is that there are enough ice magic particles here. Although she was depressed for a while because of the news of Urusha's death, she started to practice again since she accepted Leo and Grey. There is a mountain not far from Magnolia, which can be reached quickly by carriage. It is called Huckleberry Mountain. It is also snowy all year round. I have been there twice. In my opinion, it is not much worse than here. The key is that there are snow wolves, valkans, blizzard monsters, and white snow dragons living there, which is also a good opportunity for actual combat. Urusha, do you want to go? Uru first asked Urusha, who was reading a book. As long as I am with my mother, it doesn't matter where I go, but I want to go. Urusha wanted to go. She had a good impression of Ross. No, she didn't think so much now. It should be said that she just felt that Ross could be trusted. After all, it was he who brought her out of the abyss of the Magic Development Bureau and brought her back to Uru. Gildarts said he was very annoyed. I obviously contributed, but I didn't have a name. Leo, Grey, what do you think? After experiencing the pain of losing Urusha, Uru treated the two children very well. He completely treated them as his own children and respected their opinions. I will go wherever Uru goes. Leo felt that it was okay to practice anywhere. After all, he thought Uru was the strongest wizard in the world. I can do anything. Uru saved me. As long as I can continue to practice, it's fine. Grey also nodded to show that he had no objection. In that case, then I will go. I haven't seen the scenery outside the north for many years. Uru finally nodded after weighing the pros and cons. It must be said that the environment described by Rose was very touching. She wanted to give Urusha the best possible. And she also believed in Gildarts. Although they just exchanged names after a chance meeting, she just believed him. There was no reason. Maybe Gildarts wanted to harm her without going through so much trouble? Ross invited Uru to Magnolia for selfish reasons. If Uru joined the council and became the 10 Saints, Fairy Tale's voice would be greatly improved. After all, if Urusha joined Fairy Tale, Uru would be biased anyway. It really didn't matter whether he joined Fairy Tale or not. He himself was not very interested in the 10 Saints. He didn't want to face the group of old men in the council. Except for Yajima and later Oog, the others didn't leave a good impression on him. But what about the 3 children tomorrow? I'm worried about them staying here. Uru was very worried about leaving the 3 children alone here. Damn, I didn't expect this. I should have let Laxus come with me. Ross's face was full of regret, and he slapped his thigh hard. Laxus, thank you, you thought of me when you brought the children. Find a guild to entrust. Gildarts, who had been silent for a long time, suggested. No, there is no way to guarantee that all the people in the guild are kind. Ross hesitated and shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Even in regular guilds, there are many people who are expelled for using unscrupulous means or not following the right path. After all, he has seen people who defected from regular guilds before, and he doesn't know anything about the guilds in the north. Ross doesn't want to gamble on this. Does you know anyone familiar here? Ross said that if he has something to do, he has to find a friend. That's right. She lives in the town and is an ice magic teacher. You can ask her for help. You remembered it after hearing this, and this friend is very good to the children and is deeply loved by the children. Very good, then entrust the three of them to her tomorrow, and we will fight quickly and make a quick decision. Ross snapped his fingers and made the decision immediately. Chapter 16. The two of them were busy, but the two of them were busy. Uru packed her bag, led Arusha, and handed the backpack to Leo and Gray. She looked back at the wooden house where she had lived for a long time, with some reluctance in her eyes. This place was full of memories of her, Arusha, Leo and Gray. After recalling for a long time, she exhaled a breath of turbid air. Her eyes were firm, and life should move forward, not fall into memories. Ross and Gildarts had been waiting on the side. Neither of them had much luggage, and there was no need to bring too many clothes on a snowy day. Okay, how do we get there? Uru put his hands on his waist, tilted his head slightly, and looked at her with a smile. Wait a minute. Ross felt that Uru looked like he wanted to laugh at him. Receive, Imperial Dragon Armored Beast Paladin Form. Ross muttered to himself, and then his figure began to rise. A 7-meter-high, white, humanoid with wings, and a positron laser cannon on the right arm stood in front of them. It's so tall. But it can't hold people. Gray and Leo looked at the mecha in front of them in shock. Change form, Imperial Dragon Armored Beast Paladin Form DM. Ross flew into the sky, his body transformed into a dragon form, flapped his wings and flew, and then slowly landed on the ground. The wind and snow caused by the flapping wings and the vibration when landing made Gray and Leo stand unsteady. Okay, you guys come up. So handsome, it can also change forms. This is the common idea of Gildarts, Leo, and Gray. The three of them surrounded the Imperial Dragon Armored Beast and touched it left and right, and they couldn't stop at all. Mecha, men's romance. Ross just wanted to say that men don't touch me. Really? Uru and Arusha looked at the three people who were playing tricks on the side, and they looked at each other with helpless faces after rubbing their foreheads. Gildarts jumped up first. He originally wanted to pull a few people up, but Uru made an ice step with the shape of ice and protected the three people to walk up. Hold on tight, I'm going to take off. Ross said, and began to flutter his wings and slowly took off. Ross didn't fly fast, considering that there was Arusha on his back, and he needed Uru to show the way. It's beautiful. Arusha's eyes were full of excitement, looking down from a high place. The buildings and trees seemed small, the lake was completely frozen, and only the ice surface could be seen. The snow-capped mountains were continuous. The scenery seen when flying was completely different. This was a scenery that Arusha had never seen before. Gray and Leo also screamed in various ways, and it was really noisy, so noisy that Ross even wanted to throw them down. We're almost there. Uru patted the back of the Emperor Dragon Armor Beast to indicate that they were almost there. In fact, Ross knew that he had seen the town without any signal. Let's land first, then walk over. Ross didn't want to fly in and be beaten as a monster. Mickey, I'll leave the three of them to you. We'll come back to take them away before tonight. Uru clasped his hands together and begged her friend. Leave it to me, but isn't Arusha? Mickey remembered that Uru had said her daughter was dead before, and she had persuaded him for a long time. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you when I come back. This is my daughter Arusha. Uru smiled and touched Arusha's hair. Then I'll trouble you. Let's go. Watching Mickey take Arusha and the other two into the academy, Uru turned around and walked towards Ross and Gildarts. "Let's go." Ross nodded, and then received the Emperor Dragon Armor Beast again to transform into a dragon form. "Hold on, I'm going to fly faster, let's go and come back quickly." Rose was basically flying at full speed, but it still took a little longer than yesterday. When he arrived at the same position as yesterday, Ross landed first, and Deliora was still asleep. "Should we try to attack together first? But I don't have a long-range attack method." Knowing that Deliora was still asleep, Gildarts proposed an idea. "You can try." Uru nodded and agreed with Gildarts's idea. "Okay, but we need to get closer. Let's walk over and then take action." The three of them slowly approached the valley where Deliora was, trying not to make any noise. Ross pointed his finger at the ground, and then at the cave. This cave seemed to be dug by Deliora himself. He used his eyes to indicate that the two were here, and Deliora was in the cave. "The cave will hinder magic, and there is no way to aim," Uru said in a barely audible voice. "Never mind, let's try it first." Seeing this, Ulu also agreed. "Ice make, ice cannon," cast a spell with both hands to condense the cannon, and put the cannon on his shoulder. Uru not only knows plant species, but it should be said that Uru prefers the ice shape of plants. Ross received Jesmon, and the three sword spirits formed a triangle to prepare to launch Eye for Everyone, and the magic began to gather. Roar Deliora woke up and felt the magic power nearby began to condense. Deliora felt threatened from the magic power, and it stood up and launched the Devil's Roar. "No, it's awake, attack." Hearing the roar, Ross made a prompt decision and started to attack. Eye for Everyone launched the attack before the maximum power was accumulated. Hearing Ross's attack order, Uru also gathered the ice magic particles in the cannon and fired it out. Eye for Everyone and the ice missiles gathered together and rushed into the cave. At the same time, Deliora in the cave also roared like a devil. The two waves of magic began to collide with each other. Perhaps because Deliora was specialized in the physical body, the roar was not very powerful. Soon, the roar could not stop the output of Ross and Uru. It was hit by I Am a Human and the ice and snow bomb at the same time. The cave was also impacted and began to collapse. Roar! There was a vibration in the landslide. Deliora slowly stood up and walked towards the three people. Deliora was very angry. It was injured, although not seriously. "Retreat first, pull to a more open place to fight." Gildarts saw that there were rebel all around, and signaled Uru to retreat. Uru nodded and retreated slowly with Gildarts facing Deliora. Ross switched to Omegaman in the air, and fired missiles with the Garuru cannon to block Deliora's forward route to cover the two people's retreat. "Let's try to control its actions first." Gildarts and Uru nodded at the same time. "Ice make, turn around, Big Lily." Deliora was surrounded by ice, and the ice particles attacked him at close range. "Destroy evil and reveal justice, one soul." Gildarts gathered his magic power into a fist and attacked Deliora's left foot. Absolute Zero Cold Air Bomb. Ross placed the Garuru cannon in his right hand on his left hand, and launched a special move from the Garuru cannon, aiming at Deliora's right foot. Deliora moved his body and shook off the ice and snow attached to his body. His left leg was a little injured, and his right leg was frozen, so he had some inconvenience in moving. He waved his arms to smash the ice. "These problems are not big. Give him time to sleep and he can recover. Ross and the other two will not attack again as he wishes." Gildarts smashed the place where Deliora's back foot stood. And Deliora lost his center of gravity and fell down. "Trap him." Ice make Rose Garden. Uru created countless thorns and roses in an instant to bind Deliora's limbs, neck, and waist. Gildarts faced the ground with his palm and continued to use Crush. As Deliora struggled, Deliora continued to sink. "Very good, hold on." Ross first fired another absolute zero cold air bomb at Deliora's left leg with the Garuru cannon, and then switched to Jesmon. Adu, Renee, and Paul formed a triangular green prism, and Ross stood behind the prism. I am for everyone. Ross's magic power accumulated in the prism continued to rise. URU has been casting spells to maintain the Rose Garden. Even if Deliora fell, he was still struggling and destroying the Rose Garden built by URU. The two sides were constantly competing in construction speed and destruction speed. Fortunately, Gildarts was still attacking Deliora's raised limbs. It's almost there. Ross basically gathered all the remaining magic power into this attack, which had been accumulated for a long time. I am for everyone. The green beam was several times thicker than the beam Ross had fired in front of URU's wooden house before, and it was also faster, rushing straight to Deliora's feet from bottom to top to Deliora's head. The ground could not withstand this attack and collapsed again, and dust and smoke drifted in the valley. Ross flew to URU and Gildarts to pick them up to prevent them from losing sight. It took a long time for the dust and smoke to dissipate, and there was no sound during this period. Ross sent the three sword spirits to check the crack. Dead. The three sword spirits sent a thought. Success, Deliora is dead. Ross told the two people after receiving the sword spirits' message. The three clapped their hands, but they still had to see it with their own eyes. Let's go down and take a look. Ross took the two people and flew down to the three sword spirits. Deliora was indeed dead. Only some of his arms and thighs were left, and his head was gone. Jesmon did not feel any fluctuations from the demon's survival. The properties of your beam are not right. It seems to have a suppressive effect on demons. Deliora should not die so easily. Gildarts looked at Deliora, who only had tissue left, frowned slightly, and pinched his chin. The only thing that was strong about Deliora was his body. As for the demon, the roar was just that in Gildarts' eyes. He could handle Deliora by himself, it would just take more time. Maybe it was a vaccine? Or a holy attribute? Holy light? Ross was not sure, so he did not answer. Just in case, let's finish it off. Ross and Arusha froze the remaining tissue. This place is covered with ice and snow all year round. It is impossible to melt without external intervention. Okay, let's go back, but we have to go back. It's been drained, not a drop left. It's magic power. Chapter 17. The three of them walked on a rugged and snowy mountain road. There were no ice monsters seeking death along the way, and the magic power emitted by the three was too strong. Should we notify the Council of Deliora's death and let them take over the canyon and protect it? This was Gildarts' suggestion. He saw that Ross had not mentioned it. Notify, and let URU notify, as a token of the Saint 10, and say that URU solved Deliora alone. Ross nodded when he saw Gildarts mentioned it. He originally wanted to wait until he got back to talk about it. Anyway, they are all frozen. Just say that URU killed Deliora and froze the remaining tissue, and then hand it over to the council for confirmation. Isn't this bad? URU felt embarrassed to take the credit alone, and Gildarts was much stronger than her and didn't make it to the Holy 10. It's really easy for URU to make it to the Holy 10 with her strength. The selection criteria for the Holy 10 are not only strength, so there is really no need to worry. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not interested in the Holy 10. Gildarts can't do it by destroying all day long. What's more, you have disappeared from people's sight for a while. It's easier to enter the Holy 10 with this as a merit. I can't help it. Who made me use super high-level magic? Gildarts was very angry, and he didn't forget to show off when he was angry. But he had a point of view that he shared with Ross. Holy 10? What is that? Uncle Gildarts is not interested at all. He just wanted to pursue the peak of magic, and the Holy 10 might be a constraint for him. I didn't expect that Deliora was easily defeated. I thought it would be a tough fight. Ross suddenly sighed. That demon is not that strong, just has a good physique, but it is too big and clumsy. Uncle Gildarts can defeat it alone. Gildarts gave his evaluation with disdain. Then he looked at Ross with disdain. Do you have any misunderstanding about your own strength? Even if I didn't come, you could have defeated Deliora. Gildarts put a hand on Ross's shoulder and said, you are very strong. I felt it on Tianlang Island. I didn't hold back my punch. Please, I was almost knocked away by your punch. Ross wanted to complain. I couldn't beat him, so forget it, just bear it. Good guy, you didn't just keep paddling, did you? Ross felt that Gildarts was not serious just now. I've always wanted to ask you how old you are. Your magic power is so strong. You nodded vigorously to show that she agreed with Gildarts' words. She had seen the attack power of the move I am for everyone, and the armor she received was ridiculously strong. She had seen Imperial Dragon Armorman Omegaman and Jesmon one after another. Do you believe me when I say 13 years old? Ross crossed his fingers and folded them behind his head. His tone was very relaxed. He knew that he was still far away. The 12 shields of the Holy Guard were not easy to deal with. It was not a plot kill. Irene and Augusta could beat Fairy Tail, not to mention Black Dragon and Ziref. So young. I thought you were about 15 years old. You looked at Ross, who was a little taller than him. You was not short, with long legs and a height of more than 1.7 meters. Haha, then blame me for looking too old. The three of them walked for a while and recovered some magic. Ross received Imperial Dragon Armorman again and took the two out of the town. There was no other reason. You was still worried about Ultia. In the academy, Gray and Leo were practicing ice modeling magic, surrounded by many children who were constantly amazed. This gave them more motivation to create various animals and weapons with ice modeling. Ross, Arusha and Gildarts watched Uru and her friend Mickey chatting. It seemed that she was explaining Arusha's affairs and thanking and saying goodbye to her friend. After all, she was leaving the north. On the way back, they boarded a long-distance train and transferred to several trains to return to Magnolia. Finally here, Magnolia. Ross yawned after getting off the train. It was too tiring to sit up for a long journey. The guard at the door immediately prepared to start Gildarts mode when he saw Gildarts coming back. Magnolia will soon change to Gildarts mode. All citizens please move to the designated location immediately. A dozen winged magic speakers were broadcasting over the town of Magnolia. What happened? Standing at the gate, Arusha blinked and watched the town in front of her start to move. Si go ye. This is Gray and Leo with eyes wide open. Gildarts mode. Uncle's magic is too destructive. If not, he will destroy many buildings. Ross squatted down to explain to Arusha, pointing at Gildarts. Ha ha ha, don't praise me. Gildarts touched the back of his head. I'm not praising you at all. Ross didn't know how to complain. Arusha stared at Gildarts and seemed very curious about Gildarts' destructive magic. Why set up a mode specifically for him? Let him live outside the city or the Fairy Tale Guild should be able to move, right? You felt that it was a waste of money to go to such lengths. Fairy Tale has driven the development of Magnolia's economy. If the first generation hadn't established a guild here before, the economy here would not be so developed now. More than 100 years ago, Magnolia was not the prosperous magic commercial city it is now. Okay, the mode conversion is complete. Let's go to the guild to meet President Makarov first. After all the buildings were moved, a road leading directly to Fairy Tale was moved out. Arriving at the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild, the gate was closed. Fairy Tale Arusha read out while looking at the plaque. Yes, this is our guild Fairy Tale. Go in. Ross said as he pushed open the gate. Just now, Gildarts almost broke through the wall next to the gate again, but Ross grabbed his cloak and pulled him back. The old man has to give me a chicken leg tonight, Ross thought. Everyone, we are back. After pushing open the door, except for some extras, Makarov was sitting at the bar, Wakaba and Makeo were drinking, Litas was drawing, Nob was still looking at the bulletin board, and Kana was practicing her tarot cards. "Yo, you are back." This was a greeting from everyone. "This beautiful lady, can you go on a date with me?" As soon as Wakaba saw Uru, he ran over with a pipe in his mouth. Uru looked like he was only in his 20s, although his actual age was unclear. "Sorry, I already have a daughter." Uru smiled and touched the head of Arusha who was standing next to her. Wakaba took a look at Uru and Arusha, and they really looked alike. How could this happen? "I'm heartbroken." Wakaba immediately changed his position and squatted in the corner for a few circles. "Dad." Kana saw Gildarts standing at the door, so she got off the chair and ran towards Gildarts. Gildarts picked her up and turned her around a few times before putting Kana down. "Kana, this is Arusha, you are the same age." Ross first introduced Arusha standing aside to Kana, and looked at Arusha and said, "Arusha, this is Kana, how about chatting with Kana?" Arusha looked up at Uru first, and Uru nodded and smiled to Arusha. "Come on, I'll show you my tarot cards, how about I help you with divination?" Kana pulled Arusha to where she had just sat. Leo and Gray didn't care. At their age, they were not interested in little girls' games. They just stood behind Uru and looked around at the fairy tale guild. Ross first asked Makeo and Wakaba to take care of the two little ghosts, and Ross took Uru to Makarov. Gildarts had already sat on the chair behind Kana and looked at Kana with his hands on his hands. "Too clingy, a little." Ross introduced Uru and Fairy Tale in the middle. "Hello, Mr. Makarov, you can just call me Uru." Uru had heard of the reputation of Makarov, one of the 10 holy mages. "Ha ha ha, Uru, please give me more advice in the future." Makarov had also heard of the strongest ice mage in the north. "You and Arusha can live in the girls' dormitory first, and Gray and Leo can also let them live with me temporarily. There is an empty room at home." Makarov made his own suggestion after hearing that they wanted to live in Magnolia for a long time in the future, but they had no money. "Those two children are very noisy, I'm afraid they will damage your furniture and house." Uru had no objection to living in the girls' dormitory. "How about joining our guild?" Rose did not invite Uru to join Fairy Tale. Rose did not want to ask Uru to join by borrowing a favor, although he knew that he said Uru would most likely agree, but just asked her to inform the council that she was willing to become the 10 holy mages, but Makarov said that "I want all talents." Uru looked surprised, then said, "But I haven't done any missions for a long time. I want to spend more time with my daughter and teach my 2 apprentices." "Don't worry, you don't have to do any missions, just register your name, and you don't have to pay rent, how about it?" Makarov tried his best to trick Uru into joining Fairy Tale. "In that case, I'll join, but this little room is. I should be able to afford the rent." Uru was not asking for rent. When Uru said he had no money before, he meant buying a house. Joining Fairy Tale was a way to repay Rose. "Guys, we have new members joining us. Let's have a party together." Makarov raised his glass, and everyone in the guild responded. Chapter 18. After the banquet, the guests were very happy. After the banquet. Library. The high fever persists because of the strong magic power. Will it be out of control if the magic power is used now? After Uru told Makarov about Uru's situation, Makarov pinched his chin and thought about what could be done. This is completely different from Laxus's situation. Laxus doesn't have a fever, but is born weak. Could it be the Dragon Slayer crystal again? Ross saw that Makarov had been thinking for a long time without making any suggestions. "Grandpa, if we can't think of anything, why don't we ask the first generation?" "Okay, but in this case, we have to stamp the guild emblem on Uru and Arusha first." Makarov thought for a while and nodded. It was a helpless move to let Uru and Arusha go to Tianlang Island as soon as they joined the guild, but he really didn't have any better solutions, and there were two guarantors around Uru, one was Ross and the other was Gildarts. Tomorrow, go to our guild's holy land, Tianlang Island, to meet the first generation. The first generation will definitely have a way. Makarov solemnly assured Uru. Urusha, come with us tomorrow. Makarov looked at Arusha with a smile. Where do you want to print your guild emblem? Ross asked them, holding the wooden emblem. Uru chose black on his left shoulder, Graylio and Grey chose dark blue on their right chests, and Arusha looked at the orange emblem on Ross's left hand and chose to cover the back of his left hand, but in black. That night, after dinner, Ross took Uru, Arusha, Kana and Grey to visit Magnolia and bought some daily necessities. When they passed by Makarov's house, they left Grey and Leo to the old man, and Ross sent Uru and the others back to the girls' dormitory. Gildarts ran out to fish. The lights on the town streets were bright, and the light sprinkled on the white ground. I haven't thanked you formally yet. Thank you, Ross. Uru looked at Arusha, who was talking and laughing with Kana in front of him, and felt that there was no happiness in life more than this. Ross waved his hand casually. It's okay, no need to thank me, you have joined the guild, and we will be a family in the future. If you need anything in the future, please tell me, I will do my best. In the night, Uru looked into Ross's eyes, and Ross could feel the sincerity in her eyes. I know, I won't be polite if you need me. By the way, if you want to move out of the girls' dormitory and rent or buy a house outside, it's best to find one that doesn't need to be moved in Gildarts mode, otherwise it will be scary if Gildarts comes back. Considering that Uru might move out of the girls' dormitory after becoming one of the 10 holy mages, Ross reminded him first. Is the environment of the girls' dormitory very bad? That's not the case. On the contrary, it's very good. It's quite big, and there are not many people living there. From the outside, it looks like the decoration is good. I haven't been in specifically. Hearing this, Uru nodded. In fact, it's not unacceptable to her. After all, the environment she lived in before was not very good, but she had to consider Arusha's feelings. She wanted to give her daughter the best possible. Stepping up the stairs, a 3-story H-shaped building appeared in front of Uru. From the window, there were many rooms, and the surroundings were flat. You could also see the sea in the room, which was also a sea view room. Uru was quite satisfied. Urusha, this is the girls' dormitory. I live in the middle of the second floor, on the right. Kana pointed to the room she lived in and showed it to Arusha. Makarov has sent me a message. You are going to move in, right? Hilda, wearing a red dress, walked out of the dormitory and looked at Uru and her daughter. She lived at the door of the first floor and could easily see the situation on the platform outside. Yes. Do you want to live in 1 room or 2 rooms? Is the room big? Grandma Hilda said, it must be enough for 2 people. Then we can live in 1 room. Uru touched Arusha's hair, and his eyes curved into crescents. Come with me and choose a room. Grandma Hilda said and turned to walk into the girls' dormitory. Goodbye, Kana, Arusha. Ross waved goodbye to them and nodded to Aru. Goodbye, Ross. The two also smiled and waved goodbye. Watching them enter the dormitory, Ross turned back home. As soon as he got home, he saw Leo and Grey being knocked to the ground by the old man. It was nothing, the two of them kept bickering and were too noisy. Makarov was afraid that they would disturb the neighbors, so he gave one to each of them. A slap of love. When Makarov saw Ross coming back, he said, "You can take them to Tenro Island tomorrow. I'll stay in the guild with my old bones." "Okay, Grandpa." Ross didn't care. Anyway, he was familiar with the road to Tenro Island and there was no danger. It was not a big deal to go alone. Then I'll leave Gray and Leo to you tomorrow. Don't worry, there are so many people in the guild, they won't get lost. Makarov waved his hand. It's because there are so many people in the guild that I'm afraid. Early in the morning, the time agreed with URU yesterday was very early. URU was obviously very anxious about Arusha's illness. After the three of them got together in the guild, they had breakfast and boarded the guild's ship at Harjan port. The ship was self-driving and had a route to Tenro Island. Ross took Arusha to sit in front of the fence on the deck, with her feet stretched out of the railing, and URU stood behind them and looked at the two. Arusha, is there any magic you want to learn? URU's modeling magic. This is what Arusha wants to learn the most, nothing else. Besides that, do you have any other ideas? Ross was not surprised by this answer. I don't know. Arusha pursed her lips and thought for a while, then shook her head. How about magic related to time? Are you interested? Ross still planned to let Arusha learn the arc of time. Of course, if there are side effects, she will be informed in advance. It's called Sister Tears to play with the arc of time with a crystal ball. Time. Arusha frowned slightly, and her little brain obviously didn't know what magic related to time was like. Lost magic. The arc of time is a magic that can interfere with everything except life if it is practiced well. Ross explained concisely that the arc of time can interfere with plants after practicing it, but it seems that it can't interfere with life forms such as humans or demons. Do you want me to learn it? Arusha looked into his eyes. Yes, I think you are very suitable to learn this. Looking at Arusha's eyes, Rose felt that he could not lie to her and say that this was to cure her illness. Then Arusha learn it. The breeze caressed her black hair against her smiling face. Rose couldn't help but rub the bangs in front of her little head. It was really too cute and he couldn't help it. Besides magic, what does Arusha like to do? Well, study. Read. Arusha raised her head slightly and tapped her chin with her fingers. Then I feel that you and the first generation should have a lot of common topics. The first generation also likes to study and read. The first generation. Arusha heard them talking about the first generation yesterday, but she didn't ask. The first generation president of Fairy Tale, Mavis Viviamilio, is a very powerful person. He lives on Tenro Island. Rose felt that Arusha and Mavis were really a bit similar. They were both knowledgeable and loved reading, although Arusha would grow up to be a queen. We're here. The Tianlang Island is in front of us. Ross pointed to the Tianlang tree in the middle. Tianlang Island. Chapter 19. The two of them were so happy that they were so happy. Mavis felt the fairy tale members coming to the island, and walked towards them with bare feet on the beach. First generation. Rose greeted Mavis. Kawi. Mavis saw Arusha. She hadn't seen such a cute little girl for a long time. Her eyes were shining, and she touched Arusha with her little hand, although she couldn't touch her. Arusha saw Rose greet Mavis, and knew that the first generation president was in front of her, so she didn't resist. I see, leave it to me. After calming down and listening to Arusha's explanation, Mavis looked proud and patted her chest with her little hand. Can it really be solved? Uru seemed very excited. She was also in pain because Arusha was troubled by the powerful magic. In fact, as she grows up, she will gradually get better. The most important thing is to get through the youngest years. It is not easy for her to get through those years. But if she follows me to learn, it will take half a year at the fastest and 1 year at the slowest. Thank you very much, first generation. Uru's eyes were filled with tears. He covered his chest with his right hand and bowed to the first generation. Mavis thought that the process of combing the magic in the body would be painful, and suggested to Uru, by the way, it would be better for Arusha to stay in Tenro Island to learn. There is a lot of magic around Tenro Island and the earth. The magic of the Tenro tree will continuously heal the members of Fairy Tale. She will be more relaxed here. The process of combing magic is not easy. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, first generation, but I also want to stay. You plan to stay with his daughter this time? Okay. Mavis nodded. Anyway, U's presence would not have any effect on her, and it would be more lively. Hearing this, Uru smiled and touched Arusha's hair, looked into her eyes and said, Mom will definitely stay with you this time. Yes, Mom, Arusha will work hard. Arusha nodded and clenched her fists, responding to her mother's determination. Then I'll go back and buy some food and daily necessities for you. Ross saw this. Although there are animals on Tianlang Island, they can't be eaten, and you can't eat meat every meal. Thank you very much. Uru clasped his hands together to express his gratitude to Ross. Tell Gray and Leo that I can't go back for the time being, let them practice well first. Ross first bought 3 days of food and some daily necessities and sent them to Tianlang Island. Uru can freeze the meat to keep it fresh, which saves Ross from coming every day. After that, Ross sent food to Tianlang Island every 3 days, and by the way, he checked Arusha's practice progress. The good news is that Mavis said Arusha's talent is very high, and it may not take half a year. 3 months later, Ross landed on Tenro Island again. This time he didn't bring any food. Mavis said that he could come back in 3 days and didn't need to bring any food. Ross saw Arusha learning ice-shaping magic from Uru from a distance. Mavis sat on a rock and watched with her little feet. The mother and daughter were one big and one small, but their shaping postures were exactly the same. Is Arusha okay? Uru and Arusha stopped as Ross got off the boat. Ross. Arusha greeted him. It got better yesterday. Thank you so much for the past 3 months. Uru smiled and touched Arusha's hair. She finally resolved a matter. She had formally thanked Mavis for what she said yesterday. First generation, thank you for your hard work. Ross nodded to Mavis first, then looked at Uru and said, there's no need to be so polite. I like Arusha too. It's not hard. I've been very happy these 3 months. Arusha is very cute. Mavis tilted her head, her eyes curved into crescents. Then let's go back. The old man has also prepared the application materials for you. After you go back, you just need to fill in the materials and go to the evaluation committee for evaluation. It was originally agreed to take Arusha and her daughter back today. I want to go too. I also want to teach Arusha. Arusha is a genius. Mavis jumped off the stone, and the feather ears on both sides stood up, looking very excited. After 3 months of contact, Mavis also likes Arusha very much. She is a strong and talented child. The key is that she also loves reading. Mavis plans to teach her magic and knowledge in person. Arusha wants to learn time magic. Arusha looked at the excited Mavis. Okay. Mavis patted her chest and agreed. Suddenly she thought of something. She looked at Ross with wide eyes. She remembered. Ross had asked her about the arc of time before. Ross's scalp tingled when she stared at him. He took out the arc of time from his backpack, handed the book to Arusha, touched her hair and said, learn from the first generation. Uru didn't say anything that would bother the first generation. After 3 months of contact, she realized that this was a natural fool. As long as she was happy, there was no trouble. If she refused, she might cry. She was also very happy that her daughter could be taught by such a powerful wizard. Ross followed Uru and Arusha to put the things back in the dormitory first, and then went back to the guild to report the progress to the president. Push open the door. Oh, Arusha is back. I haven't seen her grow taller in 3 months. Seeing the changes in Arusha, everyone said in unison. Arusha did grow taller and her hair became longer. Before, it was only short hair to the chin, but now it has reached the shoulders. Uru, we practiced hard when you were away. Gray and Leo were still bickering, but when they saw Uru, they gave up bickering and ran to Uru. Laxus was still not there. He was now a quest maniac, either doing a quest or on the way to a quest. Rose was delivering food regularly, and he didn't take any quests far away recently, but only took quests nearby. Urusha, come here. Kana saw Urusha appear and waved to her. She finally had a playmate, but Urusha turned around and went to Tenro Island. She missed Urusha too. Go. You gently pushed Urusha to signal her to go find Kana. Then you and Rose walked to the bar where Makarov was sitting. Mavis also sat aside, shaking her little feet and looking at the noisy people in the guild. Although everyone didn't know who this was, they knew that this was the president's guest and didn't bother him. President, thank you very much. Uru expressed his gratitude to Makarov. Makarov asked them to go to the Holy Land of Tianlang Island just a few days after they joined the guild. In particular, this trip also solved Urusha's problem, which was a great favor to Uru. You said thank you before. Makarov nodded. He didn't care. First, he believed in Ross. Second, he did feel the disordered and powerful magic in Urusha's body. As a father and grandfather, he couldn't bear to see this. Fill out the information and hand it over to the council later. Makarov pushed the information to her. Uru nodded. The council had confirmed the news of Deliora's death before. She also received an invitation from the council Saint Ten, but she went to the treatment with Urusha first. Since Urusha has recovered, she should indeed become the Saint Ten and get a stable salary. Then, to celebrate Urusha's recovery, let's have a banquet. Makarov raised his glass. Chapter 20. The new year is coming, and the new year is coming. A few days later, after submitting the information, Uru successfully completed the evaluation of the council, and used magic to attack the magic crystal test, officially becoming the 7th of the 10 holy mages in Ishgar. Although he is the 7th, the first 4 are actually the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, and the other 2 are the 10 holy mages, Makarov and Joseph Pola. The 10 holy mages are not only about strength, but more of a recognition. When Urusha was in the north, she was called the first ice mage. The key is that she does not cause damage. When Gildarts completed the task, the damage was too serious, otherwise he could have become one of the 10 holy mages. After becoming the 10th saint, besides the need to attend the council meetings with the thought body and take action when there is a crisis in the Ishgar continent, Uru has a lot of free time. Uru also has more time to accompany Urusha and teach students. In addition, Uru issued a commission in the name of the 10th saint, asking the council to start looking for Brian, the former director of the Magic Development Bureau. The council was happy to accept it. Brian had been blacklisted when Ross and Gildarts destroyed the Magic Development Bureau and submitted evidence. The day after becoming the 10th saint, Uru returned to Magnolia and took Gray and Leo to practice in Huckbee Mountain. She felt guilty for leaving the 2 disciples behind for more than 3 months. As for Urusha, there were Hilda and Kana in the dormitory. As for outside, she asked Ross to help take care of her, and Professor Mavis, so she had nothing to worry about. After living with Urusha for more than 3 months on Tianlang Island, Urusha was not so dependent on her. The forest east of Magnolia. Rose was sitting cross-legged in meditation to improve his magic power, Mavis and Urusha were practicing on the side, and Kana was taken out by Gildarts to do a mission. Gildarts took a few S-level missions, which were not difficult for him, so he took Kana away, and took her out to see the scenery. Urusha put the Arc of Time aside and listened to Mavis's lecture attentively. Mavis had already told Urusha about the side effects of the Arc of Time, and she didn't care about it. Magic is not a miraculous power, but the airflow inside our body. When it merges with the airflow in nature, it will be transformed into a concrete power for the first time. Only through one's own mental power, concentration, and injection into one's own soul can magic be formed. Time magic is no exception. Although time magic is not like the magic of wind, fire, earth, water, and other elements that are used by the practiced magic power, powerful time magic can return the state of things to the past or push it to the future. More powerful magic can even pause or rewind time. Of course, the corresponding price will be very high. Mavis raised a finger and said slowly, quite like a good teacher. What I want to teach you is time magic, the arc of time, a magic that can return the state of things to the past or push it to the future, interfere with the time of things other than living things, and even use the arc of time to create many things. It depends on imagination. Mavis knocked his head. Mavis's illusion magic was similar. Although it was not powerful, it was also very impressive if the imagination was good. First of all, you need to use your own practiced magic power to inject it into the crystal ball and learn to control it. Ross collected suitable crystal balls according to Mavis's instructions a few days ago. In fact, other things are fine, but crystal balls are more suitable for absorbing magic power. Then Arusha slowly injected magic power into the crystal ball under Mavis's guidance. When Arusha finished injecting, Mavis snapped his fingers. Very good. Then try to control it to fly, let it float up and fly forward first. Then fly back and stop in front of you. Very good, let the crystal ball fly around you 3 times. Arusha completed everything smoothly according to Mavis's instructions. Mavis was very happy to see this and said, Arusha is really a genius. Arusha was also very happy to be praised, and he studied harder. Next, we need to learn how to interfere with the time of this crystal ball. First, let it go back to the past, that is, to the way it was before you injected magic power into it. Hearing this, Arusha stretched out his palm, closed his eyes, and began to imagine the original appearance of the crystal ball. As a burst of light appeared on the crystal ball fell to the ground and returned to its original appearance. Very good, let it change back. Then Arusha continued to complete the instructions according to Mavis' instructions. Fairy Tale is not that famous now. Rose is very low-key. She just completes some tasks like clocking into work. She doesn't deliberately become famous. There are not many S-level tasks. Guildarts has basically taken them all. This man is now making a lot of money to support Kana. After all, the money was used to buy photo albums before. The more difficult ones were also taken by Laxus. Rose is very free. Every day, he follows Arusha to practice with Mavis. He also meditates or receives training and moves. Mavis directly lives in Arusha's dormitory. Let's eat first, Arusha. Rose looked at the 2 people who were still teaching and practicing, and shouted at them. In addition to bringing some food for herself, Rose also caught a few fish in the lake. At noon, she grilled them and cooked fish pot soup. I want to eat. A drop of saliva flowed from the corner of Mavis's mouth, but it was a pity that she couldn't eat it. First generation. Arusha raised the grilled fish for Mavis to smell. Mavis took a deep breath. I want to eat it. Rose and Arusha were helpless. This was not the first time they had seen this. Arusha had seen it many times on Tenro Island and had long been accustomed to it. Be careful of the heat. Ross scooped a bowl of fish soup and placed it in front of Arusha. In addition to being delicious, this fish has another advantage, that is, there are no fish bones. Ross does not have to worry about fish bones. Ross likes this fish very much. Don't worry about that. Arusha waved her hand, and the boiling fish soup just now dropped to a temperature suitable for eating. Arusha used the arc of time to postpone the time of this bowl of fish soup by a few minutes. Haha, very good magic, Arusha is very powerful. Ross did not expect that Arusha's arc of time had such attainments after only practicing for a few days. It is really a genius. Arusha blushed slightly after being praised. She ignored him and started eating. Mavis kept staring at Arusha while she was eating, thinking that Arusha eating was equal to me eating. After the meal, Arusha helped to clean up the dishes and then continued to practice. Next, we have to learn to use the arc attack of time. Mavis was very satisfied with Arusha's practice speed and decided to start teaching the moves. First try to gather the magic power from the crystal ball into a point, and then send it out. The target is that stone. Mavis pointed to the stone where Rose often meditated. It was a punishment for Mavis not being able to eat and tempting her. If this move is practiced for a long time, the crystal balls at multiple time points can appear at the same time to attack together, but the magic power required will be very large, and only people with high natural magic power or very talented people can practice it. Rose was still washing dishes. Hearing a sound, he found that the stone where he often sat cross-legged had broken into several pieces. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mavis saw that Ross had no reaction and felt that it was meaningless, so she asked Arusha to restore the stone to the previous time. Ross finished washing the dishes and turned back to find that the stone had been restored. In the afternoon, Ross sat on the broken and restored stone to meditate as usual. A messenger bird flew over and brought a letter that needed the guild seal to open. Ross, come back to the guild immediately. We need to go to the council and talk about the details when we come back. As soon as the letter was opened, Makarov's little figure appeared on the letter. Chapter 21. The two of them were very busy. After receiving the news, Ross quickly returned to the guild with Arusha and Mavis. Everyone in the guild was noisy, but Makarov was nowhere to be seen. Hey, Ross is back. The president asked you to go to the library to find him. Wakaba turned around and said to Ross, holding his pipe. Ross nodded to indicate that he understood, then lowered his head and looked at Arusha. Arusha, stay in the guild and don't walk around. He also told Litas to take care of Arusha. He was worried that Makao and Wakaba would see it, which would teach the child bad things. Litas could also draw pictures to make the child happy. Okay, first generation, let's go down together. Grandpa, I'm back. What happened? As soon as Ross entered the underground library, he saw Makarov sitting cross-legged on the floor with a sad face. The Albaraz Empire is preparing to invade, and the spy sent by the council has sent news. Makarov's face was full of worries. There was no way, the pressure from the Albaraz Empire was too great. Invasion in X774? Why don't I remember it was at this time? Did the invasion happen more than once? Ross pinched his chin and pondered. So it was the council that summoned us. Yes, the council asked all guild presidents and S-level wizards in Ishgar to attend the meeting to discuss how to resist the attack of the Albaraz Empire. I also sent a letter to Uru, asking her to go directly to the council. Makarov frowned and nodded, with a helpless tone. I should have known that I wouldn't let you become an S-level wizard so quickly. The kingdom of Fiori is closest to the western continent. If you want to fight the kingdom of Fiori, it can be said to be the front line. It's okay, Grandpa. Ross was not too worried. Ziref didn't have any dangerous thoughts at the moment. The council had magical spirit power and faith, and they were not made of clay. Now it wasn't the 12 shields of the Holy Spirit. The only scary ones were probably Irene and Magic King August. They might not go to the front line yet, and whoever came up would be the King Bomb. And August might not be willing to fight. He was actually an old man who was easily soft-hearted, and he was indecisive more than once or twice. Ishgar is so big, how can faraway guilds participate? They all go to their respective branches. The speaker and members of the council will participate as thought bodies, and we'll talk about it in case of emergency. Mavis stood aside without saying a word. Okay, let's set off immediately. Makarov stood up, then looked at the first generation and said, First generation, we'll leave first. Be careful. Mavis came to her senses and responded to Makarov. Ross and Makarov first took a bus to the station, then took a direct train to the Magic Council on the top of the mountain. Why is this council so high? It's built directly on the top of the mountain. Ross couldn't help complaining as he walked on the winding mountain road with Makarov. Maybe they think this is the only way to show their power. Makarov snorted. So the old man is at odds with the council now? But think about it, Makarov has always emphasized that magic is free. He is already at odds with the council, and the members headed by guildarts are sabotaging every day. It is estimated that he will hardly hear any good words in the council. Ross thought to himself. They finally climbed to the top of the mountain, and Ross also saw the Fiori branch of the council for the first time. The main hall was still floating. When they arrived at the council, other presidents had already arrived. Ross saw the president of the Four Hounds, Goldman, the Blue Pegasus, Bob, and the future Saint Tenjura. At this time, Uru hurriedly arrived, running in, followed by Gray and Leo. Time was too tight, and she had no place for Gray and Leo to go. The road was smooth. Everyone knew that this newly promoted Holy 10 magicians had all kinds of frogs kneeling down. President, what happened? Uru came in and walked to the tables of several familiar presidents, and Ross was also sitting next to him. Then Ross explained to Uru that Alvarez had the intention of summoning troops to prepare for the attack. Several figures suddenly appeared on the chairs on the stage in front, including Crawford Shim, the chairman of the council, Og, Yajima, teacher Barano, and some members whose names Ross could not remember. The purpose of calling everyone together is to discuss the news about the attack of the Alvarez Empire. The latest situation is that Alvarez has stopped its intention to attack, and they seem to have received news that Ishgar has held a meeting to prepare for defense. That's right, As soon as Alvarez had the intention to attack, this side had already responded. Alvarez might want to attack by surprise, but he didn't expect there to be spies. It seems that there are also spies from the Alvarez Empire on the Ishgar side. Ross pinched his chin and thought. So now it's just the spies on both sides who are playing, and the swords and weapons haven't been used. No, your emperor is wandering now. Does your emperor know that you are jumping like this? Ross thinks that it is possible that this time it is not for the meteor glow, it is possible that they just want to show off the strength of the Alvarez Empire, to surprise, and then see if there is a way to seize billions of territory and collect billions of war reparations. Ross estimates that the Alvarez Empire will now start to purge spies within the empire, and this war can be considered unsuccessful. Thank you very much for the support of the guild presidents for our work this time. While Ross was thinking, the council had finished talking about the matter and was ready to adjourn. After the meeting, Makarov, Ross, and Uru walked out of the council together. Makarov walked in front to think. Ross did not disturb him and looked at Uru beside him. Does Uru go back to see Arusha first? Is Arusha doing well? She is doing very well. She practices the Arc of Time with the first generation every day, and I heard from Kana that she seems to practice Ice Shape at night. Well, then I won't go back for now. Please tell Arusha that I will go back in about 3 months. If Uru didn't know about the attack of the Alvarez Empire this time, she would have planned to go back. Now she plans to continue practicing and strengthen her strength. At the meeting, the council members also said that there is indeed a gap in strength between Ishgar and the Alvarez Empire, and this gap has been widening. How about you write a letter? I'll give it to Arusha. Rose thought that it would be better to have a letter than to convey it to Arusha dryly. Okay, wait a minute. Then Uru went to the side to find the frog and asked for paper and pen to write a letter to Ross. After that, he took Gray and Leo to continue to practice in Habeko Mountain. The environment of Habeko Mountain is indeed suitable for ice wizards to practice, and it is not worse than the north. On the way back, Makarov specifically told Ross, Rose, don't tell other people in the guild about the content of this meeting. Gray and Leo were taken away by the frog just now, and they didn't know the content of the meeting. Only they and Uru knew about it in fairy tale. Will Laxus tell him when he comes back? Makarov frowned and thought for a while, then nodded, he can tell. Laxus's strength has gradually been recognized by the old man, but the others are still far behind. It's useless to talk about it. As for Ivan, he seems to have gone astray. Makarov doesn't tell him anything about the guild now. Oh, the president and Ross are back. Ross pushed open the door. The scene in the guild didn't change much. It was still so noisy. Ursha saw Ross coming back and ran to Ross. Ross was the one she knew best in the guild. The second one is Gildarts. First, Gildarts has known each other for a while in the north. Although Gildarts is not a good person, he occasionally gives people a sense of reliability. Second, Gildarts is Kana's father and is also friends with her mother Uru. Grandpa President. Urusha greeted Makarov first, and Makarov patted her forehead with his little hand. Ursha looked up at Ross and asked, "What happened?" Rose squatted down and touched Urusha's hair. "It's true that there are some urgent matters, but they have been dealt with. Don't worry. I also saw Uru. This is her letter to you. Uru said that she will not be back until 3 months later." The time they were away this time was indeed not very long. It took a total of 2 days to go back and forth. Urusha nodded, thinking that it was probably nothing to do. She took the letter when she heard it, but she didn't open it yet. She probably planned to read it when she returned to the dormitory at night. She no longer worried that Uru would abandon her. Makarov had returned to the bar and sat next to the first generation. He poured himself a good drink and drank with Wakaba again. Makeo went out to do a mission. Speaking of which, although Makeo and Wakaba are so-called rivals, Makeo is still a little more motivated than Wakaba, but it's really just a little bit. Chapter 22. The old man was born in a hurry. Half of the year X774 passed in a flash, and Uru returned with Gray and Leo from training. Urusha's time arc gradually achieved results, and no one was needed to protect her. The eastern forest of Magnolia was no longer dangerous to her. After all, the first generation was only responsible for teaching Urusha, so Ross was also responsible for the bodyguard before. Since the last meeting of the council, Ross has felt a sense of urgency. He has extended his exercise and meditation time every day. After Uru came back, he also said goodbye to Makarov and Uru mother and daughter. He took on several missions to defeat several dark guilds and rebellious monsters. At this point in time, there was no Balamu alliance. The only famous dark guilds were the Devil's Heart and the Gate of Hades. The others were just a few small fish and shrimps, which had no impact on Ross. Ross completed it easily. He also became famous among regular guilds and dark guilds, because he claimed that the magic he used was receiving paladin. He was also called the Knight of Fairy Tale. Laxus also gradually became known as the God of Thunder. With the addition of another Holy 10 Uru, Fairy Tale was no longer just famous within a certain range like before, but had become famous in the kingdom of Fiori. When Ross returned to the guild, he met Ursha and learned that the first generation had returned to Tenro Island. Mavis told Ursha that she had nothing to teach Ursha, and she would have to practice on her own in the future. Although Urusha was reluctant, she nodded to show that she understood. However, Mavis also said that if Urusha had any problems in her practice, she could go to Tenro Island to find her. Calculating it, Mavis has taught Urusha for more than half a year, more than 3 months in Tenro Island and more than 3 months in the Eastern Forest. Mavis can be regarded as Urusha's teacher, but she has not officially accepted a disciple. Urusha's hair is longer now, and she has tied 2 ponytails with red hair bands. She is dressed in black and holding a crystal ball in her hand. She has a dark temperament, which is for Ross. She seems to like to tease Ross, squinting her eyes and smiling, using the arc of time to tease him. It's true that you can learn to be dark by following a natural fool. Is it really a talent? Ross couldn't help thinking. Ross's recent plan is to visit Jude Hartfilia and Lucy's mother Leela. With the rise of Fairy Tale and his fame, this has become possible. Otherwise, a large consortium is not something you can meet whenever you want, and there is no need to care about you. In the Eastern Woods, Ross and Urusha competed with each other and tested Urusha's practice results. Ross also understood that the arc of time would not work on the time digital alloy, at least not for the time being. Ross thought that the reason might be that the time digital alloy might be active after the combination, or that Arusha's practice was temporarily insufficient. Arusha was obviously not very happy to be easily defeated by Ross. "Arusha, do you want to go out and play with me?" Ross had rested for several days since he came back this time. There was no danger in going to Lucy's house. Even if he was there, he could deal with it. First, he really wanted to take Arusha out to play. Second, if he took Arusha with him, at least he would not be as abrupt as visiting alone. With a child, Jude should relax his guard a little. Where to go? Arusha was a little tempted. Well, just walk around and visit the Heart Philia Foundation at the end. Okay, but I have to talk to you first. Arusha nodded, with a little expectation in her eyes. She has never gone out to play. Since joining Fairy Tale, her range of activities has been around Magnolia, and before that, she was only in the Magic Development Bureau. It's okay, don't worry, we will set off tomorrow or the day after tomorrow depending on the situation. You can talk to you tonight. The two of them have training tasks every day, and they return to the guild after training in the afternoon every day. In the evening, in the girls' dormitory, Uru readily agreed to Arusha's request to go out for a trip, but only told Arusha to pay attention to safety. After getting Uru's consent, Ross first took Arusha to visit Magnolia and buy some portable food. He didn't want to catch fish or go hunting along the way, and many towns were not as prosperous as Magnolia. The more famous cities in the Kingdom of Fiori were Magnolia, Crocus, Agalafa, Ogu Town, and Harujian. Although it was not the first time to visit Magnolia, the bustling streets of Magnolia and the various shops and snacks still gave Ross and Arusha a sense of novelty, not to mention that the residents of Magnolia were very familiar with Fairy Tale. The members of Tomo were very friendly, and some uncles and aunts even insisted on giving Arusha food. Arusha seemed to like crepes very much. Although many things were pushed to her, she only accepted crepes. It turned out that girls could not refuse good-looking desserts. Crepes were rolled with thin wheat cakes, and the fried cake skin was rolled and eaten with whipped cream. When rolling, mango, orange pieces and strawberry slices were sandwiched, and a cherry was placed in the middle, and finally a circle of chocolate sauce was poured. It looked really good and delicious. Ross did not take advantage of the crepe seller for free, and still paid for it. If you like anything else, just buy it. Ross looked at Arusha, who was following him and eating crepes fascinatedly. No. That's enough. Looking at Ross, who was looking at her with a smile, Arusha realized that she was actually addicted to it. Her cheeks were flushed with an imperceptible blush. She turned her head as if she was guilty, responded to Ross eagerly, and quickened her pace to walk in front of Ross. Ross smiled and didn't provoke Arusha anymore, otherwise this newly grown black-bellied girl would probably tease her every day. They entered the largest supermarket in Magnolia, where there are all kinds of prepared food and daily necessities. How about buying some sweets to eat on the way? Ross pointed to the macarons, puffs and brownies in the sweets display cabinet. No, it will make you fat. Arusha shook her head. I really want to eat it. Ross smiled and scratched his head. You don't usually eat it. Arusha knew that it was bought for her. In the few months she knew each other, she had never seen Ross eat any sweets, but she had seen skewers and the like. Well, I will control it, but I won't eat it completely. Food is a great pleasure in life. This is the truth. In his previous life, he was the type who would gain weight if he didn't control his food intake, so he often controlled his sweets and didn't eat them unless there was a special situation. But it is difficult to gain weight in this state of practice in this life. Then buy some, but don't buy too much. Rose nodded, picked some macarons and puffs first, then looked at Arusha and said, What do you want? Arusha looked at the display cabinet, walked back and forth, pointed at brownies, truffles, and chocolate walnut cookies, and she picked chocolate among so many kinds of brownies. So you like chocolate, right? Ross thought to himself. Arusha didn't have a very obvious preference before. It was probably because she felt that chocolate was the most suitable for her taste after eating so many things in the past few months. Ross chose some of the sweets according to Arusha's instructions. Ross also picked some more chocolate macarons. He thought girls would like pink, but it turned out that he thought too much. The extra ones he took just now were all pink. As for preservation, it was not a problem at all, there were magic props. Too much. Arusha frowned slightly and looked at Ross, who had picked a lot. This was not what she said, not to buy too much. It doesn't matter, I'll eat the extra ones. Ross bared his big teeth shamelessly. Chapter 23. The port city, Harukian, is a famous port city in a prosperous fishing town. There is only one magic shop in the whole town, and less than 10% of the residents here can use magic. Ross and Arusha's first stop was this port city, but they did not plan to stay in this city, but planned to take a boat from the port to Karna Island. Many boatmen refused to hear that they were going to Karna Island. They were rejected many times, and Ross planned to fly there by himself. At this time, a middle-aged man with a headscarf came over and asked, "Are you going to Karna Island?" "Yes." Ross nodded. "I'll take you there. I'm a resident of the island. I'm out shopping today." The middle-aged man showed a kind smile. He had just seen it. He thought for a long time before coming up to talk. The overall shape of Karna Island is crescent-shaped. There are villages in the south and the Moon Temple in the north. The entire island is covered with forests. Ross and Arusha sat at the bow. Speaking of which, Karna Island is not only called the Moon Island, but also the Devil Island. The villagers are demons. Tisk. Arusha looked down on him, thinking that Ross was scaring her. She was not afraid of this. Why are we going to Karna Island? Arusha felt that there was nothing fun on this island. Let's go see the Moon Temple. There is a temple in the north of Karna Island. It seems to be quite nice to watch the moon there. Also, I want to ask if the key to the zodiac is there. Zodiac? The key to the celestial spirit, but you don't know celestial spirit magic. Mavis talked about celestial spirit magic when teaching Arusha, and also talked about the strongest zodiac key. It's not for my own use. This is for when I go to meet the Heartfilia Consortium, and I'm not sure if the key is there. The fact that Karna Island had the key in X784 does not mean that it has it now. It is 10 years earlier now. In July 777, Leela Heartfilia summoned people who had the zodiac to borrow the key to complete the eclipse plan. Sagittarius was not in Layla's hands at that time, so it should have been taken by someone else. Of course, it is also possible that it was taken by people from Karna Island. Arusha nodded, but didn't ask why. Anyway, she would go to Heartfilia's house with him. Ross had told her before they set off, and she would know it then. Don't worry, we'll really go to play after seeing this island, and it's really nice to watch the moon from the Moon Temple. It's okay, it doesn't matter where you go, it's all scenery you haven't seen before. Arusha didn't mind that the first stop of the tour was purposeful. The people of Karna Island show their human faces during the day, and only restore their original demon faces when they are in the village at night. This is normal. Demons are scary to many people, and it's a view that is difficult to change. The prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. So Karna Island is also called the Cursed Island, and they basically don't communicate with outsiders. When they got to the shore, Ross jumped off the boat first, then reached out his hand, and Arusha jumped down with his arm, and the boatman uncle came down last. "Uncle, are you a villager from the southern part of Karna Island?" "Yes, my name is Poka, are you going to our village?" "Yes, please lead the way, Uncle Poka." Ross took out 10,000 J as the boat fare and guide fee. "I can't charge so much, I'll just charge the boat fare." Poka kept waving his hands, insisting not to charge, and only charged 2000 J as the boat fare. Although they were demons, they were still quite hospitable, but they felt that their appearance was ugly and they didn't dare to communicate with outsiders. Just now I seem to have heard that you want to go to the Moon Temple, right? If you want to go there, we can't lead the way. The boat was not big, and they didn't deliberately lower their voices, so it was easy to hear. The Moon Temple is a relic that accumulates sacred light, which has a great restraining effect on demons. It's okay, we can go there by ourselves. We just want to stay on Garna Island tonight and hope to find a house in your village. That's easy, follow me. Poka walked in front and waved, his tone was very enthusiastic. The place where Poka just stopped was not far from the village. They walked along the path and soon arrived. The gate and wall of the village were made of wooden stakes. Uncle Poka walked forward. I am Poka, open the door quickly, there are guests coming. Oh. It's Poka, open the door. Someone on the wall responded quickly. The wooden door was also pulled up. This is the first time I see tourists. The villagers watched Ross and Arusha discussing. Why do I have a strange feeling? Arusha moved closer to Ross and grabbed his right sleeve. I told you, they are demons. Ross bent down and whispered in Arusha's ear, then straightened up and raised his thumb with his other hand. It's good, don't worry, I'm here. Uncle Boka led them to the village chief's house and knocked on the door first. Village Chief Moka, there are 2 tourists who want to stay in our village for one night. Rare guests. A bald old man with a cane walked out of the hut, followed by a tall middle-aged man. Hello, I'm the village chief Moka, and I'm the village chief's son Bobo. The 2 greeted each other first. I'm Ross, this is Arusha, we're here to visit Karna Island, and we want to see the Moon Temple in the north. I see, our Karna Island is the Moon Temple. This island has been accumulating the light of the moon since ancient times, and the whole island is as glorious and beautiful as the incarnation of the moon. Moka is also very proud of Karna Island. We want to stay here tonight, I wonder if there are any vacancies, we will pay. Of course, do you want to have dinner with us? We will have a bonfire party tonight. Arusha, how about it? Are you interested? If it was Ross himself, he would have agreed, but he had to consider Arusha's opinion. There are many specialties on the island, how about trying them? Moka saw Arusha's hesitation. Okay. Arusha nodded. Yoshi, everyone, please do your best to welcome our guests. Boka, take them to the room and put their luggage down first. Please follow me, both of you. Boka led them to the most spacious room left in the village. The room looked to be more than 40 square meters. The moon could be seen when the window was opened, but there was no furniture, only wooden tables and wooden chairs. Ross and Arusha put down their luggage, and Boka brought 2 sheets, quilts, and pillows from next door. Arusha took them and spread the sheets. These are the only sheets. I hope you don't mind. No, it's already very good, and the room is also very good. Haha, everyone is preparing dinner, I'm going to help, and if you're interested, you can come out and watch together. Boka said as he withdrew from the room and closed the door. After dinner, we'll go to the Moon Temple in the north to enjoy the moon, and then stay here tonight. Although it's not the best time to enjoy the moon, it's not bad either. Arusha nodded in agreement. Chapter 24. The 2 of them were still busy, but the 2 of them were still busy. Rose and Arusha did not go out to see them prepare, but opened the window and sat in front of it to meditate. You 2, the party is ready. Poka came and knocked on the door. When he passed by, he saw them meditating from the window. The guild emblems of both of them were on their left hands, which was very conspicuous. Poka knew they were wizards a long time ago and was not surprised. He did not call them from the window, but knocked on the door. We will come out right away, Uncle Poka. Ross responded and stood up with Arusha and went out. It's evening. Ross looked at the sky. The setting sun dyed the clouds red, and the whole island was filled with red light. Looking at the sunset, there was a comfortable feeling. They were immersed in it as soon as they meditated. When they came out, they found that it was already evening. So beautiful! The sunset was reflected in Arusha's eyes, shining brightly. It's not that they haven't seen the sunset in Magnolia, but even if it is the same sky, there are different scenery from different angles, which is also one of the meanings of tourism. Haha, let's eat and watch, the moon at night is more beautiful. Boka was very happy to see the two people who were immersed in it. The long table formed a circle, and the table was filled with various foods. The long wooden poles in the middle were used as a support, and they were piled up into a cluster of bonfires in turn. Please sit here, both of you. Boka took them to the right of the village chief Mocha, and his son was on the left of the village chief. Is this not good? This is considered a seat, like entertaining a VIP. Mocha squinted his eyes and smiled. It's okay, please sit down. You are the first distinguished guests to come to our village, so you should sit here. Thank you, village chief. In this case, Ross did not refuse and sat down with Arusha. The cup contains juice squeezed from fruits unique to the island. Please try it. Mocha pointed to two wooden cups filled with orange liquid. Ross took a sip out of curiosity. In fact, the taste was similar to orange juice. He raised his eyebrows to indicate to Arusha that it tasted good. Arusha raised the cup and took a sip. When the two sat down, the village chief raised his glass. Everyone, let's raise our glasses to welcome you to our village. Oh! Everyone raised their glasses, and Ross and Arusha also raised their glasses to indicate. This is delicious, you try it. Ross pointed to the sashimi. Ross just tried it and it was probably a specialty fish from Harujian or Karna Island. He had never seen it in Magnolia. Delicious. Arusha picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks. The fish meat melted in his mouth. Even without the sauce, he could still taste the freshness of the fish, and it was a little sweet. Village chief, I would like to ask if there is a key to the zodiac Sagittarius in the village. I heard it is here. If there is one, I would like to buy it. After dinner, Ross and the village chief Mocha were chatting. During the chat, Ross found an opportunity to ask. Sagittarius? No, not here. No one here is a celestial wizard. Mocha was stunned at first, then shook his head. Then it is probably that it was wandered here later. Ross pinched his chin and thought. I'm sorry, we really don't have it. Seeing that Ross didn't speak, Mocha apologized to him. It doesn't matter. I just heard that the key to Sagittarius is on Garna Island, so I wanted to ask, not to force it. Ross shook his head. Anyway, what Leela lacked in X777 was not the key to Sagittarius. Go upstream along the river and the path. The moon temple is there. We can't get there. No one has been there for a long time. Be careful. Poka stood at the door and pointed to the north. Okay, thank you Uncle Poka. Uncle, go back. We can get there by ourselves. Ross nodded to Poka, and then took Arusha to the moon temple. Ross held a torch and walked on the path. There were trees on both sides, and the moonlight fell on the path through the gaps in the leaves. The river was turbulent, the river water hit the river bank, and the sound of stones reached Ross and Arusha. Ross felt the joy of Sushi's moonlight entering the house, setting off happily, and walking in the courtyard together. The distance between the south and north of Karna Island is really far. Ross and Arusha walked for 2 hours before they saw the moon temple. We're here. What came into view was a pyramid-shaped building made of yellow bricks, with a red crescent mark on the gate and the pillars on both sides. It's so broken. This was Arusha's first reaction when he came in. The stone pillars in the temple collapsed, and tree roots grew into the temple. We went straight to the top. Ross pointed upwards. But be careful when walking. No one has been here for so long. I don't know if it will collapse. Hearing this, Arusha reached out and grabbed Ross's right sleeve. Ross took Arusha and stepped on the floor tiles carefully and climbed the steps. Ross stepped hard on each step to make sure there was no problem before stepping on it. The temple did not collapse, and they successfully climbed onto the platform. 4 stone pillars supported a crescent-shaped stone slab on the platform. The stone slab had been exposed to wind and sun and was a little damaged. The crescent of the crescent-shaped stone slab surrounded a circular hole. This temple is used to collect moon drops. The moonlight will gather in this hole and go down, but it needs to pass through the magic circle, otherwise it will just be ordinary moonlight. Ross took Arusha to the center, pointed to the big hole, and then pointed to the moon. Moon drops. Arusha had never heard of this word and had some doubts. It is said that the moon drop can be used to break all magic, including the ice frozen by absolute freezing. Arusha just nodded. It seems that she still doesn't know what absolute freezing is. That's right, why does you have nothing to do to teach this? Arusha is more interested in the moon. She walked closer to the perimeter of the temple platform and looked up at the moon, which reminded her of the moon she saw in the Magic Development Bureau. It was the same moon, but a completely different scenery. In the Magic Development Bureau, she could only see loneliness, but here she saw freedom and yearning. Rose walked to Arusha's side and also looked up at the moon. He didn't say anything, but just looked at it quietly together. Okay, let's go back. Arusha looked at the moonlight for nearly half an hour, and when she came to her senses, she found that Ross was also standing beside her. Okay, let's fly back or walk back. It was getting late now, and it would take more than 2 hours to walk back. Walk back. Arusha's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and reached out to hold Ross's hand. Okay. Ross blinked his eyes and looked away without changing his expression. The two walked quietly, without speaking, but very harmoniously, and heard the sound of wind blowing on leaves and the sound of river hitting stones. The path of more than 2 hours was not easy to walk, but Ross felt that time passed quickly. They soon returned to the village along the path again. Someone opened the door for them after calling. In front of the hut, Ross waited outside first, and then he went in after Arusha changed clothes. The next morning, Ross woke Arusha up, and the two walked out of the hut to watch the sunrise together, which was an agreement last night. Watch the sunset, the moon, and the sunrise together in one day. After breakfast, Ross and Arusha planned to say goodbye to the villagers. Everyone gathered at the door and saw them off together. By the way, everyone is a demon, right? I knew it yesterday. Feeling Arusha's body startled, Ross smiled at her and told her not to be nervous. Yes, we are demons, but we have never hurt anyone. The village chief Mocha's breathing was slightly disordered. He shook his head as if he had thought of something, and walked forward to say, I know, I just want to tell everyone that you can communicate more with the outside world, even if you use human faces first. Maybe one day you can make friends with humans with real faces. Ross gave the villagers a thumbs up and smiled, showing his big white teeth. Bang, bang, bang. The villagers spread their wings and turned back to their original demon appearance, but with smiles on their faces. Some were so happy that they flew into the sky. Arusha was not nervous this time. Although the demons did look different from humans, she did not feel any malice. Back to Harukian Port. Thank you, Uncle Poka, goodbye. Arusha stood on the shore and waved to him. Goodbye, welcome to our island again. Uncle Poka smiled and waved to Arusha. Looking at Poka going away, Ross looked at Arusha. Let's go, next stop, departure. Chapter 25. The village is full of oriental buildings, and Japanese-style wine houses and hotels are lined up. It is a tourist attraction in the Kingdom of Fiori, and it is also the most popular hot spring street. It was designed by a duke who is a fan of oriental things. It is a bold and subtle tourist attraction. There is a hotel called Super Express in the village, which is one of the most popular places in the village. This is not the first time that Ross has come. When Ross was on a mission before, he would usually take a hot spring bath if he passed by. It has to be said that it is a great way to relieve stress. They came here on foot, stopping and strolling along the way. It was already evening when they arrived. Ross took Arusha to open a room first. The rooms were all tatami, and there was nothing to choose from. As soon as you enter from the gate, there is a man-made landscape rockery waterfall on the left. The river flows down along the rocks and flows through the entire hot spring village along the built channel. There is a wooden arch bridge right in front of the door. Crossing the wooden arch bridge, the famous Super Express Hotel located in the center of the entire village is located. Ross and Arusha enjoyed a meal of sushi and seafood ramen at the Super Express Hotel. They were all seafood, after all, Magnolia is close to the sea. Super Express Hotel has another feature. The generous chef's good character and a variety of top-notch dishes make the guests who come here linger. Although the chef looks very strange. This restaurant is always crowded. Ross sighed. He has never seen the seats so empty when Lucy and Natsu came. No, Lucy should have been very late that time. Ross and Arusha also had to queue up to get a seat this time, but queuing up is not a big deal if you can eat delicious food. After dinner, the two of them left the restaurant and planned to go shopping. The whole village is full of Japanese-style buildings. There are cherry trees on both sides of the buildings. There are lines connecting the roofs of the buildings, and 4 lanterns are hung on each. There are flat roads, clear streams, and water wheels that turn with the water. It's nice to come here at night to enjoy the lights. In the innermost part of Impatience Village, there is a cherry tree that is estimated to require many people to hug it. The tree is blocked by a fence and can only be visited from the outside. The big branches of the cherry tree are scattered and drooping like a waterfall. According to Ross's estimate, the branches are about more than 20 meters long in the east-west and north-south directions. The thick trunk and branches extending in all directions allow you to experience the posture full of vitality and strong aura. There are also some lanterns hanging on the branches. The orange-red lights and pink cherry blossoms are a different kind of scenery. This weeping cherry tree is over 1,500 years old, and the entire Impatience Village is built around this weeping cherry tree and its unique hot spring. When Ross and Arusha passed by, they heard a father explaining to his child riding on his neck. I guess the Duke also had a crush on this cherry tree. The tree was obviously well protected, and there was a sorcerer on top of the fence, but it would not appear when not touched, and it did not hinder the view. It was probably to prevent children from climbing over the fence to touch the cherry tree. When you come to Impatience Village, the hot spring is indispensable. Ross booked one for the men's and women's baths, and washed his body first, and then Ross went to the men's bath. The supporting services of Impatience Village are very good. You are matched with bathrobes and slippers according to the number of people and sizes. The shower rooms are all cubicles, and they are also well built. You are even given a bottle of milk to prevent you from sweating too much and getting thirsty after soaking in the hot spring for a long time. The hot spring nozzle is quite unique, with a monster sculpture, and the color of the hot spring is a little weird, pink. Ross didn't know whether the hot spring had a therapeutic effect, but it was indeed very comfortable to soak in it. With a headscarf on his head and his body surrounded by the hot spring, he leaned on the woodcut stones and felt that the noise of the whole world was irrelevant to him. The temperature of the hot spring was quite high. The water vapor of the hot spring liquefied into small water droplets when it was cooled, presenting a misty state. With the cherry blossoms in the hot spring pool, it felt like a fairyland on earth. The cherry blossoms in the hot spring were not cleaned very often. They were only cleaned once every morning, but they were not cleaned thoroughly. The cherry blossoms would often fall with the wind, just like sweeping the streets. It felt like falling leaves just after sweeping. It didn't take long to soak in it. After more than half an hour, Ross got up and took a bath and returned to the room. Not long after, Arusha, wearing a yukata, also returned to the room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Ross meditating. She didn't say hello, but just sat aside and read a book. "Where do you want to go next?" Ross finished meditating, looking at Arusha, who was sitting next to him. Arusha frowned, pursed her lips slightly, and put down the book. "I don't know much about the Kingdom of Fiori." "Wait a minute," Ross said, then opened the backpack beside him and took out the travel guide to the Kingdom of Fiori and the map of the Kingdom of Fiori. Ross first pointed to the location of Crocus on the map, the capital. Crocus is called the City of Flowers because of the different flowers blooming in the city. Every time there is an annual festival, the Crocus Flower Festival, wizards from all over the Kingdom of Fiori will flock to Crocus to visit, causing it to be overcrowded. Even if it is not a flower festival, you can see different scenery and different kinds of flowers in Crocus in every season. Arusha didn't seem to be very interested, probably because he had been looking at flowers and plants recently. "Then this." Ross then pointed to the Akanyi Resort. Arcane Resort, the most popular seaside tourist destination in the Kingdom of Fiori, has a huge theme park and an adjacent luxury hotel. It is a charming beach that you will be addicted to once you come here, and there is an endless, beautiful sea. There is an amusement park and a casino in the basement of the hotel, with different facilities for tourists to play. "Not going to the casino?" Arusha shook his head. He seemed quite interested before, but he lost interest when he heard about the casino. "Hey, you are quite principled." Ross smiled, but did not refute. Anyway, he didn't like gambling. He was a man who didn't gamble even when playing cards. "How about the Kruba Grand Canyon?" The earthquake in the ancient times caused countless faults, and the faults were distributed in depth, so it was called the Spider's Nest Valley. There were countless people who got lost here and never walked out again, but it didn't affect us. We can fly. "Is there anything good to see?" Arusha asked this question in a flat tone. It seems not. Maybe it looks good from above when flying." Ross scratched his face with his index finger, looking embarrassed. "Then this. Tequila Park, the premier summer leisure resort in the Kingdom of Fiori, has many large swimming pools and water skiing facilities. Both wizards and ordinary people like to go there, and now it is summer, which is the best season. Go to all of them, except the underground casino in the Akanyi Resort." Arusha looked at Ross, who was pointing at Tequila Park on the map with excitement. "Hey!" Ross paused while pointing at the map, his mouth unable to close. "I said go to all of them." Arusha knew Ross heard it. Oh. The corners of Ross' mouth twitched, and then nodded. Chapter 26. The two of them had a long journey, and the two of them had a long journey. Finally, Ross and Arusha decided to travel along the station line. Magnolia Station is the main train station, and there are trains to Onibus, Gunyuki, Ashibana, Kruba, Haruchun, Agalafa City and other places. They first took a train to Agalafa City and visited the business guild Love and Lucky, which is where Lucy's father and mother Jude Hartfilia and Leela Hartfilia met and got to know each other. Lucy's name came from the pregnant Leela and Jude leaving the guild because the K of the light sign Lucky was broken, leaving only Lucy. There is another famous place in Agalafa City, the Sea of Trees. There is also a villa of the Blue Pegasus President Bob in the Sea of Trees. However, Ross did not intend to meet Bob. At this time, he has gradually metamorphosed to the ultimate form. Ross gets goosebumps every time he sees him. The depths of the Sea of Trees used to be the central area where ancient people lived. There is a cave inside. It is said that whenever the village held a sacrifice, the witch would live in this cave to listen to the will of God. After visiting it, Ross and Arusha felt that it was just an ordinary cave that was dug out, nothing special. The Sea of Trees is good, and Nirvana is also in this Sea of Trees, but Ross did not plan to find it for the time being. Then they came to the town of Onibus. The town is most famous for theater performances. It has the largest theatre in the entire kingdom of Fiori. They watched a performance here. After watching the performance, they rushed to Tequila Park without stopping, where they experienced large-scale water amusement facilities such as the sky-high spin, wide-body water slides and U-shaped wave swing slides. The capital, Crocus, they first checked into the Crocus Hotel, which can be said to be the second best viewing spot. As for the first, the Palace of the Kingdom of Fiori, the Palace of Lanterns, Malucleus. After admiring the flowers in the evening, they climbed Thomas Brow Mountain, located to the west of Crocus, very early the next day to watch the sunrise. This was the venue for the later Great Magic Fighting Martial Arts competition, but it had not been renovated yet. The Akane Resort is not far from the capital Crocus. They sunbathed and snorkeled here. At night, they checked into a tourist hotel by the sea. They could perfectly see the endless sea from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the room. In order to see the Kobo Grand Canyon, they also took the longest train, which went directly to Kobo Town. They stopped in the middle. Ross received Omegaman, and Urusha sat on the top of the battle Tyrannosaurus in his left hand and looked down from the sky. The Kobo Canyon gave Ross the feeling that it was quite similar to the Great Rift Valley of East Africa, except that it was not like the Great Rift Valley in East Africa. If you look at it from the sky, the Kobo Canyon has many small cracks that meander from the main crack road to both sides. The whole Rift Valley is a bit like a snake with some hands and feet. It can't be called a millipede because there are not so many. There is a venue for the routine meeting of the Guild Presidents' Union in Kobo Town. They also met Makarov and his party here. They were going to hold a president's meeting, but Ross and Urusha did not attend. After greeting Makarov, they continued their journey. Okay, we are going to the last destination next. After that, we will return to the guild. It has been almost a month since we came out. Arriving in the town by train, Ross first wrote a visiting card and asked someone to send it to Heartphilia's house. The post had already stated that the fairy tale wizard Ross and Urusha would visit tomorrow. Otherwise, it would be abrupt to visit them suddenly tomorrow. It would also give them some time to investigate who Ross is. Although Ross is now well known, not everyone has to know Ross. Ross is self-aware of this. Urusha and Ross didn't have much time to go around the town. After dinner, they rested and meditated in the hotel. As soon as Jude Heartphilia received the visiting card, he asked someone to go to the Bounty Hunter Guild to inquire about the identities of the fairy tale wizards Ross and Urusha. Soon, the file about their news was in Jude's hands, and photos were attached. Ross Thuras. Age, 13 years old. Strength, S-Class Wizard, the youngest S-Class Wizard in the history of the Kingdom of Fiori. Magic, receiving Magic Paladin, with multiple attributes and full body armor made of unknown alloy. Currently known light, fire attributes, black armor attributes are unknown. Appeared in Weekly Sosara 4 times. Urusha Merkovich. Age, 8 years old. The daughter of the new Holy 10 Magicians, Uru Merkovich. Her strength and magic are unknown, but it is speculated that she uses ice-shaping magic. The two of them went on a trip more than a month ago and have never been to any consortium. I have to say that the information is very detailed. Even Ross didn't know that he had appeared in 4 weekly magazines. He didn't even read this stuff. He has never been to any consortium, so why come to visit us? Jude frowned and thought, his hands unconsciously clenched the information. Before arriving at Jude Heartphilia's house, Jude lived in a super large manor, not to mention that the surrounding hills were all theirs, which was really rich. We are fairy tale wizard Ross Soros and Urusha Milkovich. Then the two raised the back of their left hands, with the back of their hands facing the guard at the door. Please come in, Mr. Jude has already given orders. An old butler walked out from the right side of the manor. It is estimated that he has been waiting here and appeared when he heard Ross's voice. The butler took Ross and Urusha to the reception room, and the maid brought 2 cups of hot tea. Please take a seat, I will ask Mr. Jude and Miss Leela to come over right away. Ross's visiting card was written to visit Jude and Leela. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Heartfilia's house is so big that it takes a while for Jude and Leela to come over after receiving the news, so Ross and Arusha started drinking tea. The door of the reception room was pushed open, and Jude, Heartfilia and Leela appeared together. Leela was holding Lucy, Heartfilia's hand. Lucy was 7 years old at this time, and she was as small as a porcelain doll. The grown-up Lucy and Leela are basically the same mold, too similar. Ross thought this was probably one of the reasons why Jude ignored Lucy after Layla's death. When he saw Lucy, he would think of his wife Leela. Of course, this is not a reason to ignore his daughter. Ross and Arusha stood up and introduced themselves first, and then Jude and Leela also introduced themselves, and introduced Lucy to Ross and Arusha, but Ross did not come for Lucy this time. I've often heard of fairy tale and night Ross recently. Welcome. Jude was being polite. Ross had been traveling for the past month, and he hadn't done anything big, such as demolishing a port or a train station, so it would be strange if he could hear about it. I heard that you were traveling recently, but you never visited a consortium or a guild, and even when you went to Crocus, you didn't visit the palace. Why did you come to visit the Heartfilia Consortium? After the greetings, Jude got straight to the point. Jude was saying that I had investigated you, and it was quite detailed. Then forgive me for being presumptuous. We are here to visit Ms. Leela about the Eclipse Gate. Ross looked at Leela, whose breathing was slightly disordered, and a little panic could be seen in her eyes. Eclipse Gate, what is that? Leela reacted quickly, but she didn't intend to admit it. This was a family event passed down from her ancestors 400 years ago. Even if she didn't believe it personally, she couldn't easily tell it. July 7th, X777. Ross said the time in a flat tone. Chapter 27. The old man was in a panic, but he was not easily nervous. Lila, who was once famous in Fiore, was not a person who was easily nervous. She asked calmly, July 7th, X777, what's wrong? It's only X774 now. Seeing that Lila was not going to admit it, Ross sighed helplessly and said, on July 7th, X777, the Eclipse Gate will open. The key required is the Zodiac, and as far as I know, the Eclipse Gate is under the Crocus Palace. Lila's forced calm expression froze, and her hands tightly grasped her dress. Arusha looked at the opposite side and felt that the current atmosphere was a bit tense. Who are you? Our Heartfilia group also cooperates with many wizard guilds and is not afraid of you. Jude stood up, his tone was a little angry, but he was a little flustered. He also knew about this plan, and he knew that what Ross said was right, but he couldn't stop it. This was the responsibility passed down by the Heartfilia family. In addition to the Heartfilia family, there are other people involved in the Eclipse plan. I came here to ensure the smooth progress of the Eclipse plan. You can regard me as a commission from someone in that family. Although Jalal didn't commission. Please sit down. I have no ill intentions and I don't intend to stop it. I just want to ask Ms. Leela to pay attention to 3 points. But before that, I want you to take Miss Lucy away first. Ross calmly stretched out his hand and motioned Jude to sit down. Leela quickly asked the maid to take Lucy away. Jude's anger still did not subside. This matter concerned his wife. You can speak now. If the answer does not satisfy me, please leave immediately. Rose straightened his back, considered his words and said solemnly. What I am going to say next is serious. I hope you will listen to me quietly and don't interrupt me. First, I hope you can summon or notify the people who own the Zodiac through the Heartfilia Consortium as soon as possible and borrow the key from them. Second, Graham, one of Ms. Layla's former servants, has moved to the Western continent. You have to find her as soon as possible. Isn't the key to Aquarius with her? It's best to start now. If you lack the key to open the Eclipse Gate, I think Ms. Leela knows the consequences. I don't need to elaborate. Third, I heard during my travels that another servant of Ms. Leela, Zudur, has betrayed you and fallen into the devil's way. If you see him again, I hope you will be careful and take back the Capricorn key from him. The third point is Ross's guess. It's not a big problem. Even if he doesn't have it, Ross will snatch the key from him. Even if Ross guessed wrong, and they found Zudul, and Zudul had not betrayed him at this time, then Leela would at most be on guard against Ross, and it would not affect the Eclipse plan, which is a 400-year plan. In X769, Ross moved into Makarov's house and brainstormed all night. In the Sirius Island chapter, it was said that Zudul made Caprich stay in the human world for 17 years. Loki was also surprised at who Caprich's master was and why he could stay in the human world for so long. Leela retired in X764, and 17 years was counted back, which means that Zudul had merged with Caprich around X767. The time asymmetry between the human world and the celestial spirit world cannot explain this. 17 years in the human world is only a few dozen days in the celestial spirit world. Loki himself stayed outside for 3 years, and he had no way of knowing what happened in the celestial spirit world later. As for the Eclipse plan in X777, maybe it was to use a human subordinate to control a person and use transformation magic to turn him into Zudul, and then give Leela the Capricorn key? He also considered the factor of Hades. There was a possibility that Hades temporarily turned him back to human, but Zudul said that he missed his human body, which didn't make sense. After Ross finished speaking, Leela could accept the first 2 points. After all, Ross had just told them the conditions and location of the Eclipse Gate. Although she was surprised that he knew Graham, it was nothing compared to the others. Ross's description was very detailed, and they couldn't help but believe it. Ross could even tell the names of Layla's servants and the keys they each held. What? Leela was very surprised by the information about Zudul, but Judd didn't have any expression. It was probably because he had done so much business outside that he was used to this kind of thing. Ross nodded and said, "Yes, anyway, you will call him back in X777. You will call him back by then. Once it's confirmed, you'll know. But I still want to remind you that it's best to ambush him in advance. If you need help, you can also send a letter to Magnolia's fairy tale, and we can provide help. Then we'll say goodbye." Then Ross and Arusha left Heartfilia's house. "We should go back to the guild." "Yeah." Arusha just nodded slightly. After Ross and Arusha left, Leela looked up at Judd and asked, "Dear, what should we do? Should we believe it?" "For the time being, I will immediately send someone to look for Graham and Ishgar in the western continent, and then send someone to inquire about Zudul's news, and then decide whether to believe it or not." "Okay." Today's news has a big impact on Leela. Walking on the way to the station, Ross couldn't understand Layla's behavior. The key of the zodiac was given to the servant, so he gave it to the servant. He could understand Graham. Leela regarded Graham as a sister. The mother-in-law brought the Cancer key, but the mother-in-law still worked in Layla's house, and finally gave it to Lucy, but that Zudur was a ball, he gave it to the wrong person without saying anything, and he entrusted it to the wrong person. "How do you know this?" Arusha didn't say a word when they were talking just now, just listening to them, and didn't ask Ross until they left Heartfilia's house. "I saw it, but it's not necessarily accurate. Garna Island is an example." Arusha knew he was talking about the Sagittarius key of the zodiac. "Then why are you so sure?" "Wait, so I saw it too?" Arusha came to her senses and remembered that she had followed Ross' explanation to her at the Magic Development Bureau, but he did not explain why Ross knew her and went to find her directly. Although his explanation at the time was that he was looking for URU to join the guild, which was acceptable at the time, Arusha realized something was wrong when she connected the two things. "Yes." Ross looked into her eyes and did not intend to lie to her. "Wait, you won't see anything you can't see, right?" Arusha's face was slightly red, and there seemed to be steam on her head. Although she only thought about the situation of herself buried in the quilt crying for her mother. Ha ha ha, don't worry, it's not that outrageous, there's nothing you can't see. Ross touched Arusha's hair to indicate that she was relieved. Then have you seen any place you want to go? Arusha changed the subject and looked up at him. Yes. Rose was stunned for a moment, then nodded. At least he had to go to Rosemary Village, where the future fairy queen Urza and the ace of mermaid heel Kagura were, and it would be soon. He didn't know where Myra's village was. Myra still had to receive the soul of Satan, so he didn't need to interfere. Myra's incident was really not a big deal. It was normal for the villagers to be afraid of demons. It could only be said that their actions were too extreme and they didn't understand the situation first, so they were considered mobs. Of course, Ross asked himself if he knew nothing and demons appeared in his village, he probably wouldn't be able to remain calm. And when there are many people, there will be a herd mentality, and they will naturally join. This is the bad nature of human beings. You will know when Myra arrives in Magnolia. Now he is receiving Jesmon. If there are demons in Magnolia, the demons will have nowhere to hide in front of him. Then I'll go with you. Arusha's eyes were sincere and bright, and his tone was unquestionable. Okay. After taking the train back to Magnolia Station, they walked back. The town had already changed to Gildarts mode. It seemed that Gildarts had returned. Before returning to the guild, Ross clearly saw a big hole in the wall next to the gate. It seems that Kana didn't hold her father, haha. Ross smiled. Arusha's crystal ball lit up, and the wood chips returned to their original positions on the ground, restoring the hole to its original state. It was a reverse performance for Ross. With this trick, Makarov had to call Arusha his granddaughter. Only those who could save money for Makarov were good children. Who is Laxus? Makarov said he didn't know him. Yo! We are back. Ross pushed open the door of the guild. He was not a villain who walked through the door without pushing it, but a villain who kicked the door. Yo! Arusha is more beautiful. Everyone chose to ignore Ross and only greeted Arusha, but unfortunately Arusha was rather aloof and just nodded to them. Arusha, here. Kana waved to Arusha when she saw her. I heard that you went out with Ross and had an affair. Kana came up and made Arusha blush. How did Gildarts teach his daughter? Don't learn from Gildarts. Das, hey. Chapter 28. The two of them were very busy. Gildarts was not there. They said they went fishing. As for URU, Rose learned from Makarov that URU had taken Grey and Leo to practice at Hakeby Mountain again. Rose and Arusha did not send any message that they were coming back. If she knew, she probably would not have gone. What did you discuss at the president's meeting some time ago? We discussed what happened in each guild recently, and mentioned recruiting new members. They all wanted to lower the age to recruit younger wizards. They saw you and felt jealous, ha ha ha. Makarov laughed as he spoke. Really, you're drunk again. Makarov talked to him while drinking, and got drunk again. What about the first generation? Has he come recently? No, I haven't come since I taught Arusha and left her. Did Laxus say when he would come back? He hadn't seen Laxus for a long time. Laxus was the kind of person who would run away after accepting a mission, and he stayed in the eastern forest all day. He hasn't paid much attention to me recently, but he should be soon. It's been a while since he last accepted a mission. I'll tell him when he comes back. Hearing Laxus, Makarov sobered up and said in a low tone, I kicked Ivan out of the guild. Laxus couldn't understand it and had a fight with me. He didn't run away from home, but just ignored me. Rose didn't ask why he kicked Ivan out. He and Gildarts didn't like Ivan, but he was Laxus's father after all. Ross's previous plan was to avoid him. Ross didn't expect such a big thing to happen in more than a month. It was probably because Yvonne saw that Ross, Gildarts, and you were not there, and coveted the biggest secret of fairy tale, Meteor Shine, and was driven out of the guild by the old man in anger. Before Ross became an S-class wizard, he was as steady as a coward. The tasks he took were not far from Magnolia, and he treated Magnolia as a novice village. After becoming S-class, he even started to play badly and often stayed in the East Forest to practice. Yvonne had no chance to do anything. "It's okay, I'll talk to him when he comes back. I also have something to ask him for help." Ross comforted Makarov, and he felt that it shouldn't be a big deal. Makarov was stunned for a moment, then nodded, but didn't ask anything, and continued to drink. Ross and Yerusha started their life of dormitory guild East Forest again. Ross sometimes competes with Yerusha, but more often he meditates to improve his magic power. Yerusha can only practice this way before the second magic source of the Arc of Time is successfully developed. Of course, the second magic source can also be stimulated by itself, but the problem is that it can't. "I heard from the old man that you are looking for me." Laxus' voice came before he arrived. With a flash of golden arc, Laxus appeared in front of Ross. "Yerusha, I will talk to Laxus over there." Ross pointed to the lake. Yerusha did not answer, but nodded slightly. "This is for you." Ross took out a latest rock album from his backpack, which was signed by the band. This band is Laxus' favorite. Last time they held a concert in Crocus, Ross went to buy an album and attended the signing event. Ross and his friends did not go out without bringing anything back this time. Yerusha bought a gift for Kana. "You won't meet me just to give me this." Laxus took the album. "How about fishing?" Ross also went to buy a few fishing rods. He saw Gildarts fishing last time and it was very interesting. He started fishing these days. Tisk. Although he was very disdainful, Laxus still took the fishing rod. "How did the mission go?" The two sat on a small stool with a chair back, looking at the lake and fishing. "As long as you have hands, why don't you do missions all day?" Laxus's mission completion rate is close to 100%. Laxus has failed before because he doesn't know the way. Laxus is a little bit directionally challenged. "Ha ha ha, the mission is not challenging, and the 10-year mission and the 100-year mission can't be done. And, I'm lazy. There are not many S-level and SS-level missions. As long as it's not a sudden incident, Gildarts can solve it." "Really?" Laxus shook his head helplessly. "What about you, how is your strength recently? Are you confident in this year's S-level exam? There are not many people in Fairy Tale now, and it's not every year. The S-class exam is open. Grandpa doesn't seem to plan to open it. He probably thinks I'm still far from it." Laxus' tone was quite calm, and Ross didn't feel any dissatisfaction. "It's okay, I should be able to do more tasks next year," Ross perfunctorily said to Laxus. "Makarov's requirements for S-class wizards are indeed quite high. I don't need your comfort, and the level of comfort is too bad." Laxus pulled a face and had a black line. "I heard from Grandpa that you don't pay much attention to him recently. Don't listen to his nonsense. I just went to do the task. Sometimes he fell asleep when I got home. Do you want me to pull his collar to wake him up and call him Grandpa?" Laxus showed an expression that was exactly what I expected, and explained. However, his voice gradually became low. Leaning back in the chair, his expression changed slightly, and his hand clenched the fishing rod. "But I can't understand why he kicked Yvonne out of the guild. He's his son, my father. It's really hard to understand from Laxus's perspective. His father Yvonne was pretty good to him and helped him find the Thunder-type Dragon Slayer crystal. Hey, don't crush my fishing rod, it's very expensive." Ross tried to ease the heavy atmosphere first. Unfortunately, Laxus ignored him. Ross chose not to look at Laxus and looked at the lake. "That's your father. I'm not familiar with him and I won't slander him, but I think Grandpa must have made the decision from the standpoint of fairy tale. Grandpa loves you very much, and I think he loves his son as well. It's not only you who feel bad about making this decision, I think Grandpa also feels bad. Laxus sat up and looked at the lake. I know, I just can't accept it for the time being. In fact, it's mainly because I asked him the reason and he didn't say it, just said I can't know it yet. It's normal that Makarov didn't say it. That's a secret that only the president of Fairy Tale can know. Work hard and become the president of Fairy Tale. I think you will know. Rose patted his shoulder. President, you are still a long way to go. Laxus chuckled. Laxus and Rose had communicated when they were young. Laxus' dream was to take over the old man's job and become the president of Fairy Tale. He originally thought that Rose would compete with him, but unexpectedly Rose had no interest at all. Rose felt that he was not suitable to be the president. Those messy meetings were what he hated the most. He also felt that Laxus could be a responsible and good president, provided that he did not go astray. Besides that, there is another thing I need your help with. Say it. Laxus looked calm on the surface, but what he thought in his heart was I finally don't have to watch the show from the sidelines. I want to go to Rosemary Village in the next few months, and I want you to go with me. What's the specific time? Within a month, I may have to stay there for a while. Ross couldn't be sure when those people would go to Rosemary Village to arrest people, so he could only use the most crude method of waiting. Ross specifically inquired when he came back some time ago, and he hadn't heard any rumors of villages being burned or destroyed, or organizations arresting children. Okay. Chapter 29. The two of them were very happy. The day after Ross and Arusha came back, they sent a letter to Uru, who brought Gray and Leo back with him after receiving the letter. She had nothing to teach Leo and Gray now, but she often went there because Mount Huckbay was more suitable for training, and they would become apprentices when Gray and Leo could do missions. With two more noisy little brats, who would quarrel over anything, fight over anything, and use ice-shape magic, Fairy Tale was more lively, but if we want to talk about quarrels, we have to wait until Makarov tricked Natsu back in X777. Natsu and Gray were a perfect match. In the girls' dormitory, Uru saw her daughter Arusha again after more than a month. Uru, this is for you, a gift. Arusha is now used to calling her mother Uru. Arusha took out a gift box with ribbons from the cabinet. Uru not only bought it for Kana, but also for Uru. She borrowed money from Ross. Uru took it and slowly unwrapped the ribbons and packaging. Inside the packaging was a box, a jewelry box. Opening the lid, it was a necklace. The two sides of the blue crystal intersected to form a tear shape. This necklace looks simple, but it is expensive. This necklace means that I will be with Uru forever. Arusha's face was slightly red, looking at her mother. Arusha means Uru's tears. Arusha, help me put it on. Uru took out the necklace, sat on the bed, and asked Arusha to help her put it on. Uru had only magic in the first half of her life. Because of her obsession with magic, Arusha's father left her, and she never wore jewelry. I will keep it well. Uru gently pinched the necklace with 2 fingers, and then she hugged her daughter. How is it? Are you happy to go out for a trip? Very good, I saw a lot of different scenery. Ursha's mind emerged the moon temple on Karna Island, the sunrise on the top of the mountain, the hotel overlooking the endless ocean, and the huge cherry blossom trees in Impatience Village. Rosemary Village, also known as Rosemary Village, is where the future fairy queen Urza was abandoned by her mother Irene. The future ace of the mermaid heel, Kagura Mizkaki, and her brother Simon also depended on each other here. Although their lives were hard, they were happy. After staying in Fairy Tale for a while, Rose called Laxus and Ursha and officially embarked on the journey to Rosemary Village. Rob had not appeared for a while. After many twists and turns, we arrived at Rosemary Village. Rose stood at the entrance of Rosemary Village with a map in hand. The names of villages are not the same, and they are all recorded by the Kingdom of Fiori. Ross was not worried about finding the wrong one. Let's find a house in Rosemary Village first, and don't use magic for the time being. Ross took out 2 white cloth strips, first wrapped them for Arusha, covering the fairy tale emblem, and then asked Arusha to wrap them for him. Laxus's emblem was printed on the lower left of his chest, so he didn't care. Ross was afraid that if the arresters found any wizards, they might not take action. Ross found the house of the head of Rosemary Village by asking for directions, and knocked on the door. Knock knock. After knocking on the door for a long time, someone came to open the door. It was a white-haired old man with a cane, who looked to be at least 70 years old, with a white beard. Who are you? We are wizards from Fairy Tale. We are on a mission here recently and hope to stay in the village. Okay, please come in first. The village chief stepped aside and invited them in. There was nothing in the house. There was only a square table with 4 chairs in the living room. The 4 of them sat down, and the old man introduced himself first. I am Erwin Ross, the village chief of Rosemary Village. The 3 of them followed suit and introduced themselves. I would like to ask the village chief Erwin, are there any houses to live in the village? Of course there are, but the houses are not very good. Many of our young people have gone out to work in the city, and many have never come back. Are there few people in the village? Erwin's old face was wrinkled as he frowned, and he sighed helplessly. Yes, there are not many people in the village, most of them are old people, and some children have become orphans forever. He said this because many people have no news after leaving. It is not that they don't want their children after they become successful. Even if this is the case, it is no different from being an orphan. Ross thought that Kagura and Simon's parents should be among them, probably because. What caused the death? There are many empty houses on the east and west sides of the village. It's free, but you need to clean them yourself. Erwin stood at the door and pointed to the east and west. No, I still have to pay. Please accept it. Ross put an envelope in the hands of the village chief. He had put the money in the envelope before. The village chief couldn't resist Ross and accepted it. They picked out several houses. There were no locks in the houses. They picked a 3-bedroom house, one for each of the 3 people, and then started cleaning. Ross and Laxus went out to find a well to get water. The house has really been uninhabited for a long time. It's full of dust. They covered their mouths and noses with cloth strips. They put down their luggage after cleaning. I guess I'll live here for a while. Sitting at the table, Ross said that the nearby Paradise Tower was built overseas. It was probably an uninhabited island that was not on the map and was not easy to find. Arusha and Laxus just nodded and didn't ask how long they would stay. Wait here, maybe we can find Grandpa Rob. Ross drank a sip of water first, because he was too thirsty after cleaning. Why? Laxus was a little confused. Rob had been missing for a while. At his age, he had stopped taking missions, but he had not appeared in Fairy Tale to find Makarov recently. They had also gone to his house to look for him, but he was not there either. Recently, Makarov and Polyasika began to worry. Wait for the black magic cult, let them take us to find him, but I am not sure of the time. In order to make it easier to call them, Ross called them the black magic cult. In fact, Ross did not know what to call them. Okay. This cheered up Laxus. He was also worried about Rob, and Rob was very good to him. I plan to go to the village for a walk. Are you going? Ross stood up. He planned to see if he could meet Urza, Simon and Kagura. Laxus shook his head. There was nothing fun in the village. Altair stood up without saying anything, and his actions showed everything. The village is not big, and the houses are arranged in rows, all with only 1 floor. How can you not recognize such a small village? This is Ross's feeling after visiting the village. But Ross has not seen the familiar Crimson or Simon and Kagura after visiting the whole village. It is estimated that they are either going to school or staying at home. It is in this kind of village that Urza will not have to sleep in the open air. Anyway, no one lives in this house. As for food, Laxus and I will take turns to buy it every once in a while. Anyway, Ultia can be preserved in the ice shape. The village needs to ensure that there is someone waiting for the arrival of the black magic cult to prevent sudden attacks. After returning to the room after the tour, Ross was ready to let nature take its course and meet them eventually. Chapter 30. The weather was very bad, but the weather was very good. Rose and Arusha were strolling in Rosemary Village, and two figures they had never seen before appeared in the eyes of the elderly in the village. They were not worried. Although Ross looked tall, his face was still childish, and Arusha was not to mention that he looked like a child in terms of height, so there was no danger. As the sun set, a group of children's voices came from the front, with different tones and sounds, talking and laughing. Obviously the children were leaving school. From a distance, Ross saw the crimson figure. Now she still had short hair, bright eyes, and wore a thin grey gown made into a dress. Simon followed her silently without talking. Maybe Simon didn't dare. I didn't see Kagura, probably because she's not old enough to go to school yet. Ross and Ursha watched them walk by. Urza was more interested in Ursha and they made eye contact. There were few girls in this village, and Ursha was obviously different from the kids here. Is she the one you're looking for? Ursha asked as she watched them go home. She could feel Ross' attention had been on the crimson figure. Yes, but it's not just her, there's also the boy's sister behind her. Ross nodded. When they were in the eastern forest, Ross told Ursha that she came to Rosemary Village just to bring two people to join the guild. What about that guy? Ursha had noticed just now that the boy had been secretly looking at Urza from behind. He has average talent, and her sister is amazing. Talent refers to the practice of magic. The difference in the use of different magic with the same magic is sometimes like a chasm. Simon's talent is indeed average. He can join the guild, but it's hard to expect him to be very strong. Even if everyone starts from the same point, the difference in talent does exist. Of course, the definition of talent is not limited to practice. Libby in Edla's is an example. Maybe Simon's talent tree is in other places, but from the perspective of Aslan's universal values, Simon is not talented. Of course, there is also the concept of magic affinity. If Simon can find magic that suits him, it may be a good way out. If possible, please contact Urza. It's easier to contact you because you are a girl. Urza, is that the girl's name? What's the name of the boy's sister? Kagura, but don't reveal that you know their names when you contact them. I'm not that stupid. And, if you say anything more, I won't help you. Arusha couldn't help but cast a sullen look at Rose, and then left, leaving Rose alone standing at the entrance of the village. Rose was stunned and blinked, and Arusha had already walked away. Rose didn't care how Ursha approached Urza, she just took care of the 3 meals a day and practiced silently with Laxus. Laxus often went to the mountains and forests to find monsters to practice. Later, Rose knew that when Rose or Laxus went to the town to buy ingredients, Ursha would ask to buy more sweets. Rose didn't think much about it. There was nothing delicious here, so it didn't matter if she had some sweets. Laxus didn't care about it either. He was just a tool who bought them silently. Looking at Ursha, Urza, and Kagura sitting around the table eating sweets together, Rose was dumbfounded. Should I talk about the charm of sweets? In more than a week, Ursha tricked Urza and Kagura here. At first, Urza was surprised that Simon had a sister. She didn't know Simon very well because Simon was quite silent. She had never heard Simon talk about his sister. Kagura had been staying at home before and was well protected by her brother, but the appearance of Ursha changed everything. Ross did not participate, let them chat on their own, and returned to the room. Urza is 1 year older than Ursha, but Ursa has practiced the arc of time, so she looks a little older than Ursa. Kagura is only 6 years old now. Sitting around the table, Ursa looked at Ursa and Kagura and said, "Ursa can learn meditation with me. It's too early for Kagura. You can come during the day. I will teach you to learn characters first. Can Simon learn together?" This is what Ursa asked, out of concern for her companions. Meditation can stimulate the inherent magic power in the body, Ursa's dress-up magic, Ursa's ice shape. Of course, you can also learn magic through acquired learning, but generally don't do so. For most people, it is more about quality than quantity. Okay, you can start tomorrow. Let's call him together. Urusha nodded. One more person would not affect Urusha much, and there was no need to ask Ross's opinion on such matters. Prepare 3 more servings of food for dinner starting tomorrow. Urusha explained to Ross during dinner. Okay. Ross nodded. Urusha's cooking talent can be said to be completely non-existent for the time being. Urusha tried several times in the girls' dormitory, and finally Urusha was strictly prohibited from entering the kitchen. This was what Urusha secretly told Ross before they went out to travel. Urusha didn't know yet. Laxus was also a person who had food to eat. The 3 meals of the 3 of them depended on Ross. The village chief also knew that Urusha was in contact with Ursa and Kagura, but Urusha was a girl, so he didn't care much. But the village chief knew that they might not be here for any mission. What kind of ghost mission were they staying in the house all day? Are they deceiving children? They stayed in Rosemary Village for nearly 3 months in a row. During this period, Ross explained the situation to Makarov and Urusha through the remote communication magic crystal every month, and also told them that the 3 of them would not go back for Christmas. Ross did not mention Rob for the time being. He planned to find Rob and tell Makarov, or take him back directly. For 3 months, in the cultivation of magic in terms of behavior, Ursa and Simon clearly opened up a gap. Ursa successfully activated the dress-up magic in her body very early, night, but she didn't have any equipment, so she focused on meditation. Simon has not yet activated magic. It is possible that Simon himself does not have it. He has been very depressed because his magic training is far behind Ursa. Kagura slowly learned to read under the enlightenment of Urusha. Rose also successfully got acquainted with Ursa and Kagura. Several people planned to spend Christmas together. They were not very familiar with Laxus. They thought Laxus was elusive, although Laxus actually just ran out to practice frequently. Rose notified Laxus early, but it was okay if she didn't. Rose and Laxus spent Christmas with Makarov in recent years. This was the first time they didn't spend Christmas with the old man. There is no such thing as New Year in Aslant. The biggest and last festival of the year is Christmas. Chapter 31. The 2 of them had a very happy time. Speaking of which, this was the first Christmas for Ross and Urusha. They met at the beginning of this year. Ross felt sorry for Urusha because they didn't spend the first Christmas together after bringing his daughter home. The old man was not worried. Although they were not there, the people in the guild could spend the Christmas together. There might be some preference, but Makarov really treated the members of the guild as children, even guildarts. Isn't there a saying? No matter how old a child is, he is still a child in the eyes of his parents. Ross left Laxus in Rosemary Village to guard him. Laxus couldn't take him. Laxus was a little bit road shy. It was okay for him to come out by himself. If he couldn't find it, he could just turn into an ark and fly around. But it was obviously not possible to take someone with him. I took Urusha, Ursa, Kagura and Simon to the nearest town. The supplies for the past 3 months were purchased in this town. This was the first time Ursa and the other 3 had seen a town. The academy they attended was just in a village. Ross first took them to buy clothes as Christmas gifts. There was nothing to choose from in this small town. It was good to have something to buy. Urusha had noticed that Ursa didn't have many thick clothes before. As the weather was getting colder, Arusha gave her her clothes. Urza was a little shorter than her, but not much. After buying clothes, they also went to buy sweets. Urza now has the shadow of a future sweets control. She doesn't like chocolate like Arusha, but likes sweets, but she especially likes cakes and souffle. She is not very picky about taste for the time being. Ross didn't see any inclination for Kagura for the time being. Ross bought some gingerbread men to add a little Christmas atmosphere. The ingredients were carried by the 4 people. Ross carried a Christmas tree, some ribbons, and lights. Although it was simple, the sense of ceremony was indispensable. Back in the village, Ross went to pick up some dry and long wood, which was everywhere at this time of year, and he prepared to build a bonfire. At the door of the house, Ross tied the top of the firewood with a thin rope, and then inserted the other end of the wood into the ground, piled a few stones around to fix it, and placed the Christmas tree with the bottom directly on the side. In the room, Laxus was helping them decorate the room. They were not tall enough, and they had to ask Laxus to make the ribbons on the windows and doors. Urza and Kagura felt that Laxus was quite kind when he was helping. After Ross built the bonfire, he went into the kitchen and didn't care about them decorating the room. There were 2 stoves in the kitchen, and Ross started to cook rice on one. Kagura, I want to help. Kagura stood outside the kitchen, with her head sideways and her hands on the side of the door. They didn't ask Kagura to help when they decorated the room. Kagura was at a loss in the room. When she saw Ross enter the kitchen, she planned to come in and take a look. The weather was too cold. Ross had asked Laxus to boil the water. Ross tested the water temperature and found it was not cold. He lowered his head and smiled at Kagura and said, "Okay, Kagura, how about helping me wash the vegetables? Children from poor families grow up early. Although they can't cook, Kagura can wash vegetables without Ross teaching her." She nodded. Okay. Ross first marinated 2 chickens and added various spices. He put the seasoning aside and planned to wrap them with tin foil and soil and throw them into the campfire to roast. Then he processed the fish. Although the merchant had already processed it, he still planned to scrape the scales off the fish and wash it. He didn't want to eat the scales while eating. That would be a bad feeling. This kind of fish has no bones. There are many children. He specially picked this kind of fish and reminded them to be careful when eating. As for the fish, he planned to make grilled fish. He also added ginger, cooking wine, cumin, salt, etc. to marinate the fish and put the fish aside. Washed. Kagura put the vegetables in a basin and brought it over. "Thank you, Kagura, help me catch the fish back and forth, hold it for a little longer." Ross pointed to the fish on the side. In fact, it would be fine if he didn't hold it for so long, but Ross couldn't stand Kagura looking at him eagerly. Heat the oil in the pan first, stir-fry the onion and minced garlic, bean paste, and chili sauce. There is no hot pot base here, what a pity, Ross thought while frying. After frying, add water, pour the side dishes in and cook them, then take them out. The base can be boiled again to reduce the water. Taking advantage of this time, Ross went out first to put the 2 wrapped chickens on the weeds and firewood under the campfire, and ignited the weeds. Soon the dry firewood was also ignited, and the house was dyed red. "Kagura, give me the fish." Ross returned to the kitchen and looked at the one who was concentrating on catching the fish. Kagura of fish. The fish was split in half, marinated and fried on both sides until golden brown, then placed in the tin foil box used to hold the fish, and the base and side dishes were put in. 2 alcohol lamps were placed underneath when eating, and the temperature of the grilled fish and side dishes could be guaranteed. This was too heavy, so Ross did not let Kagura carry it. Kagura stood there waiting for his instructions. Ross fried 2 more plates of meat and 2 plates of vegetarian dishes, and asked Kagura to take them out first, and then he took the grilled fish out himself. Light the 2 alcohol lamps and put the tin foil box containing the grilled fish on the shelf. "Okay, we can eat first. Don't worry about the grilled chicken, just leave it there, open the door and watch the bonfire. Simon, Laxus's room is almost ready. Laxus even hangs ribbons on the roof, and the sense of ceremony is full. At this time, Ursha and Urza were decorating the Christmas tree that Ross had casually placed outside, hanging colorful lights on the Christmas tree, and inserting a small star with lights on the top. Hurry up and wash your hands. Ross saw that they didn't respond, so he shouted again. Now they reacted, and Laxus took them to the well outside to fetch water to wash their hands. Kagura, come and help me. At this moment, only Kagura's hands were clean, and Ross took Kagura to serve the rice first. When they came back from washing their hands, the rice was already on the table. The table is not big, everyone squeeze in. Ross and Laxus took up a large area and occupied one side each. Ursha and Urza sat on one side, and Kagura and Simon sat on the other side. Thank you for your hard work. Ursha and Urza expressed their gratitude to Ross and Kagura for preparing this Christmas dinner. Kagura blushed and lowered her head slightly. You too, you've worked hard on the arrangements. Rose was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He hadn't heard this for a long time. He smiled at Laxus and the others and expressed his gratitude. Rose felt that his mood suddenly became better. He was already very happy. Let's make a wish together at the bonfire. Ross was in high spirits and took the lead in holding his hands together and closing his eyes. Seeing this, the rest of the people looked at the direction of the bonfire and closed their eyes. What did Urza wish for? Ultia looked at Urza, who was smiling slightly beside him. I hope we can celebrate Christmas together in the future. Urza's mouth corners slightly raised, her eyes curved into two crescents, and her smile infected everyone present. Ross felt that the phrase smiling like a flower could be used to describe Urza. Okay. Ultia also smiled and nodded, looking at Urza. Urusha continued while the iron was hot, when we leave, how about going with us? Not only Urza, but also Kagura and Simon. Where to go? Urza was reluctant to leave Rosemary Village. The villagers were very kind to her, but she was also reluctant to leave Urusha. Fairy Tale, our guild, is also our home. Urusha pointed to the guild emblem on the back of her left hand. Home. Urza lowered her head slightly. This was the first time she heard the word home. This word had never existed in her life. Although Simon and Kagura also lost their parents, they were two siblings who depended on each other, and at least they still had family. Iluza, look up. Rose said at the right time, and then Rose pointed at herself and said, if you don't mind, try to be the head of Fairy Tale. I am an example. The president grandfather treats me as his own grandson. Urusha also nodded to Urza. Although Makarov is sometimes frivolous, he is really good and dedicated to the guild members, and she also feels it. I agree with this. As the grandson of the old man, I am not as good as him. Laxus raised his right thumb and pointed at Rose, and chuckled. Very good, I will tell Grandpa when I go back. Rose raised a weird smile at the corner of his mouth. Asshole! How old are you and still complaining? 3 roars appeared on Laxus's forehead. He will be taught a lesson by Makarov's little fist. I'm still a child. Rose looked like he deserved a beating. Okay, I want to go. Urza looked at Rose and Laxus who were quarreling. Kagura wants to go too. Chapter 32. The 2 women were born in the same year, and the 2 were born in the same year. At the end of February X775, 2 months of peace passed in Rosemary Village. During this period, Ross and Urusha would use the remote communication magic crystal to report safety to Makarov and Uru. Ross also planned to let the 2 future female swordsmen start learning swords. Ross bought 2 ordinary magic swords and a wooden sword in the town. The wooden sword was given to Kagura first. It was similar to a straight sword with a slight inner arc. Kagura could try to learn chopping, stabbing, and picking first. First, Urza, you have to maintain your sword, squeeze your magic power, and keep the sword in your hand. After you get used to it, try to fight, continue this training, and extend the time of maintaining the state as much as possible. In addition, there is daily physical training. Let's start with running. Urza nodded. It was not difficult for her to maintain the sword. Kagura just repeats stabbing, stabbing, slashing, chopping, sweeping, and swiping. The amount can be increased slowly. You can control it yourself. As for her physical fitness, Kagura is only 7 years old, and she is learning this. She should learn it first. Altair interrupted Ross, who was talking non-stop. After 774 years, everyone has grown a year older. Then Kagura should put away the wooden sword first. Ross thought so. He and Laxus started at the age of 9, so they could wait another year or two. I want to learn. Kagura held the wooden sword in both hands, with a gleam in her eyes. She liked this wooden sword very much. Okay, but take care of yourself. Arusha nodded helplessly to Kagura. That night, Arusha was teaching Kagura to read, while Laxus and Rose took Urza and Simon to meditate. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from outside, which lasted for a while. Laxus and Rose woke up, and Rose hurriedly got up and went out. Another house in the distance was blown up, the rocks collapsed, and another house began to emit thick smoke. Fortunately, there was no one in the 2 houses they destroyed. Ha 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 ha! In front of the house stood a group of wizards with grim smiles on their faces, carrying staffs and wearing black robes, the Black Wizards of the Tower of Paradise, who had been in Rosemary Village for 5 months and finally waited for them. The leader scolded them, "Okay, hurry up, so many laborers have died in the R system recently, and the construction progress has slowed down. Let's quickly capture some laborers and bring them back. Laxus, Urusha, protect them and don't let them out." Ross immediately received Jesmon and flew over with the 3 sword spirits Adu, Renee, and Paul. "Leave them alive." Ross conveyed the message to the sword spirits. The black magic cult only felt a flash of white and red light, and fell to the ground one after another. "Who are you?" The leader, the middle-aged man wearing a hat, asked tremblingly. "You have one chance, take me to the construction site of the R system." "How do you know?" The leader looked terrified. "They hid and caught people, and specifically found remote villages to catch people, and they have not been discovered yet." A flash of white light flashed in his eyes, and then he seemed to feel his sight falling down. Ross waved his right arm blade, and the leader's body was separated. He looked at the next person and said calmly, "Next. This kind of scum deserves death." This person couldn't stand the stimulation and started screaming, unable to speak. Ross waved his right hand and executed another one. "You say 5 people were executed in succession." I say. The member of the black magic cult who was lying on the ground and pointed at by Ross's right arm blade hurriedly said, "Take me to the location. Who is the leader?" Leader. He hesitated, and Ross couldn't bear it. "Be direct, say it." "The leader is not a person, but a goat. I don't know his name." He was afraid that Ross would not believe it and think he was lying to him. "Caplico." Ross raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his previous speculation was correct. Now the real Caplico has been swallowed by Layla's servant Zudur using human slaves. Yes, it seems to be called this name." He nodded frantically, his forehead and nose hit the dirt. He was just an ordinary extra, not qualified to know Caplico's name. "How many paradise towers have you built?" The man shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Ross thought in his heart, yes, this kind of probably has one team assigned to each tower, and they don't care about each other. "I have to ask Caplico." Ross asked the sword spirit to watch them first, and returned to the room to get some. "Tie them up with ropes." Laxus had been watching all along, but didn't let Urusha and the others see. He followed them and pointed at them and said, "Are they the ones you're waiting for?" Ross nodded, "Yes, I plan to ask them to take me to the R system. I'll leave it to you here. I don't know how many teams are coming out to catch people." Laxus nodded to indicate that he understood, and returned to the house, jumped onto the roof and began to guard. These people were tied up and took Ross back to the ship they came from. The ship could set sail with the magic crystal, and Ross asked them to guide the direction. Ross knew that they didn't lie to him. From a distance, Ross saw the prototype of the Paradise Tower, and there were many black magic cult guards, but these had no effect on Ross. They were all small fish and shrimps, and could be taken away with one shot. He was not worried about Zoodle's human subordinate magic reducing the magic power of humans. What does it have to do with my Digimon that you can influence humans? Apart from this magic, Caprico only has physical skills and uses human subordinates to summon some small fish. If it were Capriccio now, he wouldn't be considered one of the 7 followers of Purgatory. After landing, Ross threw the group of people ashore and received an Absolute Zero from Omegaman. Boom, Absolute Zero hit the ground and shook the entire island. What happened? Capriccio, who was sitting on the throne built by labor, stood up. He felt a strong magic. He walked out of the cave and jumped to the top. Capriccio, wearing sunglasses and a small suit, looked at Omegaman on the coast from a distance. Ross bent his knees and flew straight to Capriccio. He stood in front of him about 10 meters away. Capriccio just looked at Ross coming over. It seems that he is quite confident in his own strength. "Capriccio, you can't escape today." Ross's voice was very calm, but it was unquestionable. "Oh? Why am I?" Capriccio wanted to taunt. Capriccio was speechless. His body began to tremble unconsciously. He was unable to move as if he was in a state of paralysis. Then a chill ran through his body. His heart seemed to be grasped by someone, and his throat seemed to be strangled. He couldn't breathe. He was forced to kneel on one knee. Fear, murderous intent, and trembling were the only words Capriccio could think of. He looked at the demon in front of him. Magic power gradually burst out of his body. The magic power was so strong that it even distorted the air. The white cloak was lifted up by the magic power. Blocked by the materialized magic power, Capriccio could only vaguely see a figure. He struggled to turn his head and saw that it was not only him, but all the people and monsters of the black magic cult around him were lying on the ground and trembling. They all felt the heavy pressure emanating from the person in front of them. Chapter 33. The old man was very angry. Zoodile was puzzled as to why the armor in front of him was not affected by human subordinate magic, and the magic power was still so strong. Human subordinate magic had an impact on Ross, but unfortunately the gap between the two was too big, so the impact was not great. He was not one of the 7 followers of Purgatory in X784. Zoodile, come out of Caprico's body. Zoodile felt that the magic power of the armor in front of him was slowly stabilizing. What? He knelt on one knee and his body stopped trembling, but the words in his ears frightened him. Zoodile, one of Leela Hartfilia's servants, inherited the key to Capricornia Capricorica from her, but Capricorica has since disappeared in the celestial spirit world. Am I right, Zoodile? Impossible, how did you know? Were you sent by Lord Hades? Only Hades knew that Zoodile had become Capricorica. I have nothing to do with Hades, and it's not important. I can spare your life if you cancel the contract with Capricorica. It doesn't matter if he is spared, because he will die as soon as he comes out. This is the curse that he used human subordinate magic to devour Capricorica. Zoodile was struggling. He realized from the magic power just now that the armor in front of him was not affected by him, and he was no match for this magic power, but he didn't want to leave this body. He longed for power, and he also wanted to control humans with this body. Sir, I am Hades' subordinate. We built this R system for the black magician Zeref. As long as Zeref is awakened, the world will be covered with magic and reborn. With your power, if you join us, you can also become the master of the world. Zodile actually didn't quite understand Hades's reason. He was just favored by Hades because he held the Capricorn key and had darkness in his heart. I'm not interested in these. Presheto was obsessed with fake news, looking for the so-called key to awaken Zeref everywhere. It can only be said that fake news hurts people, and the harm is not shallow. Capriccio seemed to be frozen. He just wanted to trick Ross to Hades. Building the Paradise Tower is actually just an attempt by Hades to awaken Zeref. The main purpose is to find a genius who practices lost magic. Capriccio said tremblingly while lying on the ground. Sir, I can also be your subordinate. I know human slave magic, and I can control humans for your use. Caplico adjusted his breathing, calmed down a little, and then knelt on one knee, expressing himself vividly. Shadows invaded Ross from all sides. Zudur decided to try to devour Ross with human slaves when he was squatting on the ground. Anything was better than dying directly. Ross's whole body emitted a white light of light attribute and flew into the sky. You are stubborn, you can die. Ross in the sky fired a cold air bomb, freezing him, and stretched out the Tyrannosaurus sword in his left hand, turning into a white light passing through the ice. The ice was chopped, and Zudur turned into a cloud of black smoke and left Caplico's body. As Zudur left, Caplico fell to the ground. Zudur, with the big hair and dark circles under his eyes, also appeared on the ground. My lord, please spare my life, spare my life. Zudur cried and kowtowed on the ground. Take a look at your body first. Zudur looked down and saw that his body began to dissipate from his legs. He grabbed his hair with both hands. No. Hades didn't tell you that this is the end of using human subordinates. You were just pawns from the beginning. As Ross's voice faded, Zudur also gradually disappeared, and the Capricorn key fell to the ground. Ross then received the 3 sword spirits sent by Jesmon and asked them to kill all the people and monsters of the black magic cult on the island. Such a soldier couldn't ask anything. Sorry. At this time, Caprico woke up, and he still had Zudur's memory. I am a friend of Leela. Your contract with Zudul has been terminated. The key is with me. I will return you to her when the time comes. You will follow her daughter Lucy Hartfilia. Yes. Caplico knew that this person did not lie to him. He heard the conversation between this person and Zudul just now. Moreover, he also agreed with Leela that when her descendants embarked on the path of the celestial mage, Caplico would return to her. Do you know where the other R systems are built? Ross thought that if he knew, he would rush to immediately notify the council and the guilds in various places to destroy them. I don't know. I was just sent by Hades to find out if there are any geniuses who practice lost magic. Capriccio shook his head. Good guy, I don't know anything either. It seems that I can only notify the council and the guilds to help find them. Ross pinched his chin and thought. Okay, follow me to release those who are locked up. Capriccio is the strongest among the Zodiac, and can stay in the world for a period of time with his own magic. Yes. Capriccio lowered his head slightly and saluted. He also wanted to atone for some sins. As soon as Ross came in, he saw Grandpa Rob and the laborers, who were wearing shackles on their hands and were a little flustered when they saw Capriccio. Rob also saw Ross and helped Ross calm them down. After releasing the imprisoned children, Ross saw some familiar faces here, 3 of the future 6 demons. There were too many people, so he only saw these 3. Grandpa Rob. Rose, why are you here? Rob's hunched body was very excited. He didn't expect to see Rose here again. He thought he would never see the members of Fairy Tale again in this life. We encountered the black magic cult during the mission. I asked their people to bring me here. They have been defeated. Rose supported Rob and explained to him. Caprico, gather the children to the shore. I will find the people from the council to take the children away. After speaking, Rose flew into the sky and flew to the council station in the town, showing his identity as a fairy tale wizard. This town is still too small and there is no boat. Fortunately, the nearest coastal city council can be contacted. After hearing about some of the children who were recently abducted, they quickly took action. Rose flew over to meet them and headed to the island. Rose told Caprico to go back to the celestial spirit world once he saw the council ship appear. Although it was not his evil, it was using his body, so it was better not to see it. After picking up all the children on the coast, the captain of the council saluted Ross and said, "Thank you very much for your help. We will help these children find their families. Okay, be careful on the road." The captain nodded and boarded the ship, and the ship set sail back to the town. Rob was waiting on the side with a cane. Rob was now suffering from magic exhaustion and was very weak. That was why he was captured. Rob said that when he went out to visit an old friend, he passed by the village and found that the black magic cult was attacking the village. He couldn't bear it and took action. Unexpectedly, Capriccio was also there. Under the influence of Capriccio's magic, he was quickly defeated and was also captured. After listening to Rob's explanation, Ross helped Rob, got on the boat and walked back to Rosemary Village. "Grandpa Rob, let's go to Rosemary Village to meet Laxus and return to Fairy Tale. Rob's current body is not suitable for flying." "Okay, is Laxus here too?" Rob was a little excited for a moment, thinking of Laxus. He liked this kid as much as Makarov did. "Yes. The black magic cult attacked the village just now. I don't know if there are other teams, so I let Laxus protect it there," Ross explained to Rob as he walked. Chapter 34. The two of them were very close. Originally, Rob wanted to walk by himself, but Rob was too weak now. Ross took him for a walk, and finally Ross decided to carry him on his back. Carrying an old man on his back had no effect on Ross. He and Laxus would climb steep cliffs with weights when exercising every day. "Grandpa Rob." Laxus sat on the roof, always paying attention to all directions. As soon as Ross appeared at the entrance of the village with Rob on his back, he noticed it, and he immediately turned into an arc and appeared in front of Ross. "Ross, put me down." Rob patted Ross's shoulder, motioning Ross to put him down. "Grandpa Rob, slow down." Ross slowly squatted down, and Laxus supported him and helped Rob down from Ross's back. "That's great, Grandpa Rob. Grandpa has been worried about you. He will be very happy to know that you are okay." "Haha, I am also very happy to see Xiao Ma." Rob was obviously very happy. He was no longer out of breath and could laugh. It might be that after the magic shackles were broken, his magic began to slowly recover. "Let Grandpa Rob rest for a day tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, we will say goodbye to the village chief and take Urza and the others back to Fairy Tale." Ross and Laxus each supported Rob on the side. Both of them were much taller than Rob, so Ross and Laxus had no obstacles when talking. "Okay, you go and negotiate." Although Laxus has also stayed in Rosemary Village for the past few months, he has not contacted the people in the village except for training. "Grandpa Rob." Back in the room, Ultia also greeted Rob. Urza and Kagura were not allowed to leave by Ultia today, but they had already fallen asleep. "I'll share a room with Grandpa Rob tonight, and I can take care of him." After saying that, Laxus helped Rob into the room. "Okay, I'll sleep with Simon." Ross nodded, and Arusha naturally slept with Urza and Kagura. There was no one outside, and Ross also told Arusha about his plans so that Arusha could pack her luggage tomorrow. Ross couldn't sleep tonight, so he decided to keep watch to prevent a sudden attack from the black magic cult. After Arusha went to sleep, he jumped onto the roof, crossed his hands behind his head, and lay on the roof, deciding to watch while enjoying the night. "You're too noisy." Ross turned his head and found Arusha floating aside. "Who else can't fly?" Laxus probably knew that he was watching on the roof, but he didn't come up. He wanted to watch Rob. Urusha also lay down beside him, watching the night with him without saying a word. Ross covered Urusha with clothes, and she fell asleep while lying. The next day, Ross and Urusha took Urza and others to find the village chief Erwin, revealing their identities as fairy tale wizards. Arisa and Kagura are very talented, I want to take them to the fairy tale guild. Arisa, Kagura, do you want to go? Erwin did not answer, but asked Urza and Kagura first. Urza and Kagura nodded. Although they were reluctant to leave here, they were fascinated by the fairy tale described by Urza. Fairy tale, is it famous? Looking at the bright eyes of the two, Erwin confirmed their thoughts, and then looked at Ross and asked. There are not many wizards here, and the reputation of the guild cannot be spread here. Do you know the council and the 10 holy wizards? Erwin nodded. How could the council not know this? There are 2 of the 10 holy mages evaluated by the council in our guild. Ross pointed to the number 2 with his fingers. I can't agree right away, I need to confirm it. Erwin shook his head. He couldn't just hand over the child, even if it was easy for them to take Urza and the others away by force. Okay, you can send one person to the academy in the village to confirm or the council of the nearest town to confirm, and we will set off tomorrow. Ross and Ultia got up and left after saying that. Erwin did send 2 people, and he also explained Ross's name and the style of the guild emblem to them, asking them to confirm Ross's identity and fairy tale, one to the academy and one to the council of the town to confirm. Village head, Rossaurus is indeed a fairy tale wizard, and fairy tale also has 2 of the 10 holy mages. The one who went to the council reported what he had learned. The information of the council was updated uniformly for all of Ishgar. I also saw the one with golden hair in the information, who is also a fairy. The wizard of the tale. Erwin nodded. The information on both sides matched. The one who went to the academy also learned some information, but not as detailed as the council. Erwin asked him to invite Ross over. Village Chief Erwin. Ross came over after receiving the news. Please sit down. Erwin gestured for Ross to sit down first, and Ross knew it was a sure thing. I have sent someone to confirm it, and the situation is indeed as you said. Erwin didn't say anything polite and got straight to the point. I don't need to confirm it and I know you are telling the truth. After all, you are wizards. We can't stop you from taking them away by force. He sighed and continued, Iluza and Kagura are both poor children. They have no parents since childhood. The people in the village have watched them grow up. In fact, I don't expect them to become powerful wizards. I just hope they can live a peaceful life. I hope you can take good care of them after they join Fairy Tale. Don't worry, village chief. That's why I want them to join our guild. There are more than just strength and tasks in the guild. They can also experience what I feel in the guild. Ross put his right hand on his chest and assured Erwin. Okay, you take them away. Looking at Ross's eyes, Erwin finally nodded. We will take them away tomorrow. Before we leave, I will take them to say goodbye to you. Ross said, taking out an envelope from his pocket and putting it on the table. By the way, please accept these. So many. Erwin didn't think much about it. When he opened it, he found that the denominations were all 10,000 J. This was what Ross had taken from the town. There are 2 million J in it. It's not a lot of money. If there are children or elderly people who need help, please use this money. This is too much. I can't accept it. Erwin pushed the envelope back. This money is not for you, but for the children. Please accept it. It is also for the trouble in the past 6 months. Besides, we destroyed 2 houses. Thinking of the children, Erwin finally accepted it. If the children have any emergency, this money can also help. Say goodbye to Erwin and return to the house. Everyone, pack your bags, tomorrow, go home. Chapter 35. The 2 of them were busy, and the 2 of them were busy. Simon and Kagura went home to pack their things. Urza didn't have much luggage at all. Apart from a few new clothes, Rosemary Village was only a memory for her. In the evening, they had dinner together. The table was full. Rose and Laxus sat on half of the threshold, and the two of them directly occupied the threshold. It was nice to eat while looking at the outside of the village. In the evening, on the last night in Rosemary Village, Rose called Urza to the door. Urza doesn't have a last name, right? The two looked at the starry sky together. Urza shook her head in confusion, but she didn't feel too sad. Although she sometimes felt confused because she didn't have a surname, Rosemary Village was still very simple and friendly, otherwise Urza and Kagura wouldn't be alive today. How about I give you a surname? Belzarian. From now on, you will be called Urza Belzarian. Belzarian? What does it mean? The breeze gently caressed Urza's face, and the bangs on her forehead blocked her puzzled eyes. Ross explained, this is the name of a wise dragon 400 years ago. This dragon has devoted his life to seeking the peaceful development of humans and dragons and has done his best for it. I like it very much. It's also your mother's surname, and it would be very interesting if Irene knew it, Ross added silently in his heart. Irene has maternal love for Urza, and Urza has been in Irene's belly for 400 years. Although she once wanted to use additional magic to invade Urza's body because of that scumbag who didn't even have a name and the feeling of losing humanity, she couldn't do it when she saw Urza's smile. In order to stop this dangerous idea, she also abandoned Urza in Rosemary Village. Xianlong, peace? Okay, then I will be called Urza Belzarian from now on. Although it was strange and she didn't know what the connection was, Urza decided to accept it. It's just a surname, and you can call it anything. Okay, go in and rest. Rose went back to her room. Iluza nodded and went in to find Ultia and Kagura, and she would probably tell them her new surname. After packing their luggage, they went out and prepared to say goodbye to the village chief. They found that the villagers were already standing at the entrance of the village. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, Urza and the others said goodbye to the village chief and the villagers. As they set off, the villagers waved and shouted behind them, Simon, Urza, Kagura, if you miss home in the future, welcome back to Rosemary Village. Because of Grandpa Rob, the group walked a little slower, but fortunately the main means of transportation was the train. Is he really okay? Urza pointed to Laxus lying dead on the side. It's okay. He will be fully revived after getting off the train, he just fainted from the transportation. Ross waved his hand to let Urza not worry. Finally here, I will never take the transportation again. Laxus didn't recover from the time he stood at Magnolia Station to the gate of Magnolia City, and his face looked bad. After entering from the city gate, slightly bypassing the Cardea Cathedral, it is Fairy Tale. The group took their luggage and went directly to the guild to report their safety. This is our guild, Fairy Tale. Standing at the gate, Rose pointed to the plaque on the door that read Fairy Tale. The bustling streets and guilds of Magnolia are all scenery they have never seen. Okay, follow me in. Then Rose pushed the door open. Bang, bang, bang. When I opened the door, I saw Gray and Leo fighting. Lidas was actually drawing them fighting. Fighting is fine, but why take off clothes? Kagura watched the silver-haired child's clothes fly in front of him. Ross was quick to grab it and threw it back in a ball. Kana was not seen. Ross was probably taken away by Gildarts. Makeo and Wakaba were drinking and watching the show. Makarov saw that they did not use magic and did not stop them. Uru was sitting aside. They had received news that they would be back today, but they had not seen any new people. As soon as Makarov saw Ross and his group, he stopped Leo and Gray with his little fist. Urusha. Uru quickly walked up and hugged Urusha. She hadn't seen Urusha for almost half a year. If it weren't for the long-distance communication magic crystal, she would have looked for her all over the world. I'm back, You are you. Arusha was relatively calm and patted you on the back. Little pony. Rob. Let's not talk about the two of them hugging each other and crying and expressing their feelings to each other after a long separation. Hey, there are newcomers. Makeo and Wakaba saw Urza, Simon and Kagura standing by, with a smirk on their faces. Simon and Kagura were a little afraid. Some people who looked like they were smirking didn't look like good people. Urza took a step forward and protected Simon and Kagura with her right hand. Ultia also left Hulu's arms at this time, came to Urza, pulled Urza's arm down, and whispered in her ear, "It's okay, they just like to joke, not bad people." Out of trust in Ultia, Urza slowly relaxed her vigilance. You scared the newcomer. A big fist appeared above their heads, like a sword of Damocles. The two hugged each other and ran around trying to leave the shadow, but Makarov was still one step ahead and beat them to the ground. Makarov said that you are in the underground layer, and I am in the atmosphere. Makarov couldn't calm down yet, but he couldn't be rude in front of the newcomers, so he got down from the bar and walked in front of Urza and the others. Hello, I'm the Guild Master Makarov, you can call me Grandpa or Guild Master. Makarov raised his right hand to greet them. Makarov saw that Kagura and Simon were a little nervous, but he admired Urza who stood in front of his companions. But he could understand that Kagura was so young, some people in the guild didn't look normal. Gray and Leo took off their clothes and started fighting at a disagreement. Makeo and Wakaba who smoked, drank, and chatted all day. President Grandpa, I'm Urza Belzarian. I'm Simon Makazuki, and this is my sister Kagura. Everyone in the guild also introduced themselves. Very good, to welcome the three newcomers, and also to welcome Rob, Ross, and Laxus home, let's have a party together. Makarov turned around and faced the guild members, raising his hand. Oh! As Makarov raised his hand, the guild members cheered together, the decibels were loud enough to overturn the guild, and the sound lasted for a long time. Some people started throwing wine glasses. Asshole, where are you throwing it? There's still wine in your glass, why are you throwing it? It doesn't matter, I just won the bet, Makeo will clean the guild for a month. Commission. You don't do the task. Everyone paused to complain about Nob who was crying. We are welcoming you, but they find excuses to hold banquets every day, don't worry about it. Looking at the people who were reveling together, Urza and Kagura were dumbfounded. Are they so popular? Ross also explained to them. Are you sure this is a welcome? Kagura looked at Ross blankly. After the banquet ended in the evening, Simon was temporarily arranged to live in the place rented by Gray and Leo. Leo and Gray had already started working. Some time ago, Makarov couldn't stand Gray and Leo quarreling in the house all day long, which affected his rest and the neighbors. The key point was that he didn't listen, so he threw Gray and Leo out. Laxus followed Makarov. Love returned home, but Laxus told Rose that he would soon go out to do a mission. There were a lot of missions in the guild, and Erlo had helped to deal with some in the past few months. Rose thought that she had to help with some missions, and it was not a good style to just give up for half a year. Ursha took Urza and Kagura to the girls' dormitory and arranged for them to live next to her and Erlu. For the time being, Urza and Kagura lived in the same room, and Urza could also take care of Kagura. Rose paid the rent first, but it was estimated that it would not last long, and Urza would soon be able to do missions. Chapter 36. The two sides of the battle were in chaos. At the banquet that day, Ross told Makarov about the black magic cult and the R system, and asked him to inform the council and the guild leaders as soon as possible and to search within his own guild as soon as possible. Makarov contacted the leaders that night and set off for a meeting in Kruba town the next day. After returning and resting for 2 days, Ross took on tasks in several neighboring towns and villages, preparing to clear the route all the way. Laxus set off yesterday, and Ross and Laxus were greeted by Makarov that night when they returned. The two of them didn't come back for more than half a year. The old man was like an empty nest old man every day. He didn't do any tasks. The guild tasks were piled up. He shamelessly asked you to help deal with some more urgent S-level tasks. He read them for almost an hour, and finally let them go lightly for the sake of their bringing Rob back. First, he went to Harjan to deliver a valuable item, then went to White Claw Town to deal with the monsters that came out to make trouble, and then went to Onibus Town to be a bodyguard for the troop. A star troop came here to perform and needed wizards to maintain order. Originally, several were needed. Ross and Jesmon were 4 envoys, and Jesmon looked more dazzling than them. There were always children who wanted to touch him. After sweeping the thieves who were making trouble in the mountains near Obishina town, he also found a dark guild base. They were too noisy at Ross's dining place, which directly exposed his identity. Ross followed them to destroy their hideout, tied them up and threw them directly at the door of the council, hiding his merits and fame. Here we go again. Rose's last stop was Hartfilia's house, but this time there was no prior notice. Please tell Mr. Judd that Rose from Fairy Tale is visiting again. The guard quickly picked up the communication tool to report, and then the door was opened. Rose didn't wait for anyone to pick her up, and went straight in to wait in the reception room. Halfway through, she saw the butler who was waiting at the door last time. Mr. Ross, Mr. Judd is not at home today. Madame Leela is waiting for you in the reception room. The butler bowed slightly to Rose, and Rose responded in the same way, and then followed the butler to the reception room. Mr. Ross, long time no see. Leela stood up to welcome Rose after seeing her. Ms. Leela, long time no see, just call me Ross. Rose took a seat at Layla's signal, and the maid quickly brought 2 cups of hot tea. Did Mr. Judd go out to work today? Rose asked after taking a sip of hot tea. He went on a business trip to Crocus 2 days ago. Ross understood and nodded. It's not strange to go on business trips every few days. I wonder if Ms. Leela has found Graham. This question is more important to Ross. Now that Zudur is dead, as long as Graham is not dead, it doesn't matter if Brandish is taken away again. He can rebel in a minute. Even if he can't rebel, he will just do it. Not yet. The Heartfilia Consortium has been searching for a long time. Leela shook her head with regret. Not only the Aquarius key, she also missed this sister who she hadn't seen for a long time. She didn't expect that this sister went directly to the West Continent. It's normal that the West Continent is so big that it hasn't been found yet, but there are still more than 2 years, so it's okay. Ross asked another question immediately. Where is Zudur? Have you investigated him? Unfortunately, we can't find him at all. Judd sent out to find Zudur but didn't find any of them. He even issued commissions to several bounty hunter guilds, but there was no news. Of course he couldn't find it. Zudur was probably on the ship of the Demon Heart before. He was recently building the R system overseas, and he could only show himself in Capricio's body. I came here for another thing this time. Ross took out the Capricorn key from his bag and placed it on the table. Capricio's key. How come it's here with you? Leela was too familiar with this key. No, it should be said that all the Star Spirit Wizards knew this. I think it would be better for him to explain this matter. Ross pushed the key in front of Leela and asked her to summon Capriccio. Although Leela retired due to illness, it was no problem for her to summon Capriccio for a short period of time. Miss Leela. After Capriccio came out, he knelt on one knee in front of Leela. Capriccio, what happened? Where is Zudur? Capriccio explained to Leela everything about Zudur's use of human subordinate magic to devour him, control humans, and join the Demon Heart. After that, Capriccio returned to the celestial world. Put this key away and give it to Miss Lucy later. I also heard Capriccio tell you about the agreement with him. Ross drank tea on the side and waited until Leela digested everything before speaking. Thank you, I don't know how to repay you. Leela is not only good to her servants, but also to the Celestials. Her gratitude is for Capriccio. Haha, if there is a chance, how about Miss Lucy joining our fairy tale when she grows up? Our guild has not had a celestial mage until now. Ross is not worried that Lucy will not join fairy tale. For now, since you joined fairy tale has already had the momentum of the first guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, but it is not bad to take more precautions. If Lucy wants to join the guild, I will tell her. Leela nodded and agreed. Leela just didn't want Lucy to accept the responsibility of the Eclipse Gate, and she agreed to inherit the Celestial Mage. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Ross then stood up and left. Leela also stood up to show respect and sent him to the door of the house. Leela was going to follow him to the door, but Ross stopped her. Leela was not in good health. After Ross left Heartfilia's house, he returned to the guild. Grandpa, how did you talk? Ross asked about the R system. The council has issued a notice requiring all guilds to cooperate in the search. Azure Pegasus has also sent Christina to search. I heard that a guild had discovered and destroyed one 2 days ago. Christina is the spaceship of Azure Pegasus. It is very expensive. Fairy Tale is either losing money or on the way to losing money. After Natsu joined, it was even worse. It is not worthy of this. After knowing that they were looking for it, Ross didn't care. If they needed help, they would come to find themselves. I didn't see Altair and Urza in the guild. Ross guessed that they were probably practicing in the forest in the east. When they looked over, as expected, Kagura was also with them. Where's Simon? Rose didn't see Simon. Urza stopped practicing swordsmanship. Simon went on a mission with Gray and Leo. Leo is 1 year older than Gray, and they are both 10 years old this year. Together with Gray, they went on a mission, but they also brought Simon. Makarov agreed, so it's probably not a dangerous mission. Finally meeting Rose today, Urza expressed her thoughts over the past few days. I want to go on a mission, and I'm really embarrassed to keep asking President Makarov and you guys. Rose understood her eyes, which were firm and could not be refused. Actually, I want to go on a mission too. It's boring to meditate and practice all day. Urusha, who was meditating on the side, also said. I don't think I said no, did I? Rose shrugged and spread his hands. I mean, go with us. Urusha took a deep breath slowly and glanced at Rose. What about Kagura? Simon isn't here. Ross pointed at Kagura who was immersed in chopping. Just leave it to Uru. Kagura likes Uru very much. Uru seems to have a kind of maternal radiance towards the children of the guild. After a few days of getting along, Urza and Kagura both like Uru very much. Uru is not training with Gray and the others now. Gray and the others have completed their apprenticeship. She has been accompanying her daughter in Magnolia recently. Chapter 37. The old man was very happy. I am such a miserable person. I just returned to the guild yesterday, and I have to go out again today. And how can you do the quest with so many cakes, Urza? Ross carried his bag on his back with a melancholy look on his face. Just put it in the dressing room. Urza said seriously. Except for living things, everything else can be put in the dressing room. But as Urza's armor increases, there will probably be no place to put anything else. Are you sure you won't summon a cake in your hand and throw it out while fighting? Ross thought of Urza throwing a cake in each hand at the enemy's face. Oh, and there are horns on her head. No, I can't throw the cake anyway. Urza clenched her fists, and then seemed to think of the horror of throwing the cake, muttering, I can't throw it, I can't throw it, I can't throw it. Urza, don't worry, I can help you change it back if you lose it. Urusha held the crystal ball in her hand. The Arc of Time is really the best magic. Urza looked at Urusha with envy. Your dressing space is also good, I'll leave mine to you. Urusha's luggage was also left to Urza. Leave it to me. Urza was very excited to know that her cake was fine. Okay, let's go to Derwent City. They took on several missions this time, but Derwent City was more urgent. Some black magic cults were in chaos, attacked the orphanage, and took away the children. They had to go there quickly to solve it. These two seemed to be terrorists, and they took all the missions of subjugation. With Ross following Makarov, they were not worried, so they could take whatever they wanted. You did give Urusha many instructions last night. After all, this was her daughter's first mission, and all the previous ones were travel. I will watch this mission from the side. I won't do anything unless your lives are in danger, and I don't want any reward. Just share it. Sitting on the train, Ross rested his elbows on the table and looked at the two people sitting opposite. Okay. Both nodded. The first step of the mission is to meet the client. Urusha held the commission in her hand and looked at the address. Urza held the map in her hand. After telling Urza the address, Urza led the way, and Ross followed behind. Urza did not take the wrong way. The three of them came to the office of the mayor of Derwent City. This commission was issued by him. The three of them raised their left hands one after another, with the back of their hands facing the guards, to show their identities. Urza's emblem was also printed on the back of her left hand, red, the same color as her hair. Welcome, all three of you. I am the Lord of Derwent City, Warren Williams. Please take a seat. Urusha Milkovich, Urza Belzarian, Ross Thuras. The three introduced themselves one after another. Ross did not talk to the Lord of the city, Urza, and Urusha took the lead. It's like this. Our town has a developed business. There is a wizard guild locally, but it is not strong enough. Although the council has troops stationed, it is often powerless in the face of powerful wizards. This time, the black magic cult made trouble here, attacked the orphanage outside the city, and took the children away. There is no news until now. Understood, we will leave immediately, please give us the address of the orphanage. Urza nodded, her eyes revealed anger, she hated these child traffickers the most. Warren Williams took out a piece of paper from his arms, on which was written the name and address of the orphanage, which was obviously prepared long ago. Thank you. Urusha took it, and then stood up with Urza. Angel's Home, Urusha compared the name with the paper, this is it. As soon as the three entered, they saw a woman in a nun's uniform cleaning. The outer wall of the orphanage was a little charred, and some walls were cracked. Hello, we are the Wizards of Fairy Tale. We are commissioned by the city lord to ask about the missing children. Urusha and Urza stepped forward to identify themselves. Hello, I am the nun Elsa here. Elsa asked the three to sit down at the table in the yard. I was not here on the day of the attack. The priest and two other nuns were attacked here and were unable to stop the children from being taken away. They are now recuperating in the hospital, but I have learned about the situation from the priest. Please feel free to ask if you have any questions. How many children were taken away? Urusha asked first. Our orphanage. A total of 19 orphans were adopted, and all were taken away. Were they injured when they were taken away? The priest said no, they just used magic to attack the house to scare the children out of the house, and the priest and the nun were attacked to stop them. Does the leader or their members have any characteristics, or are they special people? One person has a scar on his left eye. These questions must have been asked by many people, and Urza answered quickly. Which direction did they leave from in the end? Urza pointed to the west, where there were forests. After asking, the three people said goodbye to Urza first. This forest is too big. Urusha and Urza looked at the woods west of the orphanage. The trees were densely packed, with branches, leaves and trunks intertwined, and it was dark at a glance. What should we do? Urza looked at the forest with a sad face. Try fishing. Urusha looked at Urza and raised an eyebrow. Since Lord Warren said that the army is still blocking it, looking at the map, there is a mountain at the innermost of this forest. If there is no exit, the people of the black magic cult should still be inside. Even if they can escape, they should not be able to take so many children away. Speaking of fishing, Urza also understood and decided to follow Arusha's method and give it a try. The two changed into ordinary clothes, used onions and peppers to make their eyes a little red, and applied some water, and used magic to cover the guild emblem first. Rose didn't follow them first, and walked through the trees within their sight. This is the advantage of having many trees. If you don't look at them, you really won't notice this. A little sound can also be easily mistaken for a small animal. Arusha and Urza walked along the forest, looking for some footprints along the way. It would be even better if there were children. They didn't know how long they had walked. In order to act more realistically, they didn't eat all the way. There was confusion and fear in their eyes. They acted like lost children, always looking for the exit of the forest. They walked from afternoon to night, and walked for 3 hours, but there was still no sign of the black magic cult. Arusha even cried, "I want to find my mother, mother, mother." The mother's voice became louder and louder. "Tia, we will definitely get out." Iluza didn't call Arusha's real name, she just acted together, gently patting Arusha's back to comfort her, but Arusha kept crying. Unable to comfort her, Urza started crying too, and the two stood there crying. "Good guy, just acted it out." Chapter 38. The two cried for nearly 10 minutes, but no one showed up. They didn't know whether they were fighting wits with the air or the lurking people were too cunning. The two slowly stopped crying. We can't cry anymore, let's find a way out quickly." "Okay, Tia, I will definitely take you out." Urza took Ursha's hand, and the two continued to search. They walked around in the forest for nearly an hour, and suddenly a voice came to their ears. They took the bait. Ursha pulled Urza's sleeve, and Urza nodded slightly. "Why are the two little sisters here?" A man wearing a black hat and a mask slowly walked towards them. We went out to play and lost our mother." Arusha rubbed her eyes with both hands and spoke intermittently. "Where did you separate from your mother?" the man asked. "It seems to be called Luca Park. We chased the puppy and forgot the way, and the puppy was lost." Urza was talking about the park closest to the forest, which she had just seen on the map. "Oh, I'm leaving here and going back to the city. How about I take you back to the park?" The man nodded, with an expression of "I see." "Really?" Arusha put down her hands, tears streaming down her face. "Yes, follow me." The man showed a hearty smile on his face. Thank you, uncle." The two choked up and thanked the man. "Haha, follow closely." "Uncle, is this really the direction? Why didn't I remember it?" Urza talked to the man. Urza knew that this was not the direction they came from. Urza remembered the general route they took. If it was a straight line, the route the man took intersected with the route they came from. "Yes, this is a shortcut. It's closer to go here. It's getting late. We have to go there quickly. If it's too late, your mother will be worried." The man explained to the two in the most gentle tone. "I see, thank you uncle." Urza looked like this. "We're almost there, don't worry." "Yes, we're almost there, almost to the old nest. We will arrive after passing through this cave." The man pointed to the entrance of the cave. This cave is connected in all directions, with several forks, and there are forks in the forks. They are marked only by them. Even if someone comes to block them, they can still escape from other entrances. They also dug some more holes based on the original direction. It's the same as the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. They just have more holes. The man lit a torch and walked in front, motioning Arusha and Urza to follow. Arusha took out a handful of white powder from his pocket and left a little white powder at every fork in the road they passed. This was communicated before, and if there was a fork in the road, this would be used as a mark. Ross followed them from a distance, only one finger emitted a white light, a little light attribute magic, to find the powder. Okay, we're here. The man turned around, the light of the torch shone on his face, with a grim smile on his face, and he looked like a villain. There were more than a dozen people in the black magic cult. Urusha and Urza also saw the children who were locked up. After a rough look, Urza thought there were more than 19 children, and they were probably caught from other places. Why did you bring 2 more? They have been catching so strictly recently. They can't catch any more. We can't get out. A man with a scar on his left eye saw 2 girls following him. They ran away on their own. I went out to check things out and followed them for 2 or 3 hours. It's fine. That's good. The scarred man nodded after hearing his explanation. Didn't you say you'd take us to find our mom? Where is this place? Urusha asked tremblingly, leaning against Urza. Mom? You'll never see her again, ha ha ha. The man laughed wildly with a torch. Someone had already blocked Urusha and Urza to prevent them from escaping. The scarred man took out the key and prepared to open the locked cell door. Do it. Urusha and Urza pretended to hug each other and cry. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Change clothes. Urza had a black one-handed sword in her hand and slashed at the man in front of her. The man was caught off guard and knocked down. It turned out to be a wizard. Bastard. The scarred man attacked Urza and Urusha. Leave it to me. Urusha and Urza stood back to back, with a. Several green crystal balls suddenly appeared, and all of them emitted a beam of light. The gods shined, and the scarred man was directly defeated. Urza faced several wizards in front of her, all of whom used melee weapons, and one of them used a sword. Urza chopped, swept, or slashed, easily dealing with them, and fighting with several people. A man stabbed Urza's side with a dagger from the shadows. Ice shield. Urusha made an ice shield with both hands to block Urza's side, and the man escaped into the shadows after failing to hit her. Take my move. A long-haired man fired a fireball and a lightning bomb from his staff. It's useless to me. The crystal ball flashed, and the fireball and lightning bomb dissipated directly. Urusha dissipated the fireball and lightning bomb through the arc of time. Ice spear. Urusha once again cast a seal and shot an ice spear at the staff man. Urusha's ice shape is not limited to animals, plants, or weapons. She can make whatever she wants. In a blink of an eye, only the assassin in the shadow was left. The assassin saw the opportunity and tried to escape, but under the illumination of the torch, the shadow was very obvious. Urza held the sword in one hand and threw it at the shadow, hitting it directly. The man fell from the shadow and lost his ability to fight. Urusha and Urza tied up a dozen members of the black magic cult first. Taking these members back and torturing them may be able to find out the location of the Paradise Tower where they are. The council and the regular guilds have already jointly destroyed several towers, but it is unknown how many more there are. Ropes are essential items for traveling and home. Urza has a lot of them in her space. First tie their hands behind their backs and then tie them together. Urza watched over them, and Urza released the children. The children were not injured, but they looked a little weak after being captured and starved for a few days. They captured the children to build the R system and check if they had the talent to practice magic, so they couldn't let them get hurt. The children were a little scared and a little thin. Urza saw this and took out sweets from the space and shared them with Urza. After the children finished eating, Urza and Urza were ready to leave. Pa, pa, pa. Ross appeared while clapping, looking like a villain coming out to give experience. You smile exactly like the villain just now. Urza looked contemptuous, and Urza also looked at a pervert and nodded in agreement. The children were still a little flustered, and they all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the conversation between the two. Let's go back. Urza and Urza comforted the children and showed the emblem of fairy tale. Some children recognized the emblem. This time they sped up the progress and did not walk slowly. Although the children were a little tired, they wanted to leave quickly and gritted their teeth to persist. Urza and Ursha quickly took the children back to the orphanage. When the children in the orphanage saw the nun, they hugged her and cried loudly. Urza took out a flare and lit it. The city lord soon received the news and rushed with the army of the council to take the children away. The orphanage also decided to move to the town. It was too dangerous here. Who knows when they will be caught again? Thank you so much. This is the reward. Please accept it. Stay for a meal tonight. Warren took out 120 WJ. This reward was actually less. This was for 19 children, but working for the city lord or the council, it was more important to show your face. After the courtesy, Ursha took it with both hands, looked at Urza, nodded and agreed to eat. Ross also followed to eat. Before the meal, Ursha and Urza divided the reward in half. Just like that, Urza and Ultair's first mission was successfully completed. Chapter 39. The three of them left Derwent the next day. The next one was to fight bandits. Why were there bandits every day? They probably learned some magic or physical skills but didn't want to make money from formal channels. There might be some who said they couldn't work even though they said they wanted to. Walking on the path, Urusha quietly took out 300,000 J, and Urza also took out 100,000 J and handed it to Ross. It wasn't a tacit understanding, it was discussed last night. After paying taxes in Magnolia, the remaining money would be theirs. Makarov would not take a commission for underage missions. Hey? I said I didn't want any reward. Ross didn't reach out to take it. He didn't do anything except eat the exhaust gas in the back. I'm returning it to you. I borrowed it from you in Crocus. Urusha was talking about the necklace she bought for Uru and the gift she bought for Kana in Crocus. Uru also gave her money, but the meaning of using her mother's money to return it is completely different from that of earning money. Me too, the money for 2 magic swords. Urza didn't make money before, and she still remembers that Rose helped her buy magic swords in the city. Okay, I'll take it. Rose took both of the money. There was no need to argue meaninglessly, and he probably couldn't argue with them. Seeing Rose take the money, the two smiled at each other. Go find the client to learn about the bandits, Urza. Okay, I also want to go to the town to see if there are any stores selling magic props. I want to buy or order magic armor. Speaking of Urza's costume magic, it's still quite expensive. Otherwise, you have to go to the bandits' dark guilds and see if there is anything suitable for you from the spoils. The reward for the mission they took this time was meteorite, a black metal that is very good for making armor. The strength of the bandits they attacked was not very strong. Urza and Ursha worked together to easily solve the problem. The bandits just robbed money, gems, and accessories, and there were no rare metals. Urza was quite regretful. Ursha and Urza returned to the center of the town and returned the registered stolen money, gems, and accessories to the owners who reported the case. As for the ones that were not reported, they did not hand them in. In this way, in addition to the reward, they also obtained a considerable amount of wealth to enrich their own small treasury, and it was much more than the mission reward. This is something that everyone knows. Ross had done this before, and Ross did not tell them, but this thing was learned without a teacher. The magic shop here has a complete range of armor. Urza invested all her rewards and the money she looted here. If the money was not enough, Ursha helped her to make some customized armor, the Heaven Wheel armor and the Diamond armor, one for attack and one for defense. The armor can be enlarged and reduced appropriately with the owner's body shape, but it cannot be enlarged indefinitely. Now the 2 magic swords that Ross bought before have been perfectly retired, but they were originally intended to be used excessively. After all, each sword is only 50,000 J. Urza especially likes the Tianlun armor. This armor usually summons only 2 swords, but as the magic power increases, more swords can be summoned. Urza couldn't resist the owner's boasting and made a direct decision. The diamond armor has super defensive power. The two-handed shield is combined to form a diamond barrier. Urza used this armor to resist the magic cluster cannon Jupiter in the original work, which shows how strong the defense is. After staying for a few days to get the armor, watching Urza put on the diamond armor and gather the shield in front of her, Ross felt full of security, which reminded him of a sentence stand behind Braum. Huckbee Mountain. Ice make thorns. Urusha made a seal with both hands from above and used a thorn net to restrict the blizzard monster. Heavenly Wheel Dizzy Sword. Urza, in the form of Heavenly Wheel armor, had a lightsaber appear behind her, and instantly launched a series of attacks with multiple swords, shooting at the blizzard monster. The blizzard monster was attacked by the lightsaber, and the lightsaber also shattered the ice net, and the blizzard monster also took the opportunity to break free. It bent its knees and flapped its wings to attack Urusha in the sky. Ice make Infinite Blade Leaf. The ice magic particles gathered into leaf-like ice blades in Urusha's hands, hitting the blizzard monster's head, and the blizzard monster fell from the sky. Heavenly Wheel 3 Swords. Urza saw the opportunity and used the sword to draw a triangular track at high speed and hit the blizzard monster in the air. Enough. The target this time is a blizzard monster, which eats magic herbs all year round. Their guts have a certain healing effect on injured wizards. The strength of the blizzard monster is not particularly strong, but it is a bit tough, and is somewhat immune to ice magic. Urusha mostly plays a supporting role. Next, let's defeat the snow dragon and take its scales. Urza used the magic sword to cut through the belly of the blizzard monster and took out the liner, and said to Urusha calmly, "You look so scary." Urusha looked at Urza, who was holding the bloody sword in her right hand and the liner in her left hand. It's really big to be able to hold the bloody liner so calmly. The snow dragon is also a flying monster similar to a wyvern. It is covered with hard armor all over its body. Because its body is white, it lives in the snowy mountains all year round. It is much larger than the blizzard monster. It is a carnivorous monster and can be called a high-end version of the blizzard monster. Its main diet is the blizzard monster, snow wolf, and snow mountain falcon. The snow dragon was lying on its stomach and sleeping. It was the undisputed overlord of Mount Hawkby, at the top of the food chain, and it could sleep wherever it wanted. Urza and Ursha quietly went around behind it. Ice make, super freezing ice arrow. Ursha consumed a lot of magic power to create an ice bow, and the ice arrow pierced through the scales of the snow dragon from behind. Heavenly Wheel circular sword. Urza, also in the Heavenly Wheel armor form, launched multiple swords in a circle at high speed, and the swords hit the snow dragon that wanted to flap its wings and fly. Roar the snow dragon was pierced and its wings were also injured. Heavenly Wheel 5-star sword. Urza flew over the snow dragon at high speed, and drew a star-shaped orbit with the sword at high speed to attack. Future Flash. After Urza flew over, dozens of crystal balls appeared beside the snow dragon and exploded beside it. After several rounds of attacks, the snow-white dragon could not withstand the attacks and fell down. Okay, the mission is completed, let's go back to the client to hand in the mission. Urza used a sword to pry off the scales on the chest under the neck of the snow-white dragon. This part of the scales is the hardest scale of the snow-white dragon, which is also the requirement of this mission. After handing the scales to the client, they also received a reward. Including the time spent on the journey, they completed 6 tasks in 3 weeks. The meteorite iron was also successfully obtained before coming to Hawkby Mountain. It was to help a blacksmith go into the mountains to find a special mineral. Urza also mined some herself. In addition to the meteorite iron, Urza also got a knife from the blacksmith, the demon sword Hong Ying, which was given to her by the blacksmith. The blacksmith thought that this knife was very suitable for Urza and insisted on giving it to her. In the end, Urza paid some money to buy it. Meteorite iron alone is not suitable for making armor. Urza plans to collect other materials before deciding what attributes of armor to make. At present, her goal is to have at least one set of all attributes. Ross did not take any action in these missions. He was just responsible for keeping watch and cooking. In the town, they ate in the restaurant. Arusha and Urza had to solve all the missions by themselves. These two future strong women have already shown their strength. Let's go back to the guild. I miss Magnolia's strawberry cake and souffle, Arusha. Urza looked expectant. She still thought Magnolia's strawberry cake was delicious after eating it for 3 weeks. Arusha nodded and agreed. Let's take a few days off and continue the mission. Urza was addicted to doing missions. She liked the missions of defeating bandits and monsters. Okay. It's not that she likes to do missions. Since she went on a trip with Ross, Arusha prefers to go out and see the scenery outside. Chapter 40. After the wedding, the couple went to the market. As soon as Arusha and Urza came back, they took Kagura and Uru to go shopping. There are still many places to go in Magnolia. After shopping in the commercial street, it is very enjoyable to enjoy the leisure time by feasting on snacks and sweets in the food court. The Karthia Cathedral and Nanko Park are also good places to go. In the food court, Kagura was eating donuts. Uru had brought her here before, and she liked it as soon as she ate it. When she came to the food court again, she looked at it intently when she passed by, and Uru bought it for her again. As for Urza and Arusha, they had their own money after completing the task, so they could buy whatever they wanted to eat without Uru worrying about it. In the guild, Laxus and Guildarts went out to do the mission. Wakaba and Makeo screamed at the weekly Sosara, and Nob was still looking at the mission bar and picking the mission. Ross found Makarov to find out the situation. 5 R systems have been destroyed, but it is not clear how many there are. It may not be possible to keep searching like this, Makarov said after taking a sip of beer. Ross also tried to search with Arusha and Urza this time, but he could not go too far and did not find anything. Most of the R systems were built in sparsely populated areas. This time they were doing missions near cities and mountains. By the way, Grandpa, when do you plan to let Laxus be promoted to an S-class wizard? Ross felt that Laxus was strong enough. Meditation in Rosemary Village, Ross felt the huge magic power of Laxus. Compared with last year, he has improved a lot. It's almost time, this year or next year. Makarov took a sip of wine first, and then said, I don't want him to do S-level tasks so early. Guildarts can handle S-level tasks. It's better to wait until he is 15 years old. Athalant is considered an adult at the age of 15, which means he can drink at the age of 15. The original Kana started drinking at the age of 13. Being able to become a barrel is 2 years ahead of others. So you plan to do it next year? Ross also took a sip of tea. He doesn't like wine and juice, but likes tea. Black tea, green tea, and oolong tea are all acceptable. It's about the same. Makarov nodded after pondering. Leave Laxus to me for the S-level exam at that time. Anyway, there will be no one else who can participate at that time. Ultia, Urza, and Kana are too early, Kagura is too young, and others have no hope at all. If Laxus is the only one at that time, I will leave it to you. Makarov nodded. This is not a big deal for Makarov. Given Makarov's personality, he would only allow Laxus to participate if he fully acknowledged that he could be promoted to an S-class wizard. In other words, Laxus could pass the promotion exam easily if he didn't fail. Unlike other people, he would be given the qualification to participate, but he might not pass. What is the council's recent evaluation of Fairy Tale? Much better. Uru became one of the 10 saints, and with Yajima, it finally doesn't have to be often mentioned. Makarov smiled and took a sip of wine and then said, but I don't care what those council members think. Some people are full of pedantry. The most important thing about magic is freedom. Ha ha ha, that's right. Ross raised his tea to Makarov. I heard that you had a fight with Joseph Pola in the last meeting. They heard it when they were eating when they returned to the guild. There were always people discussing it in the restaurant, and it was widely spread. Makarov nodded, his mouth crooked with smile. I won. Rose was not surprised. Joseph was still very young, only a little older than Gildarts. He was originally the goalkeeper of the Holy Ten. He only saw Joseph from a distance when he saw him in Kruba Town last time, so he didn't know his specific strength. If you compare him with URU, you have to fight to know. Ross actually doesn't know URU's true strength now. Since coming to Fairy Tale, Ross has never seen her take action. She often appears in front of Ross as a housewife, with Urza, and Kagura, but often goes to Mount Hawkby to practice. Generally speaking, she should have made progress. Let's talk about two things. URU took the three girls to the restaurant. This restaurant is quite special in Magnolia. There is no menu. The ingredients of this restaurant are all placed at the entrance, including various seafood and ready-made cooked food. The ingredients are all picked and decided on. URU asked the three of them to order by themselves. She found a table for four. After sitting down at the table, he took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped the table carefully. Urusha and URU had been to this restaurant several times and were familiar with it. They ordered two dishes that they and URU liked, and asked Kagura and Urza for their opinions and ordered one dish each. Since they were all girls, 4 dishes were enough and there was no need to order too many. The three found URU's seat and asked Kagura to sit next to URU, while Urza and Urusha sat opposite. The three little girls had spent more than half a year together in Rosemary Village. They were very familiar with each other and talked about topics between little girls. URU held her chin and listened with a smile on her lips. She felt that such a life was the best. There was no war, no fighting. She stayed with her daughter, watched her daughter grow up with friends, and she would crush any factors that prevented her and her daughter from living a peaceful life. Kagura is also 7 years old this year. Based on her life experience in Rosemary Village, she is very well behaved and can take good care of herself. She doesn't need anyone to worry about her meals. This is what URU has felt during this period of time with Kagura. URU feels that Urza has the potential to become a female leader in the future. She seems to always treat others equally and consider the feelings of others. This is especially true of Simon. During the time when Ross went out to do the mission, Urza would always pat Simon on the shoulder to encourage him when he was frustrated in his practice. In addition, with the improvement of her cultivation, she has her own majesty. Wakaba and Makeo are much older than her and are well managed. Gray was beaten up by Urza even though he didn't wear clothes. Her daughter Ursha is also a very gentle person, but she is a little cold on the outside and warm on the inside. She treats acquaintances and strangers in completely different ways. How do you feel about Ursha and Urza going out on the mission this time? You have been away for several weeks, which made me worried for a while. URU's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. You're not worried at all with Rose following you. Urusha pulled the corner of her mouth, not knowing whether she was angry or amused. I feel very happy. I'm happy when I help the client complete the task, and I'm happy when I see the children from the first task return to their homes. Urza's mind flashed through pictures, all of which were bits and pieces of her and Urusha's past few weeks. I want to do the task, too. Kagura actually didn't know what the task was, and she hadn't even touched meditation yet, but she didn't want to fall behind. Kagura, it's too early. How about waiting until you're as old as Urusha? Urusha smiled and touched Kagura's hair. You still have to pay attention to safety when you go out on a mission in the future. No matter what, safety is the most important thing. Yet. Kagura didn't quite understand, but still nodded along with Urusha and Urza. Chapter 41. The old man was buried in the tomb, and the old man was buried in the tomb. Ogu Town, located in the northeast of the Kingdom of Fiori, is a city with a long history under the city wall. In its center stands the branch of the Wizard Guild Phantom Ruler. Aren't we competing with the Phantom Ruler for jobs? Should we say that fairy tales' influence is getting bigger and bigger? They leave the Phantom so close and don't entrust it to us, fairy tale. Standing at the gate of the city, Ross frowned and scratched his head. Urusha and Urza shook their heads. Well, we'll know when we meet the client. Let's go in. This mission was designated for Ross, and the mission reward was at the S level. But after hearing Makarov say that the work was not difficult, Ross brought Urusha and Urza with him. In the Duke Grant's mansion, Ross looked at the mansion that was no less than Hartfilia Manor. He was led by the butler like a thief along the way, and met Duke Grant in the reception room. What? The work content is to play with your child for a day? Just give 5 million J for this. Ross was shocked. No wonder Makarov smiled so strangely. Money is not spent like this. The Duke is really rich. Yes, this is the reward. Please accept it first. Duke Grant pushed the check for 5 million J in front of Ross. To be honest, the last time I took my son out for a trip, Kevin saw you receiving the armor and fighting monsters from afar. After that, he became fascinated with you and has been collecting all kinds of your peripheral figures and weekly magazines. As an S-class wizard, he has been on the weekly magazine several times, but most of the time he was on camera fighting after receiving the armor, and it seemed that war reporters were filming from afar. Receive, Paladin. They dug it out from Makarov's mouth. It should be said that the paparazzi and fans everywhere are very powerful. They set up cameras like cannons from afar and can take pictures everywhere. So I have such a fanatical fan. Ross rushed to Magnolia after completing the mission. Magnolia did have his peripherals and figures, but he didn't think much about it. He had been staying in Rosemary Village for some time and didn't feel real at all. You are too modest. Your figures and peripherals are very popular among children, even in Ogu Town, which is so far away from Magnolia. Duke Grant smiled and continued, maybe it's because of the shape. Children think it's very handsome, and the armor you received is completely unseen in other wizards. I see. Ross understood and nodded. That's the thing. Tomorrow is Kevin's birthday. I hope you can play with him for a day tomorrow. This is my request as a father. Please leave it to me. The magic of my two companions is also very interesting. Ice shape magic can be very gorgeous, and Urza is also heroic when she puts on the Skywheel armor. By the way, please be careful when you go out, don't let Kevin find you here. I hope to give him the best birthday present tomorrow. The three were carefully led out of the mansion by the butler, and when they got out smoothly, the four of them all breathed a sigh of relief. I feel like a thief for some reason. Urusha sighed, and Urza nodded to show that she felt the same way. By the way, Mr. Butler, what flavor of cake does Kevin like, or what kind of food does he like to eat? Lord Kevin is not picky about food, and for cake, he likes strawberry cake. Okay, thank you very much, then we'll take our leave first. The three said goodbye to the butler, and the butler also bowed slightly to signal to go slowly. Let's go buy the ingredients for making cakes. Ross looked at the two people following behind him. Can you make it? Urusha had never seen Ross make a cake. No, I can't, just ask someone for advice. Ross shook his head and spread his hands. Then you still make it. Is one day enough? Two options, buy one, make one yourself, and if you fail, you can also file a record. After all, you have received so much money from Duke Grant, so you have to take it seriously. Ross raised his right hand and made a 2. That's right. Urusha crossed his arms and nodded. This was a big customer. I want to learn, too. Strawberry cake. Urza raised her hand. She couldn't help herself from hearing about cake just now. Okay, let's learn together. Ross didn't plan to include Urusha. She didn't seem to have that talent. Looking at the mess next to him, Ross quickly confirmed that Urza didn't have that talent either. Her hands drooped weakly, and she staggered towards Arusha, who was sitting beside her. "I can't do it at all, Arusha." There was someone guiding her. I guess her talent was all in eating and magic. Ross had a foundation in cooking. Although he had never made a cake before, he made it quite well with someone's guidance. Time is still too tight. It's not very good. Ross took the cake out of the oven. He made it twice. The first shape was a failure. Urza and Arusha had already eaten it. "It's really average." Urza held her chin with 2 fingers and stared at the strawberry cake made by Ross. Urza, who often eats strawberry cakes, could see that the cake was not very good. "I don't want to hear you complain about my cake anyway." Ross had a strange look on his face. "You failed at the first step. The shape is not very good, but the taste is actually okay." Arusha stood on the other side. Ross made the material ratio and time according to the instructions. Although the shape was not good, it tasted okay. "You can just write happy birthday to Kevin on it. It doesn't look good, but it's a token of my love." After making the cakes, they stored both cakes in the hotel. The 3 of them went out to the night market. It was their first time to come to Ogu town. There were all kinds of snacks, which were dazzling. Sitting in the food court, sitting at a small table on the street, and ordering a few cups of coffee with sweets and snacks. "Do you think you should buy a gift?" Ross took a sip of coffee. "He is your fan. If you want to buy a gift, you should buy something related to you, right?" Arusha tapped the table with her fingers. "Why buy a gift for yourself? I feel a chill when I think about it," Urza said suddenly while eating strawberry cake. "I feel the same way." Ross also got goosebumps when he thought about it. "It's better not to buy it. You can just take a few more photos with him tomorrow." Looking at the 2 people who were thinking of something and felt a chill, Arusha said, "Anyway, if they are really your crazy fans, they would be happy to see you, right? I see those fans are really like that when they see their idols." "That's true, but I didn't expect it to be popular with children." Ross raised his eyebrows. "The armor you received is really good looking. It's not surprising that children like it." "I like it too, but I can't find the same one at all," Urza said. Urza is obsessed with the equipment for changing clothes, and she also likes those of Ross. "It's because you don't do the tasks all day," Arusha said unhappily. If Arusha and Urza didn't bring him out, he really didn't do many tasks, and practiced every day. Haha, as long as there is enough money to spend. Chapter 42. The next morning, at the Duke Grant's residence. "That's it, Kevin. I'm sorry I can't celebrate your birthday with you today." Grant and Kevin sat at the dining table. Just now, Grant told his son Kevin that he was urgently summoned by the king and was about to go to Crocus. Kevin, with short golden hair, lowered his head. Grant was busy with official duties on weekdays, and it was originally agreed that Grant would take a day off to accompany him today. About a minute later, he raised his head again with a smile. "Father, please go quickly. His Majesty's business is more important. I'll celebrate my birthday when you come back." In just 1 minute, 6-year-old Kevin prepared himself mentally, thanks to the good education of Duke Grant and his wife. "Kevin, you're right. Your father is also in a difficult situation, but His Majesty's call cannot be refused." His mother, who was sitting next to him, touched his hair to comfort him. "Well, father, go quickly." Kevin smiled at Duke Grant again. "Julie, then I'll leave first." "Kevin, listen to your mother." Duke Grant picked up his suit jacket and left his seat. "Father hasn't said happy birthday to me yet." When Duke Grant left, Kevin said to his mother Julie with tears in his eyes with a slightly crying voice. Next room. Doesn't Duke Grant feel guilty for lying to such a good child? This was the common thought of the 3 people who were watching the show silently. "Damn it, Duke Grant! What is this? Duke Grant saw the 2 gift boxes on the table. These are 2 cakes, one I made and one I bought. The one I made doesn't look very good, but of course the taste is fine. They are all for Mr. Kevin. Ross pointed at himself. Thank you so much. I think he will be very happy. Okay, please come out with me. Grant seemed to be unable to bear to see his child sad. Please wait a moment. Ross received Jesmon and asked the 3 sword spirits to hold the cake he made. Fly from above the child to him. Ross gave the 3 sword spirits an order. Julie saw that a box was carried in, and Kevin was still sad with his head down, not knowing that something had flown over his head. Why is there a shadow? Kevin lowered his head, and in addition to his own shadow, he found a square shadow, and he raised his head. Sword spirit. Kevin's attention was not on the cake box at all. As the representative of Jesmon, the 3 sword spirits are very famous among the various figurines in Ogu Town, and Kevin recognized them at once. Knock, knock, can we come in? 2 knocks came to his ears, and then a female voice came into Kevin's ears. Please come in. Kevin first responded instinctively, and then turned his head. After all, he had been attracted by the sword spirit. Father, Mr. Ross. Kevin stood up from the chair, his voice trembling a little. Mr. Ross, is it really you? Ross first let the 3 sword spirits put down the cake, and then cancelled the reception. It's me, nice to meet you, Mr. Kevin, I'm Ross, and this is my guild partner Urusha, Urza. Ross first introduced himself, and then introduced the 2 people. Sister Urusha, Sister Urza, it's our first meeting, please give me your guidance. Although he was very excited, he still greeted Urusha and Urza first. He was polite and courteous. He wore aristocratic clothes of children's size, and he looked like a noble young master. Sir Kevin, please give me your guidance. Urusha and Urza returned the greeting. Please call me Kevin. I'm sorry to lie to you, Kevin. I wanted to give you a surprise. I specially invited your favorite wizard to celebrate your birthday. Happy birthday, my child. After several people greeted each other, Duke Grant also apologized to his son. Father, lying is wrong. Isn't that what you usually teach me? Kevin said with a stern face. Sorry, I was wrong. That. I apologize to you, Kevin. Duke Grant rubbed his hands and smiled, looking very helpless. Pucci, I'm very happy, Dad, this is the best birthday present I've ever received. Kevin laughed. He didn't expect his father to take it seriously. Ha ha ha, that's good. Lying is wrong anyway. Sorry to interrupt. No. We should keep our distinguished guests standing, both of you. Julie interrupted the father and son as they were about to chat endlessly. I'm so sorry, please take a seat. Duke Grant gestured to the 3 of them to sit down. Kevin, I made this cake. I asked Mr. Butler about your taste yesterday, and I tried to make it. Please open it and see if you like it. After sitting down, Ross pointed to the cake box in front of Kevin's seat. The cake did not look good, but the happy birthday to Kevin on the top of the cream was well done. I like it very much, thank you. Kevin stood up and thanked him solemnly. Kevin, make a wish. Julie asked Kevin to sit down and lit 6 candles. Kevin obediently closed his eyes and made a wish. Happy birthday to you, Kevin. When Kevin made his wish and opened his eyes, everyone present and the butler wished Kevin. Thank you, everyone. After eating the cake, Kevin acted as a tour guide and took Ross and the other 2 to visit the Duke of Grant's mansion. Kevin took the 3 to visit the study, the flower house, the rockery, etc. In the afternoon, the 3 chatted with Kevin in the study. Most of the chats were about the task content. Kevin asked what he was interested in, and Ross, Urusha and Urza all answered. Kevin also showed him Urusha's arc magic of time. Urusha immediately showed him how black tea gets colder and hotter, and how seeds take root and sprout and grow into trees. The sun sets and the sky is dyed red. Please step back a little, so that the composition looks better. Ross suggested that everyone take a few group photos. Kevin chose the fountain landscape in front of the gate. It was just right with the sunset, and the sun could be seen in the photo. By the way, Mr. Ed, please set more continuous shooting. Then Ross said to Arusha and Urza, control your expression well, it's continuous shooting. Stop talking nonsense. Got it. Arusha replied unhappily. Mr. Ed, come and take a photo together. Kevin put his hands together and shouted to the butler. Duke Grant was too busy to take care of him, and it was often the butler Ed who took care of him. The two had a good relationship. But Butler Ed wanted to say it was inappropriate. Ed, let's take a photo together. Kevin is the protagonist today, you have to listen to him. Grant smiled and waved his hand. Rose stood on the far left, Kevin stood in the middle, Arusha and Urza were on the left and right, and Grant and Julie were right behind Kevin. Ed stood on the far right after setting it up. Rose successively received Alphaman, Jesmon, Omegaman, Crimson Nightman, etc. All of them were controlled to be about 2 meters tall. This was something Ross had communicated with Ed long ago, and he had already adjusted it. Chapter 43. The two of them were very happy. In the evening, Kevin asked Ross and the other two to stay for dinner. Ross asked Arusha and Urza for their opinions. Arusha and Urza were also very happy. They both liked this polite child and did not refuse. They had a dinner without drinking. Even Ross was not old enough to drink. He had to wait until next year before he could drink. Besides, he had no interest in drinking at all. After the meal, everyone drank black tea with another cake Ross bought. Duke Grant also prepared one, which was a 3-layer super large version. Fortunately, there were enough people in the Duke's mansion. Kevin ate a small piece of each of the 2 cakes, and Ed took the rest to share with other people in the mansion. By the way, Kevin, what did you wish for today? Ross was very interested in Kevin's wish. If it was within his ability, Ross planned to help him realize it. Wishes won't work if you say them out loud, right? Although Urza had never celebrated her birthday, she had heard people say it. I've heard of that, too. Arusha nodded. My wish is very simple. I hope that my father, mother, and Mr. Ed are all healthy, and that Mr. Ross, Sister Arusha, and Sister Urza will have good luck on their missions. Kevin didn't seem to care much about this statement, and he said it when Ross asked. Well, it's a promise. Ross stretched out his hand and made a fist. Well, it's a promise. Kevin also made a fist and touched Ross's. Grant and Julie didn't seem surprised, they just smiled and touched his head. Since he was old enough to understand, he has made this wish every year, but he added one more after he met Mr. Ross, and added another one after he met Arusha and Urza today. Julie explained with a smile. What do you plan to do when Kevin grows up? When I grow up, I want to be someone like my father. Kevin glanced at Grant. Although he liked Rose, his father was the person he admired the most. Kevin, I am looking forward to seeing this day, and I wish you success soon. Rose raised her teacup and toasted Kevin. Sorry for bothering you today. We will come to see you when we pass by or come to Ogu Town in the future. Kevin, if you go to Magnolia, come to Fairy Tale. I will take care of you, as will Duke Grant and Ms. Julie. Rose said goodbye on behalf of the 3. Be careful on the road, please walk slowly. Duke Grant brought Julie and Kevin to see them off, and Ed was also beside them. Then, goodbye. The 3 said goodbye and turned to leave. Goodbye, Mr. Rose, Sister Arusha, Sister Urza. Kevin shouted as he looked at their backs. The 3 did not look back, but raised their right hands together to signal. Damn it, how can there be such a good child? What on earth was I doing before? Urza has been full of resentment since she left Duke Grant's mansion. It's okay, not just you, but me too. Ross waved his hand. This kind of child is probably 1 in a million, and he must receive a good family education from an early age. Duke Grant and Ms. Julie really taught him very well. Urusha also agreed, but she just lamented that Kevin was so good at such a young age, not like Urza. I think it's also a reason that I am willing to learn. Such a young child is not easy to lead. Ross had felt it in his previous life. Most children of this age don't reason with you. However, I don't know when my birthday is. I am very happy to see Kevin so happy today, but I feel very empty when I leave. Urza looked at the knight with a slightly confused look. Although Urusha doesn't celebrate her birthday, she knows it anyway. Comfort him, quickly. Urusha signaled Ross with her eyes. I don't know how to do this. I haven't learned it. Rose glared back. Urza. Rose, who lost the eye battle, was about to say something. Don't comfort me. You were secretly talking with your eyes just now. I saw it. I just felt a little touched when I saw Kevin so happy. Urza smiled. In the night, her smiling eyes and the crescent moon complemented each other. Besides, you and Altair did not lie to me. Fairy tale is really good. Figures flashed through Urza's mind, including Altair, Kagura, and Kana who grew up together, Rose, you, Makarov who were very kind to her, Laxus who often quarreled with Rose, Grey, and Leo who quarreled in the guild all day, and who would draw for herself. Litas, Makeo, and Wakaba, who are not very good but also care about people, smiled. It was not a forced smile, Ross and Urusha could see it. Sadness and confusion are only temporary, happiness is the main theme, this is fairy tale. Ross pointed to the sky with one hand and made the iconic gesture of fairy tale. Urusha and Urza smiled at each other and nodded. The three of them quickly skipped this topic. By the way, these photos are all very well taken, you all smile very beautifully. Ross flipped through them one by one. Mr. Ed is so efficient. Urza also sighed, but what she sighed about was Ed's swiftness. Ed developed the photos that day, picked one photo each and put it in an album, and gave one to Ross, Urusha, and Urza. I've decided, I will learn from Mr. Ed in the future. Urza looked serious. The one in this frame is also good, suitable for the table. Urusha was holding a photo Ross took in human form without receiving the Digimon. Ed printed out this photo separately and put it in the photo frame. There was also one for each of the three people. No one did anything. The only thing in common was that they were all smiling happily. By the way, Mr. Ed is too enthusiastic. Urusha remembered that Ed said he would print a super large photo and put it in a photo frame for them to take away. Mr. Ed was so enthusiastic that they didn't know how to refuse at all. Fortunately, Duke Grant stopped them. It was not easy for them to take such a big photo. They had other tasks to do. In the end, they asked Ed for a backup and they could print it out when they went back. It's still early now. Let's go to Ogu Town to buy some food and go back to the hotel. This was Ross's suggestion. You've eaten enough today, and you're still eating. Urusha said that I want to manage my body. I think it's a good suggestion. Urza also missed the snacks and sweets she had last night, especially the strawberry cake, which tasted different from Magnolia's. 2-1, let's go. Ross pointed in the direction of the food court. I really lost to you. Urusha stroked her forehead, she was also confused by these two people. That being said, Urusha still lost to Chocolate in the end, completely defeated. Chapter 44. The two of them left 2 days later. Damn fairy tale, damn Makarov, they have even reached out to our phantom ruler. Ross and the other two did not hide their whereabouts in Ogu Town, and the news that Duke Grant had designated Fairy Tale's Ross to complete the task also reached Joseph Pola's ears. Duke Grant had no intention of hiding it. He was not aware of the century-old feud between Fairy Tale and the Phantom Ruler, and he was not afraid even if Joseph came to ask him. As a duke, he was in charge of more than just Ogu town, but a large area of towns centered on Ogu town. As a monarchy, the kingdom of Fiori could be said to be the king in this area. After leaving Ogu town, Ross and his party successfully completed several tasks and returned to the guild. They were all subjugation tasks. Ross did not hesitate too much. He found a place and let Ursha and Urza practice. These battles did not improve Ross at present. With Ross's strength, he probably had to fight against the Holy Ten before he would need to go all out. Ross met Laxus, who had not been on a task for a long time, and asked him to go fishing in the eastern forest. Among the boys in the guild, Ross still liked Laxus more and they could talk to each other. Gray and Leo always shouted that they wanted to challenge themselves, or they quarreled all day long. Ross didn't have many common topics with them now, and it would be better when they grew up. Children of this age who still like to make noises are not loved by their parents. You have changed recently. You started to do tasks. Laxus didn't meet Ross when he came back to hand in tasks and receive tasks recently. Every time he asked Makarov, he said he was on a task. Laxus still felt it was quite fresh. Being threatened. Feeling the burning gaze from Arusha who was teaching Kagura, Ross looked away, scratched his cheek and chose to follow his heart. It's mainly because I love my work. Tisk. Laxus smiled disdainfully. Don't you have the idea of forming a team? Why do you do the mission alone? At present, no one from the Thunder Gods has joined the guild. Ross doesn't know when they joined, nor how they joined. Ross thinks that they may have joined spontaneously because of their admiration for Laxus's strength. Yes, but there is no one in the guild who wants to work together. Don't wait, I will protect them later, except you, but it's too easy to do the mission with you. Laxus nodded first, then shook his head when he thought of the people in the guild now. Some of them are not bad, but they are still too young. I can't pretend I didn't hear you say that, Laxus. Urza, who was practicing on the side, heard it, and Arusha also heard it, but she didn't care about it. Sorry, you and Ursha are not included because you are on a team with Rose. Laxus recognized Urza's strength. Urza was very relaxed and happy to fight two people alone when she taught Gray and Leo a lesson in the guild for not wearing clothes, although Gray and Leo were just a bunch of kids that he could kill with one punch. The Queen perfectly inherited Irene's talent. She awakened magic in X776 and was promoted to an S-class wizard at the age of 15 in X780. Now she has been practicing for a year later and has slowly caught up with Ursha. Her magic power is not as good, but she may be stronger than Ursha in terms of attack power. If you need help, I can help. Urza heard a satisfactory answer, nodded proudly, and continued to wave the knife in her hand. Laxus raised his hand to indicate that he knew. By the way, where did you get your dragon-slaying magic crystal? Rose just remembered it recently, the dragon crystal, but he really didn't know anything about the location and properties. I heard from Yvonne that he bought it from a merchant in the western continent and spent a lot of money. Can it still be bought? Are you interested in dragon-slaying magic? Laxus was very surprised. Ross had never learned any magic except receiving magic before, and had never been interested in his dragon-slaying magic. Dragon-slaying magic was supposed to be very rare, but Ross seemed very calm when he used it for the first time. Ross had no interest in the three major fairy magics. He was more interested in Irene's additions. No, I think you can look for dragon-slaying magic crystals. It is said that some people have multiple dragon-slaying magic crystals in their bodies and can use many different dragon-slaying magics. If you can find other dragon-slaying magic crystals, it might be a good way to improve your strength. Ross was talking about Selene, the god. At this time, he is not one of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, and he is probably still looking for magic crystals everywhere. Of course, he is still a little worse without the emblem of fairy tale, and there is no BGM blessing. How many? I was in so much pain when I implanted one before, but what you said is a good suggestion. I will pay attention to it when I go out on a mission. Laxus was shocked to hear that someone had 8 Dragon Slayer magic crystals in his body, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I will also help you pay attention. But Ross felt that the hope was slim, otherwise Ishgar would not have only a few Dragon Slayers, but it is still a way to become stronger. If you really can't find it, you have to wait for Natsu and swallow each other. Not only that, if the attributes are combined, wind can help fire, and it would be even better if we can find a dragon-slaying magic crystal that complements the thunder attribute. How can you think so much when you don't usually touch other magic? Sometimes I also think about whether my reception can be improved or integrated, but I have no idea at the moment. Are you not afraid that I will surpass you when you tell me this? Laxus was in a good mood and made a joke. I couldn't ask for more. The stronger you are, the happier I am. If you are stronger than me, you will be the first to bear the brunt of the sky. Ross bared his teeth at Laxus. Has no one told you that your smile is annoying? Laxus turned his face away and looked at the lake. I'm sorry, never. Ross still smiled shamelessly. Very good, now I have it. Laxus also smiled. Laxus suddenly said, come to think of it, we haven't had a duel for a long time, right? Rose looked up at the sky, blinked, and thought, it seems to be quite a long time. What? Want to try? Rose just recalled that it was really a long time. Laxus shook his head, not yet. I have heard from the old man about your request to be an examiner for the S-level exam, let's leave it until then. That will be next year, right? Makarov had said before that he hoped Laxus would be considered for the S-level promotion exam when he was at least 15 years old. Laxus nodded, I have communicated with him, not only Grandpa, I also feel that I am a little inadequate at the moment, let's leave it until next year, and have a duel without regrets. Rose didn't say anything, just stretched out his hand, and Laxus made a fist and touched him. Laxus raised his mouth and said, practice well, don't let me surpass you, it will be boring to fight you then. Rose also showed a fearless smile, unfortunately, I don't plan to be surpassed by you. They have a really good relationship. Urza whispered in Ursha's ear. We can do it too. Ursha looked at Urza and Kagura. Chapter 45. After a few days of peace, Ross and his 3 friends set out on a mission again. Guild missions generally have 2 forms of commissions. One is that the client goes to the council, and the council assigns tasks based on strength and proximity. The other is through designation. Since the last time Duke Grant designated Ross to accept a mission, Ross has inexplicably received more commissions, but the content of the tasks has been stated in the letter of entrustment. It is not like the commission that Duke Grant asked Ross to accompany his son on his birthday. Many people can't afford it. The Duke Grant's commission is a price gouging, probably because he is afraid that Ross will be troubled by many such designated commissions. There is an advantage to designating Ross. Ross is not like other people in fairy tale. Ross is as far away from the town as possible when doing crusade missions, and he tries not to cause damage as much as possible. This is very popular with many clients. People who often do quests in Fairy Tail, Grey, and Leo are now a bit of a destroyer. Makeo is also a mess, not to mention Gildarts. Under the leadership of Ross and Urusha, Urza sometimes destroys too much, but generally it is acceptable, and Urusha can recover with the Arc of Time. These are all commissions designated for Ross. Is it really okay for us to share the rewards with you like this? Urza asked while pulling her huge suitcase. It's okay, although it's designated for me, unless it's a commission like Kevin, most of the time I'm ready to let you take action, and it's still quite interesting to form a team. I'm not interested in doing the quest alone. Ross yawned. This mission is very strange. I saw that the commission said it was a monster suspected to be a giant crocodile in the swamp, but there is no need to commission it specifically for a giant crocodile. Arusha did not participate in their topic. When he was about to arrive, he took out the commission to confirm the address and content first. As long as the address is correct, just ask the client for the specific situation. I am the village chief here, and the client this time. There is a large swamp and forest behind our village. Many people who went there in the past 2 months have disappeared. Some people also said that they saw a huge monster, but they saw it from a distance and were scared. They couldn't describe it clearly, so they specially asked the guild for help. This kind of task should be assigned to any guild. Why did you specify me? The forest and water and soil in that swamp are very important to the ecology of the surrounding villages. Although it is important to drive away or kill monsters, the wetland and forest cannot be destroyed. I heard that some members of your team can use time magic, so even if it is destroyed, it can be restored. Is it the work of Duke Grant or has Arusha become famous? Ross raised his eyebrows. This place seems to be under the jurisdiction of Duke Grant. I see, I know, we will pay attention. Ross nodded. Did any monsters or animals originally live in that swamp? In addition to fish and small animals, there are very small crocodiles, which are about 2 to 3 meters long. There are also some snakes and pythons, but they are very small and pose no threat to humans. The village chief shook his head. The 3 of them came to the swamp behind the village, and Ross flew up to the sky to take a general look. After coming down, Ross said to Arusha and Urza, "It is indeed very large. It is called a swamp, and there are rivers and forests. It can be called a watershed. Then it is too big. We can't risk going deep. There is no way to determine where it is hidden." Arusha pinched her chin and thought. Ross asked, as he was not the one who recorded the conversation just now, which places were witnessed. Iluza handed Ross a map with 5 places marked on it. From the map, it can be seen that there are indeed fewer vegetation in these 5 places, and most of the villagers from the surrounding villages enter from these places, so the probability of witnessing is relatively high. But from the map, it can be seen that there are more than 5 places, and they are quite far apart. Ross took a rough look at the map. The most important thing is to lure it out. After all, we can't destroy this place. It shouldn't be a big problem to lure it out. The village chief just said that it happened in the last 2 months. Maybe it's because there is not enough food, so it attacks humans. The village chief also said that the crocodiles and snakes that originally lived here were not big. If it is particularly large, there is indeed a possibility of insufficient food. Go back to the village chief first to ask for a few larger herbivores, and then borrow a few small ones that no one uses. Vote. Rose asked the village chief for 3 goats, tied each to the river bank, and the 3 of them waited in a place. After 2 days of waiting, the giant crocodile finally appeared at the place where Arusha was waiting, which was near the river. Ross and Urza received the fairy tale emblem flare sent by Arusha and immediately flew to Arusha. Ice make ice net. Then use the arc of time to grow shrubs from the seeds to restrict the giant crocodile. When Ross arrived, Arusha was trying to restrict the giant crocodile's actions. After eating, the crocodile did not intend to fight, but just shook its head and planned to go back. Rose received the stubborn beast and jumped in front of it. First, he punched it on the head with his right hand, then flipped it over with both hands, and prepared to drag it to the shore. Arusha used the ice shape to create an ice chain to tie it up and started pulling. While Ross was dragging, the giant crocodile kept struggling, and Ross was about to turn around and punch it. Black Feather Moon Flash. Iluza, who changed into the black feather armor, arrived and ripped open the giant crocodile from above. Okay, it's dead. Ross had time to look at the giant crocodile. In addition to estimating, this giant crocodile is about 15 to 16 meters long, much longer than the Purus crocodile Ross knew. The skull and mandible are very thick, and the back is covered with hard armor with spikes. Ross tried it and found that the hardness is not bad. If you forcefully attack from above, the effect will not be great. It is most effective to attack its abdomen like Urza did. I will bring the remaining 2 sheep back first, and then notify the village chief. You guys stay here first. Ross accepted the ultimate Vdraman and flew away after giving instructions. Did the village chief say how to deal with this crocodile? Urza asked when Ross arrived with the village chief. Why, are you interested in this crocodile? Iluza nodded and said, I just tried it with the red cherry. Its carapace has good defensive power. I wonder if I can use it to make a light leather armor. I'll ask the village chief for it. It shouldn't be a big problem. If not, I can buy it. Rose negotiated with the village chief. The village chief didn't like the giant crocodile that ate the nearby villagers and let Ross deal with it at will. The village chief agreed. We can take off the leather armor and keep the bones. The bones are a good collection. After the village chief and others left, the 3 of them took off the crocodile's skin together. They were all ice knives made of ice shapes, which were quite handy. Finally, Urza took both the leather armor and the bones away. Urza planned to keep the bones as a collection. She has rented another room in the girls' dormitory to display her collection. This skeleton will be one of them, but it needs special treatment. Chapter 46. The 2 of them were very busy, and the 2 of them were busy. Rose wanted to complain about Urza carrying a lot of luggage to do the mission, but Arusha didn't seem to think so, and even often entrusted her luggage to Urza. They completed several missions in succession with a lot of luggage and spoils. Urza also collected some metals and minerals suitable for making armor. Although they might not be useful, they were also good as collections. In the end, they dragged a cart of spoils back to the guild. Since there were too many spoils, Ross and Arusha suggested sending them back to the girls' dormitory first. Urza originally planned to take them to the guild. Looking at Urza and Ursha who were talking happily with Granny Hilda, Ross suddenly remembered that Granny Hilda seemed to have an accident while riding a carriage on a rainy day. That incident made Urza very sad. No, it should not be just Urza. It should be said that everyone living in the girls' dormitory will be sad. After all, Granny Hilda is very good to them. Ross sat on the stairs, just looking into the distance and waiting. Granny Hilda would never agree to let boys enter the girls' dormitory. Ursha helped Urza take the luggage and spoils up. Okay, let's go and eat. Ursha patted Ross who was in a daze. Ross turned around and found that Ursha and Urza were standing behind him. Ross had been thinking about Granny Hilda just now. The 3 came to the restaurant where you took Kagura, Urza, and Ursha to eat last time. Ross had no interest in ordering food, so he let them order and found a seat. Ross took out a tissue from his pocket to wipe the table, and asked the waiter for some hot water to wash the dishes and forks. Ross is very similar to you. After sitting down, Urza teased Ross. Urza just saw Ross wiping the table, and you did the same when Urza and the others came out with you. Indeed, I always thought he was the same age as you, but his hobby was fishing, and his favorite drink was tea. It was really weird. Arusha nodded in agreement. Indeed, you is always 18 years old like me. Ross nodded, although he was not 18 years old. Both were speechless by Ross. Before the meal came, Ross got straight to the point. Granny Hilda treats you very well, right? Although Granny Hilda always says some annoying things, such as not being a wizard, she really cares about us, the guests. She also nagged us a lot when we went on our first mission, except for you. Urza smiled slightly, as if she remembered Granny Hilda's nagging at them. Yes, Granny Hilda treats you well. Arusha knew Granny Hilda earlier than Urza, and had known her for more than a year. She also had a good impression of this grandmother with a sharp tongue and a soft heart. I seem to have seen her take a carriage to other cities to buy things sometimes. I wonder if she is not a wizard and she is old, will it be a little dangerous? Ross said, looking at Arusha and Urza who were lost in memories on the opposite side. What do you mean? Arusha guessed what Ross saw again. If there are things that can only be purchased after leaving Magnolia, just ask Granny Hilda to write a request and ask the girls in the dormitory to help buy them, or post them on the bulletin board. Especially in bad weather, you don't have to charge money. Just tell Grandpa. Ross expressed his thoughts. Granny Hilda can go to Magnolia by herself. It's not a bad thing for the elderly to walk more. It's a good suggestion, but Granny Hilda is very stubborn and may not listen to you. Urza pursed her lips and pinched her chin. It depends on you. Ross bared his teeth. Laxus is right. This smile is really asking for a beating. Urusha couldn't bear it. Being a spoiled child, I don't think Granny Hilda can stand it. She likes the girls in the dormitory so much. Call Kana and Kagura, and you can rush up. The two thought for a while, and then nodded. Uru is also often in Magnolia now, you can ask her to pay more attention. Urusha also proposed another idea. Seeing that the two agreed with her idea, Ross was relieved and let them implement the specific method. Ross, can your three sword spirits act alone? During the meal, Urza remembered that Ross Jesmon always had three sword spirits beside him. Yes, what's wrong? Ross put the ground in his mouth. He answered after chewing the seafood ramen. I want you three sword spirits to help with special training. I will only equip a single sword or a double sword. This seems to be more effective than practicing by myself. Iluza still wears armor now, but Rose feels that she does not have the mentality of needing armor protection. She seems to really like armor. Most of the money she earns is spent on armor, and the rest is on sweets such as strawberries and cheesecake. Those three sword spirits are not weak. It's not easy to be besieged. Rose agreed with Urza's opinion. Training is definitely more useful than cutting the air. It's okay, try it first. If you can't handle it, you can start with two sword spirits. Urza directly skipped the option of a sword spirit. She felt that she could handle a sword spirit even if it was fast. No problem, tell me at any time if you need it. Anyway, we are always in the eastern forest. If possible, I want to start in the afternoon. Urza is too familiar with Rose, and she doesn't think it's a bother for Rose. So anxious? That's fine. It's not a bad thing to practice actively. Ross was still quite surprised. They just returned to Magnolia in the morning, and just put their luggage back. The guild hadn't returned yet. How long can you maintain the receiving state now? Urza asked while eating. If you don't fight, I think you can maintain it as long as you want. The magic power will recover by itself. If he just receives and doesn't use the restored magic power, it will be more than the magic power he maintains. That's good. Urza nodded. Her idea is to practice as much as possible. Her current idea is to fight like this for at least 4 hours a day. Then she put her hands together, leaned on her forehead, closed her eyes and said, "It's really too much trouble for you." If the expression was more serious, Ross would believe it. What do you mean by smiling at the corners of your mouth? But Ross didn't expose her. Ross waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I can receive Jesmon's meditation and practice physical skills. They are all good training contents. It doesn't affect me to let the sword spirit train with you." Urusha looked at the two people who were addicted to practice and chat and said, "You are so active that I can't fall behind. I have to try to develop the arc of time more." "And what is the material of your metal?" "I can affect Urza's diamond armor, why can't yours?" "Time digital alloy, you can think of it as an active metal, and the arc of time may not affect it." After such a long time of confirmation, Ross can basically confirm that the arc of time has no effect on the time digital alloy. When Ursha and Urza fought, they could affect Urza's armor through the arc of time and make it collapse, but it was completely ineffective for Ross. DG? What a strange name, active metal, so it can't be affected. Ursha pinched her chin. Can I find a metal that I have never heard of? Urza has always been very interested. I think it may not be found in Ishgar. Ross shook his head. What a pity. Urza sighed. She also wanted this kind of armor. Chapter 47. After dinner, the three of them returned to the guild to tell Makarov that the mission was completed, and then hurried to the eastern forest. Uru was very interested in Urza's special training plan, and brought Kana and Kagura to watch. Looking at Urza in front of him, she had changed into a double sword, her long crimson hair was tied into a ponytail with a green tie, her upper body was only bound with bandages, her lower body was wearing red-based, yellow flame patterns and a little white flower bloomers, and she was barefoot. Then I'll start. Ross said, and took over Jesmon, Adu, Renee, and Paul, three bodies floating on the left and right sides and above her head. You three attack her, control the speed according to her progress. Ross gave the three sword spirits an order. Looking at the three sword spirits in front of her, Urza held a knife in each hand, closed her eyes, exhaled a breath of foul air, and then opened her eyes. Come on. Go. Adu, Renee, and Bor surrounded Urza in a triangular formation. The three sword spirits first attacked Urza at a slower speed, slashing or stabbing Urza left and right. Facing the beating from three directions, one direction, or two attacks, it was too much for Urza now. She danced with two swords tightly. At the beginning, she could still resist, but as her physical strength and magic power decreased, she could only barely resist. It was not completely resisted, and some needed to be blocked with the body. This was the result of her lightly equipped with the Pure Heart clothes. The demon sword Hong Ying and the Pure Heart clothes abandoned all defenses and pursued speed and attack power. Adu hit Urza's sword a little too hard, and the recoil force caused the sword to slip out of Urza's hand. Renee and Paul stopped their attacks. Who? Urza, who had stopped, first panted heavily. She had been gritting her teeth and persisting. After catching her breath, she said, "Is it too much?" "No, it's already very powerful." Uru shook her head and looked at Urza, who had been gritting her teeth and persisting, waving the two swords in her hands, not afraid of being injured, with a firm look in her eyes. She felt that she had always underestimated Urza before. "Yes, I don't think I can last longer than you." Urusha agreed with Uru and nodded to Urza. "Yes, Urza was so powerful just now, I was stunned." Kana's mind was just thinking about this 10-year-old, so powerful, what on earth did I practice? "Thank you, everyone." Urza could see that everyone was not comforting her, but really agreeing with her. "They are all praising you, so I won't praise you anymore. You can take a break and continue. Adu, Renee, Bor, just communicate with them. If you want to speed up, just tell them. I'm telling you quietly that they were very slow just now." Ross sat cross-legged on the stone and floated in a state of meditation. "You are obviously trying to hit me, right?" Urza was very upset. Even without Ross saying it, she knew that the three sword spirits had let down their guard just now. The speed she had seen before was completely different from what she had just seen. "Ha ha ha, keep going. I'm meditating, you guys can do whatever you want." Ross nodded to Uru and Kana first, then turned to face the lake and meditate. "Kagura, I want to try it too." Kagura let go of Uru's hand and ran to Urza. "Then how about Kagura try one first?" Iluza also planned to take a break, touched Kagura's hair, and smiled at Kagura. "Can you lend me the sword?" Kagura liked Urza's demon sword very much, and kept staring at Hong Ying. "Is Kagura going to use a real sword?" Urza was a little surprised. She thought Kagura was going to use a wooden sword, which was now pinned on Kagura's right waist. Kagura nodded. Urza looked at her eyes, held Hong Ying in reverse, and handed the handle to Kagura. Iluza said to Renee in the middle, "Please, go a little slower." Uru also walked closer, ready to defend at any time in case of an accident. Renee used a slow speed that he had never thought of in his life, and fought Kagura head-on. What Renee did not expect was that Kagura actually parried it easily. Kagura even had time to taunt, "Too slow." Renee was not provoked, and slowly increased his speed, and maintained it at the speed that Urza had just used, which was very difficult to parry. Are all children nowadays so scary? Yuryu's body was tense, and she kept paying attention to Kagura's condition, but soon she felt that she saw another Urza, unrepaired. After the magic power was removed, only physical strength and swordsmanship could support it to this point. That's why Ross said they have terrible talents. Urusha recalled the conversation with Ross at the entrance of Rosemary Village. Urza had felt it before, and today, seeing Kagura like this, she finally understood it. What on earth have I practiced? Kana looked at Kagura, who was younger than her, and insisted on doing so. Although Renee had been letting her go, he could also see that her speed was slightly different from Urza's just now, but she was only 7 years old. Urza looked at the surprised three people and explained to them with a smile, "Kagura started practicing swordsmanship in Rosemary Village, and she has been practicing every day without interruption. This is what I saw in the dormitory." Urza and Kagura lived together. The dormitory was quite spacious and there was space to swing the sword. After all, it was a wooden sword, so Urza was not worried about danger. Urza watched Kagura swing the sword and practice every night. Sometimes, even though she had been practicing hard all day, she would often be infected by Kagura and practice with her. "I've decided. I'm going to work hard. I can't embarrass my father." Kana was also infected by Kagura. She ran to Ross and sat cross-legged to meditate. "I'm going to practice too." Ultia nodded to Uryu and went to another direction to practice the arc of time. When Kagura finally couldn't hold on any longer, Renee stopped attacking. Kagura leaned on the ground with her knife and kept panting. She couldn't speak. Urza stepped forward and gently stroked Kagura's back to help her relax. "Kagura, I even think you can start meditating now." Uryu looked at Kagura who was relaxing in front of her. "I think it's almost done. The foundation is pretty good." Ross also agreed with Uryu. If it was before, Ross might have thought that he would continue to practice physical strength and physical skills first, but it seems that Kagura's fight is quite solid. "Okay." Kagura hasn't recovered yet, just nodded lightly. "She will be like Rose, practicing half a day and meditating half a day. I even think she will practice swordsmanship at night." Urza had seen Rose's practice a long time ago. She really practiced all day when she was not on a mission. Although she sometimes went fishing, she heard from Rose that this was also a way of practice. Rose said that it was to practice calmness. She didn't quite understand. Uryu nodded. In any case, as long as she didn't relax her magic practice, it didn't matter how she practiced. "Uryu, then I will continue to practice." Urza had rested a long time ago and was ready to continue special training. Then she smiled at Kagura and said, "Kagura can go to Uryu, or continue to practice swordsmanship." "Go ahead." Kagura finally decided to continue practicing swordsmanship and began to swing her wooden sword towards the direction of the lake. "Adieu, Renee, Paul, let's continue, please." Chapter 48. The year X775 passed by in a flash as they continued to take on missions and practice. Before taking on the mission this time, Urusha checked the time and planned the mission time early. They planned to go back to the guild to spend Christmas with Urukala and the others. There are still 5 days before Christmas. Let's rest in the guild and wait until after the new year to do the mission. On December 19th, they finally got off at Magnolia station. "Well, I also plan to accompany Uruk during this time." Urusha nodded and agreed to Ross's proposal. "What are your plans for Christmas?" Because they had promised Urza at the end of last year that everyone would spend Christmas together, Urusha asked Ross about his plans. "I'm free during the day on Christmas, but I plan to spend the evening with Grandpa. I'm already embarrassed that I didn't go back last year." Ross was a little embarrassed and scratched his cheek. Last year, he said that everyone would spend Christmas together in the future. It doesn't matter. It's okay during the day. Although we can't spend Christmas Eve together, we'll spend a lot of time together doing tasks this year. Urza didn't mind, and shook her head with her eyes closed. I have a suggestion. How about we go around Magnolia together on Christmas? Arusha put one hand on her waist and raised a finger with the other hand. Okay, call everyone who is in the guild that afternoon. Urza clenched her right hand near her chin, looking excited. Ross, Arusha, and Urza went back to the guild to report safety first, then sent them back to the girls' dormitory, and went back to Makarov's house to put away the luggage and gifts for everyone. Ross activated the long-distance communication magic crystal, intending to contact Laxus, who also carried it in his backpack. After a while, I finally contacted Laxus. Laxus, why did you take so long to get through? I'm still working on the mission. I couldn't get through just now. Haven't you finished yet? When can you come back? It's a pity. I probably can't go back. Why? Laxus on the other side opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but finally shook his head. After a while, he said, the mission has not been completed. Suddenly, some emergency delayed it. Even if it is completed, I can't rush back immediately. Where is it? Do you need help? No, please apologize to the old man for me. I can't go back. Well, Grandpa will understand. After all, it's a mission. I also prepared a gift for you. It's a pity that I can't give it to you on that day. Ross spent a huge sum of 660,000 J to buy Laxus a branded coat. The two are now about the same height, both close to 1.85 meters, but Laxus is stronger than Ross. Just put it in my room. I've prepared it for you. I'll give it to you when I get back. Don't wait for you to come back. I'm going out to do a mission. It doesn't matter. We'll see each other sooner or later. Laxus, although it's not time yet, I want to say in advance, Merry Christmas. Hehe, Merry Christmas, I'm on a mission. On the afternoon of the 24th, Ross and URU took a group of children to visit Magnolia and had afternoon tea together. After this year, Ross will be an adult and no longer a child. Ross also gave the gifts he prepared in advance. The ones prepared for the girls were all scarves and scarf buckles, but the styles and prints were different. They were all young, and Ross thought about it and decided to give them scarves. It felt too early to give them jewelry. The one given to Urusha is an 11x86 twill silk scarf, with the brand's classic print on one side and eye-catching dots on the other side. It can be tied around the neck, hairline, or wrist. In addition, a small light gold rectangular scarf buckle was bought. This scarf buckle alone costs 60,000 J. The one given to Urza is also an 11x86 silk scarf, and a set of 3 small silver scarf buckles. The scarf buckles in this set are more expensive. In addition to the scarf, Kagura also got a knife. Resentful sword, unafraid of the heavens. It was obtained by Ross and Urza when they passed by the town where the mermaid heel was located while on a mission. Urza has her own red cherry, so she really doesn't need this. The three of them immediately decided to give it to Kagura. Although Kagura no longer has any resentment, it doesn't stop this knife from being handsome. Ross himself is a little tempted. Ross said that this knife has grown into his heart. Separated from the others, Ross was holding the amber yellow solid wood tea box given by Arusha, surrounded by horse saddle needle and thread sewed the calf leather and a silver capless fountain pen with a rotating mechanism that Urza gave. Because she noticed that Ross seemed to have the habit of writing a diary or journal when she was in Rosemary Village, but she didn't go to see it specifically, just saw Ross writing at night from a distance. At the dining table, Ross handed Makarov a rectangular gift box decorated with ribbons. "Grandpa, Merry Christmas, this is my gift to you." "Oh." Makarov took it and opened it. "Red wine, I like it very much." Makarov smiled happily. This red wine was bought by Ross at a winery in the suburbs of Crocus. It is not a limited product, but I heard that the quality is good. Ross doesn't drink red wine and can't taste it. It was recommended by Uncle Vero. After eating and drinking, I have something to tell you. Makarov sat up straight with a serious face. Ross saw Makarov put on this expression and straightened his body. 6 years ago, you sat alone at the door of the guild, joined Fairy Tale, and moved into my home. You are a hard-working and filial child. I am glad that you can join Fairy Tale and live in this home. After this year, you will be an adult and it is time to move out. Grandpa. Ross had no intention of leaving here at all. Makarov folded his arms and shook his head. Listen to me first, I am not driving you away. You and Laxus are both adults. Not to mention that the room is too small for you now, and you should learn to live alone. I am also going to drive Laxus out when he comes back. But I don't want to leave. In the past 6 years, Ross rarely refused Makarov's proposals or requests. Listen, that room will always be reserved for you. You can come back anytime you want, but you must move out. This is what I, as a grandfather, asked my grandson. Rose didn't say anything. Makarov smiled and continued, Grandpa, I also want some private space. Let me, an old man, rest quietly when I come back at night. Okay. Ross nodded helplessly. He knew that Makarov had made up his mind. If this old man got stubborn, you really couldn't persuade him. Today is Christmas, but he is not in a good mood. He has lived in that room for 6 years. Makarov saw that Ross was not in a good mood, so he comforted him. It's not that we won't see each other anymore. We can always see each other in the guild. I don't plan to retire yet. On January 1st, X776, Ross and Laxus officially became adults. Chapter 49. The weather was very good. January 1st, X776 weather sunny. It has been 6 years since I came to Fairy Tale. During these 6 years, I sometimes felt like I was dreaming, but now it doesn't matter. Even if it is a dream, I should keep doing it after 6 years. In these 6 years, I am very glad that I have a good talent. My progress in magic training even surprised my grandfather. My strength has made great progress. I have never fought with the Holy 10, but only with S-class wizards from other guilds. How to say it, vulnerable, maybe the requirements of Fairy Tale S level are too high, but I can't slack off in my practice. Augusta and Irene are already insurmountable mountains, not to mention Zeref and Aknologia. I am still far away. Changed the direction of Uru, Ursha, and Urza. Uru lived well, practiced, taught apprentices, and took care of his daughter. Ursha did not fall into darkness, and spent the rest of her life atonement for her sins. After that, it was probably the minute of the solar eclipse, which was a direction I absolutely could not accept. Fortunately, Mavis often emphasized this to Ursha, and even told Ursha that she used the unfinished law and thus her body was fixed. Mavis really liked Ursha, and Ursha often went to Tenro Island to find Mavis. But Ultair is the same as Uru, one is absolutely frozen, and the other is the end of the world. How should I put it? She is too considerate of others. I still need to emphasize it more in the future. I will remind her more that members of Fairy Tale must never give up their lives. I will recite scriptures to her to death. Urza is also different from before. There is no problem with her eyes. She was not captured and taken to the Tower of Paradise. She quickly integrated into the guild. Although she wears armor, it is not for protection. She doesn't know Shu and Milyana. I don't want to involve these people. The more people involved, the harder it is to ensure safety. Members are more valuable than numbers. Maybe they will join other guilds. Urza has not experienced those setbacks now. Instead, she often gets injured too much in training and has to go to Polypsycha for treatment. The queen is the queen. She has talent and hard work. She is often amazed at her talent in tasks and training. Speaking of it, she seems to have the tendency to become a member of the discipline committee. Gray and Leo are very afraid of her now. Kagura didn't have to embark on the journey to find her brother alone, and finally only got the news of her brother Simon's death. Speaking of which, even if Kagura didn't have any motivation to find her brother and avenge him, she was still obsessed with swords. She often joined the special training of the 3 sword spirits now, but she was still one, and Urza said that she practiced every night. Maybe she was born to be a swordsman. Laxus doesn't seem to have the idea that I am not Makarov's grandson, I am my own. It doesn't matter if he has it, just get it back in advance. Laxus may have been because there were no peers in the guild before. After all, the oldest Urza and Myra are 4 years younger than him. The two joined in 777 and 778, and he is a dead Tsundere who can't speak. Tsundere is not desirable, Laxus. I don't know if there is a way to meet Irene. It would be interesting if she knew that Urza's last name was Belzarian. Wait, she won't beat me to death, right? Like Laxus, she is a dead Tsundere who can't speak. Akunologia still feels invincible. The trip to Tenro Island cannot be stopped. The S-level exam is necessary. Let's see. I must live here in peace and security, absolutely. On the 4th day of the Chinese New Year, Laxus hurried back and learned that he was going to be kicked out by the old man, but he was very calm and nodded in agreement. He also gave Rose the gift he prepared, which was a can of oolong tea. This thing is a rare commodity in Ishgar. Laxus said it was the reward of the client, who was a businessman who often traveled around. On the 7th day of the Chinese New Year, several people met again. You took Urza, Kana and Kagura out for a trip. Ross did not go. During this time, he returned to the state of lying dead. In addition to meditating as usual, he would wander around Magnolia, which was also a time for him to relax after a year of urgent practice. In the eastern forest, they began to resume their practice. During lunch, Ross told them about the situation. I have to buy a house first, and then we can go on the mission. Buy a house? Move? Why so sudden? Urusha and Urza were surprised to hear that Ross was going to move away from Makarov. After all, Ross had never mentioned this. Forget it. Ross has accepted it now, since they are all in Magnolia. Grandpa asked me to do that. He said that Laxus and I are already adults and it's time for us to move out and live on our own. Iluza, let's go together. Urusha turned her head and looked at Urza first, and Urza nodded. After getting Urza's opinion, Urusha said, then we'll go with you to have a look. Okay, you can give me some suggestions when the time comes. Ross nodded. Where do you want to move to? I don't really want to live in the city center. I plan to live near the forest in the east. It would be best if I have some land or a yard, so I can grow flowers and vegetables when I'm free, but I don't know if there are any houses like this. Farming? Your hobby is getting weirder and weirder. Urza was puzzled by Ross's idea of farming. Urusha was no longer surprised by Ross's obviously not young hobbies, and just said, you can ask the real estate agent about this kind of thing. Then let's go this afternoon. If we can solve it in one afternoon, it's a waste of time. Urusha and Urza both nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, Ross went to the largest real estate agent in Magnolia and told him his requirements. Fortunately, there were several houses for sale in the eastern forest that met Ross's requirements. For the first house, Urusha shook his head, the lighting is not good. For the second house, it's too far from the river and lake. For the third house, will this place be affected by the Guildarts model? Finally, Ross combined the opinions and chose a 2-story villa with an indoor area of about 200 square meters, with a small courtyard. The courtyard was only surrounded by a 1-meter-high wooden fence, which basically had no protective effect. But anyway, it was still in the city, and this land was not affected by the Guild Arts model, but the price was relatively high, but Ross could still afford it. He had saved money from doing S-level missions before, and he didn't spend much last year except for gifts and daily expenses. After Ross paid the money and completed the formalities, the house belonged to him, but he planned to decorate it and change some furniture. He didn't like the original decoration and furniture. As for the decoration design, he directly found a decoration company and told them his requirements. After everything was done, they found a restaurant to eat. Before the dishes were served, Ross asked, "When do you plan to go on the mission? Do you need to keep an eye on the decoration first?" Arusha asked Ross. Ross shook his head, "No need, I can ask you or Grandpa to help take a look." Hearing Ross's reply, Urza said, "We have rested long enough, the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. How about it?" "Okay, I'm fine." Arusha nodded, and Ross made an okay gesture. 2 days later, Urza continued to pull her large cart of luggage, and Ross and Arusha traveled lightly and embarked on a new mission journey. Chapter 50. The first time they saw the first sign of the battle, they were very happy. This time they received a basically unpaid task, which was discovered and proposed by Urza. This task was posted on the task list before the new year, and the first stop of this mission journey was here. Strelitzia, also known as Bird of Paradise, symbolizes freedom, auspiciousness, happiness, and joy, and also implies loyal love. This is an academy, and this task was issued by the academy teacher. There is no wizard guild in this small town. After Christmas, the teacher commissioned the council, but the reward was too low, and no wizard took this task for more than 10 days. The commission explained at the beginning that it was not a particularly difficult task, but the children's Christmas wish was to have a wizard teach them. This town is a leisurely and peaceful town. Most of the residents here are engaged in farming. The population is not large. Looking at the town's scenery, the tourism industry does not seem to be developed. The school is located on the right side of the town center. It is out of tune with the surrounding buildings. It is newly built and much taller than the surrounding buildings. It should be the reason why all the children in the town go to school here. Seeing this kind of building, Ross was surprised that the reward was only 10,000 J. He had never taken such a low-paying task. The simplest tasks he did were to deliver valuables. When they arrived at the academy, the children were still in class. Ross and the other two went straight to the office. The office address was on the commission. After the three knocked on the door, Urusha showed the commission, and Ross and Urza stretched out their left hands to prove their identities. It was a female teacher in her 30s, with a ponytail, black-framed glasses, and simple clothes. She was a very common type of female teacher. She stood up from her position. "Thank you very much for taking on this task. I have received the news before. Please sit over there." Then she pointed to the coffee table by the window with her right hand. The female teacher poured a cup of hot water for each of the three people. After sitting down, she raised her black-framed glasses and said, "I'm sorry, there's nothing here except hot water. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jessica Algett, and I'm a teacher working here." The three of them also introduced themselves and signaled Jessica to be at her leisure. "In fact, I'm surprised that the three of you are willing to take this task, because the reward is really not good enough, and we originally just wanted to give it a try. This school was just funded and built by Mr. Alfred, a wealthy businessman here, and the school's infrastructure was donated by him, but the only problem here is that there are no wizards. Few people have become wizards, and even if there are, they have joined the guild and have no time to teach here, so we can only try to see if there is a guild willing to take it." Rose and the other two understood and nodded. She took a sip of water and continued, "Actually, if we explain this problem to Mr. Alfred, he will definitely solve it, but we really don't want to bother him anymore." Ross had a question, which he wanted to ask since he saw the school. "I have a question, this place is so luxurious, but the salary is so low. Jessica pursed her lips with a bit of confidence and said with a wry smile, "We were here before this school was rebuilt. We were recruited by the Kingdom of Fiori and came here. We all grew up in this town. No other teachers were willing to come here. After all, there was only the basic salary and the subsidy that should be paid by the Kingdom of Fiori according to the standards of our town. Although this school was well built, there were not many teachers willing to come, and it was just before Christmas when it was rebuilt. Everyone's impression of this place is still stuck in the past. Before." Then she smiled brightly and said, "Mr. Alfred said that he would build student dormitories and teacher dormitories in the future. If the teacher dormitories are in good condition, I think more people will be willing to come here." Arusha was also puzzled. Why did Mr. Alfred spend so much money to build these? Jessica said with a proud look on her face, "Mr. Alfred is a legend here. He grew up in a poor family and received help from neighbors and schools when he was young. He also studied in this school. After he grew up, he started from scratch and gradually became the richest man here. We also persuaded him, but Mr. Alfred said that the school should be built well and high, so that children can see higher and farther scenery, have a better vision, and better development." Elusa turned her head and nodded to Ross and Arusha. Ross and Arusha knew. She wanted to do it. Jessica took the three of them around the school first. The canteen, gymnasium, and sports field were all available. There was also a large classroom similar to a lecture hall. Jessica introduced that this classroom could seat 400 people and was used for teaching visits and open classes. The school was expensive. There were already children running and exercising on the sports field. Some children were very curious when they saw the three of them, and they whispered to each other. In the teaching building, Ross and the other two watched the teacher giving a lecture from the back door. They were all basic knowledge and some magic knowledge, but the teachers did not know magic and could not show it to the children. There are a total of 156 children in our entire school, divided into 3 classes. After the tour, they returned to Jessica and other teachers' offices. We took this task. This was the decision they had made a long time ago. Besides, we didn't plan to do it for only 1 or 2 days. If we were to do it, we would do it for a longer time. We planned to teach for 2 months. This was a joint decision made by Arusha and Urza, and Ross did not object. Will it delay your other tasks? Jessica didn't expect them to teach for so long. 1 week or 2 weeks is enough. Rose shook his head to indicate that she didn't need to worry. It's okay, we have a way to solve this. Leave it to us for these 2 months. Urza and Ursha were full of fighting spirit. Jessica smiled, she was very happy. Rose said goodbye to Ursha, Urza and Jessica at the sports field, then I will go to solve the nearby tasks first. Anyway, they are all crusade tasks. I will fight quickly and make a quick decision. I will leave this to you first. I will come back as soon as possible after solving it. Ursha handed the commission to Rose, and said with Urza, I'll leave it to you. Rose first looked at the address and map of the commission, received it as Ultimate V Draymon, and flew straight to the next mission location. Wizard. A child saw the magic circle on Rose's body and turned into Ultimate V Draymon, pointed at Rose and shouted, and the children came out to watch. It looks like the kids are done with get out of class. Let me introduce you to them. The 3 of them watched Rose fly away, and Jessica turned to Arusha and Urza and said,